you sometimes hold before us the householder's ideal and sometimes the ideal of the sannyasin. Which one are we to adopt? Swamiji, well, go on listening to all. Then stick to that one which appeals to you, grip it hard like a bulldog. Swamiji came downstairs accompanied by the disciple, while speaking these words, and began to pace to and fro, uttering now and then the name of Shiva or humming a song on the Divine Mother, such as, who knows how diversely thou playest, O Mother, thou flowing stream of nectar, and so on. Conversations and Dialogues. From the Diary of a Disciple, Sri Sharachandra Chakravarti, B.A. XXVI. Translated from Bengali. Place, The Math, Belur. Year, 1902. The disciple passed the preceding night in Swamiji's room. At 4 a.m. Swamiji roused him and said, go and knock up the sadhus and brahmacarins from sleep with the bell. In pursuance of the order, the disciple rang the bell near the sadhus who slept. The monastic inmates hastened to go to the worship room for meditation. According to Swamiji's instructions, the disciple rang the bell lustily near Swami Brahmananda's bed, which made the latter exclaim, good heavens! The Bengal, meaning an East Bengal man, used as a term of endearing reproach for the disciple, has made it too hot for us to stay in the math. On the disciples communicating this to Swamiji, he burst out into a hearty laugh, saying, well done. Then Swamiji, too, washed his face and entered the chapel accompanied by the disciple. The sannyasin Swami Brahmananda and others were already seated for meditation. A separate seat was kept for Swamiji, on which he sat facing the east, and pointing to a seat in front to the disciple, said, go and meditate, sitting there. Shortly after taking his seat, Swamiji became perfectly calm and motionless, like a statue, and his breathing became very slow. Everyone else kept his seat. After about an hour and a half, Swamiji rose from meditation with the words Shiva, Shiva. His eyes were flushed, the expression placid, calm, and grave. Bowing before Sri Ramakrishna, he came downstairs and paced the courtyard of the math. After a while he said to the disciple, do you see how the sadhus are practicing meditation etc. nowadays? When the meditation is deep, one sees many wonderful things. While meditating at the Baranagara math, one day I saw the nerves Ida and Pingala. One can see them with a little effort. Then, when one has a vision of the Shushumna, one can see anything one likes. If a man has unflinching devotion to the Guru, spiritual practices, meditation, japa, and so forth come quite naturally, one need not struggle for them. The Guru is Brahma, the Guru is Vishnu, and the Guru is Shiva himself. Then the disciple prepared tobacco for Swamiji, and when he returned with it, Swamiji spoke as he puffed at it, within there is the lion, the eternally pure, illumined, and ever free Atman, and directly one realizes him through meditation and concentration, this world of Maya vanishes. He is equally present in all, and the more one practices, the quicker does the Kundalini, the coiled up power, awaken in him. When this power reaches the head, one's vision is unobstructed, one realizes the Atman. Disciple, sir, I have only read of these things in the scriptures, but nothing has been realized as yet. Swamiji, is bound to come in time. But some attain this early, and others are a little late. One must stick to it, determined never to let it go. This is true manliness. You must keep the mind fixed on one object, like an unbroken stream of oil. The ordinary man's mind is scattered on different objects, and at the time of meditation, too, the mind is at first apt to wander. But let any desire whatever arise in the mind, you must sit calmly and watch what sort of ideas are coming. By continuing to watch in that way, the mind becomes calm, and there are no more thought waves in it. These waves represent the thought activity of the mind. Those things that you have previously thought deeply, have transformed themselves into a subconscious current, and therefore these come up in the mind in meditation. The rise of these waves, or thoughts, during meditation is an evidence that your mind is tending towards concentration. Sometimes the mind is concentrated on a set of ideas. This is called meditation with vikalpa or oscillation. But when the mind becomes almost free from all activities, it melts in the inner self, which is the essence of infinite knowledge, one, and itself its own support. This is what is called nirvikalpa samadhi, free from all activities. In Sri Ramakrishna we have again and again noticed both these forms of samadhi. He had not to struggle to get these states. They came to him spontaneously, then and there. It was a wonderful phenomenon. It was by seeing him that we could rightly understand these things. Meditate every day alone. Everything will open up of itself. Now the Divine Mother, the embodiment of illumination, is sleeping within, hence you do not understand this. She is the Kundalini. When, before meditating, you proceed to purify the nerves, you must mentally strike hard on the Kundalini in the Muladhara, sacral plexus, and repeat, "Arise, Mother, arise." One must practice these slowly. During meditation, suppress the emotional side altogether. This is a great source of danger. Those that are very emotional no doubt have their Kundalini rushing quickly upwards, but it is as quick to come down as to go up. And when it does come down, it leaves the devotee in a state of utter ruin. It is for this reason that kirtanas and other auxiliaries to emotional development have a great drawback. It is true that by dancing and jumping, etc., through a momentary impulse, that power is made to course upwards, but it is never enduring. On the contrary, when it traces back its course, it rouses violent lust in the individual. Listening to my lectures in America, through temporary excitement many among the audience used to get into an ecstatic state, and some would even become motionless like statues. But on inquiry I afterwards found that many of them had an excess of the carnal instinct immediately after that state. But this happens simply owing to a lack of steady practice in meditation and concentration. Disciple: Sir, in no scriptures have I ever read these secrets of spiritual practice. Today I have heard quite new things. Swamiji, do you think the scriptures contain all the secrets of spiritual practice? These are being handed down secretly through a succession of gurus and disciples. Practice meditation and concentration with the utmost care. Place fragrant flowers in front and burn incense. At the outset take such external help as will make the mind pure. As you repeat the name of your Guru and Ishta, say, "Peace be to all creatures and the universe." First send impulses of these good wishes to the north, south, east, west, above, below, in all directions, and then sit down to meditate. One has to do this during the early stages. Then sitting still, you may face in any direction, meditate in the way I have taught you while initiating. Don't leave out a single day. If you have too much pressing work, go through the spiritual exercises for at least a quarter of an hour. Can you reach the goal without steadfast devotion, my son? Now Swamiji went upstairs, and as he did so, he said, "You people will have your spiritual insight opened without much trouble. Now that you have chanced to come here, you have liberation and all under your thumb. Besides practicing meditation, etc., set yourselves heart and soul to remove to a certain extent the miseries of the world, so full of wails. Through hard austerities I have almost ruined this body. There is hardly any energy left in this pack of bones and flesh. You set yourselves to work now, and let me rest a while. If you fail to do anything else, well, you can tell the world at large about the scriptural truths you have studied so long. There is no higher gift than this, for the gift of knowledge is the highest gift in the world." Conversations and Dialogues. From the Diary of a Disciple, Sri Sharachandra Chakravarti, B.A. XXVII. Translated from Bengali. Place, The Math, Belur. Year, 1902. Swamiji was now staying at the Math. The disciple came to the Math and towards the evening accompanied Swamiji and Swami Premananda for a walk. Finding Swamiji absorbed in thought, the disciple entered into a conversation with Swami Premananda on what Sri Ramakrishna used to say of Swamiji's greatness. After walking some distance, Swamiji turned to go back to the math. Seeing Swami Premananda and the disciple nearby, he said, "Well, what were you talking?" The disciple said, "We were talking about Sri Ramakrishna and his words." Swamiji only heard the reply, but again lapsed into thought and walking along the road returned to the math. He sat on the camp cot placed under the mango tree and, resting there some time, washed his face and then, pacing the upper veranda, spoke to the disciple thus, "Why do you not set about propagating Vedanta in your part of the country? Their tantrikism prevails to a fearful extent. Rouse and agitate the country with the lion roar of Advaitavada, monism. Then I shall know you to be a Vedantist. First open a Sanskrit school there and teach the Upanishads and the Brahma Sutras. Teach the boys the system of Brahmacharya. I have heard that in your country there is much logic chopping of the Nyaya school. What is there in it? Only vyapti, pervasiveness, and anumana, inference. On these subjects the pundits of the Nyaya school discuss for months. What does it help towards the knowledge of the Atman? Either in your village or Nag Mahashaya's, open a Chatushpatha, indigenous school, in which the scriptures will be studied and also the life and teachings of Sri Ramakrishna. In this way you will advance your own good as well as the good of the people, and your fame will endure." Disciple: "Sir, I cherish no desire for name or fame. Only, sometimes I feel to do as you are saying. But by marriage I have got so entangled in the world that I fear my desire will always remain in the mind only." Swamiji: "What if you have married? As you are maintaining your parents and brothers with food and clothing, so do for your wife likewise, and by giving her religious instruction draw her to your path. Think her to be a partner and helper in the living of your religious life. At other times look upon her with an even eye with others. Thinking thus all the unsteadiness of the mind will die out. What fear?" The disciple felt assured by these words. After his meal, Swamiji sat on his own bed, and the disciple had an opportunity of doing some personal service for him. Swamiji began to speak to the disciple, enjoining him to be reverential to the math members. "These children of Sri Ramakrishna whom you see, are wonderful tyagis, selfless souls, and by service to them you will attain to the purification of mind and be blessed with the vision of the Atman. You remember the words of the Gita, by interrogation and service to the Great Soul. Therefore you must serve them, by which you will attain your goal, and you know how much they love you." Disciple: "But I find it very difficult to understand them. Each one seems to be of a different type." Swamiji: "Sri Ramakrishna was a wonderful gardener. Therefore he has made a bouquet of different flowers and formed his order. All different types and ideas have come into it, and many more will come. Sri Ramakrishna used to say, whoever has prayed to God sincerely for one day, must come here. Know each of those who are here to be of great spiritual power. Because they remain shriveled before me, do not think them to be ordinary souls. When they will go out, they will be the cause of the awakening of spirituality in people. Know them to be part of the spiritual body of Sri Ramakrishna, who was the embodiment of infinite religious ideas. I look upon them with that eye. See, for instance, Brahmananda, who is here. Even I have not the spirituality which he has. Sri Ramakrishna looked upon him as his mind-born son, and he lived and walked, ate and slept with him. He is the ornament of our Mathar king. Similarly Premananda, Turiyananda, Trigunatitananda, Akhandananda, Saradananda, Ramakrishnananda, Subodhananda, and others, you may go round the world, but it is doubtful if you will find men of such spirituality and faith in God like them. They are each a center of religious power, and in time that power will manifest." The disciple listened in wonder, and Swamiji said again, "But from your part of the country, except Nag Mahashaya, none came to Sri Ramakrishna. A few others who saw Sri Ramakrishna could not appreciate him." At the thought of Nag Mahashaya, Swamiji kept silent for some time. It was only 4 or 5 months since he had passed away. Swamiji had heard that on one occasion a spring of Ganga water rose in the house of Nag Mahashaya, and recollecting this he asked the disciple, "Well, how did that event take place? Tell me about it." Disciple: "I only heard about it, but did not see it with my own eyes. I heard that in a Mahavarana Yoga Nag Mahashaya started with his father for Calcutta. But not getting any accommodation in the railway train, he stayed for 3 or 4 days in Narayangunj in vain and returned home. Then Nag Mahashaya said to his father, 'If the mind is pure, then the mother Ganga will appear here.' Then at the auspicious hour of the holy bath, a jet of water rose, piercing the ground of his courtyard. Many of those who saw it are living today. But that was many years before I met him. Swamiji, there was nothing strange in it. He was a saint of unfalsified determination. I do not consider such a phenomenon at all strange in his case." Saying this, Swamiji, feeling sleepy, lay on his side. At this the disciple came down to take his supper. Conversations and Dialogues. From the Diary of a Disciple, Sri Sharachandra Chakravarti, B.A. XXVIII. Translated from Bengali. Place, from Calcutta to the Math on a boat. Year, 1902. While walking on the banks of the Ganga at Calcutta one afternoon, the disciple saw a sannyasin in the distance approaching towards a Hiratola god. While he came near, the disciple found the sannyasin to be no other than his guru, Swami Vivekananda. In his left hand he had a leaf receptacle containing fried gram, which he was eating like a boy, and was walking in great joy. When he stood before him, the disciple fell at his feet and asked the reason for his coming to Calcutta unexpectedly. "Swamiji, I came on business." "Come, will you go to the math? Eat a little of the fried gram. It has a nice saline and pungent taste." The disciple took the food with gladness and agreed to go to the math with him. "Swamiji, then look for a boat." The disciple hurried to hire a boat. He was settling the amount of the boat hire with the boatman, who demanded 8 annas, when Swamiji also appeared on the scene and stopped the disciple, saying, "Why are you higgling with them?" And said to the boatman, "Very well, I will give you 8 annas," and got into the boat. That boat proceeded slowly against the current and took nearly an hour and a half to reach the math. Being alone with Swamiji in the boat, the disciple had an opportunity of asking him freely about all subjects. Raising the topic of the glorificatory poem which the disciple had recently composed singing the greatness of the devotees of Sri Ramakrishna, Swamiji asked him, "How do you know that those whom you have named in your hymn are the near and intimate disciples of Sri Ramakrishna?" Disciple: "Sir, I have associated with the sannyasin and householder disciples of Sri Ramakrishna for so many years, I have heard from them that they are all devotees of Sri Ramakrishna." Swamiji: "Yes, they are devotees of Sri Ramakrishna. But all devotees do not belong to the group of his most intimate and nearest disciples. Staying in the Kasipur garden, Sri Ramakrishna said to us, 'The Divine Mother showed me that all of these are not my inner devotees.' Sri Ramakrishna said so that day with respect to both his men and women devotees. Then speaking of the way Sri Ramakrishna would indicate different grades among devotees, high and low, Swamiji began to explain to the disciple at length the great difference there is between the householder's and the sannyasin's life. Swamiji, is it possible that one would serve the path of lust and wealth and understand Sri Ramakrishna aright at the same time? Or will it ever be possible? Never put your faith in such words. Many among the devotees of Sri Ramakrishna are now proclaiming themselves as Ishvarakoti, of divine class, and Taranga, of inner circle, etc. They could not imbibe his great renunciation or dispassion, yet they say they are his intimate devotees. Sweep away all such words. He was a prince of Tyagis, self-renouncers, and obtaining his grace can anybody spend his life in the enjoyment of lust and wealth? Disciple: is it then, sir, that those who came to him at Dakshineshvar were not his devotees? Swamiji: who says that? Everybody who has gone to Sri Ramakrishna has advanced in spirituality, is advancing, and will advance. Sri Ramakrishna used to say that the perfected rishis of a previous kalpa, cycle, take human bodies and come on earth with the avataras. They are the associates of the Lord. God works through them and propagates his religion. Know this for a truth, that they alone are the associates of the avatara who have renounced all self for the sake of others, who, giving up all sense enjoyments with repugnance, spend their lives for the good of the world, for the welfare of the jivas. The disciples of Jesus were all sannyasins. The direct recipients of the grace of Shankara, Ramanuj, Sri Chaitanya, and Buddha were the all-renouncing sannyasins. It is men of this stamp who have been through succession of disciples spreading the Brahmavidya, knowledge of Brahman, in the world. Where and when have you heard that a man being the slave of lust and wealth has been able to liberate another or to show the path of God to him? Without himself free, how can he make others free? In Veda, Vedanta, Itihasa, history, Purana, ancient tradition, you will find everywhere that the sannyasins have been the teachers of religion in all ages and climes. History repeats itself. It will also be likewise now. The capable sannyasin children of Sri Ramakrishna, the teacher of the great synthesis of religions, will be honored everywhere as the teachers of men. The words of others will dissipate in the air like an empty sound. The real self-sacrificing sannyasins of the math will be the center of the preservation and spread of religious ideas. Do you understand? Disciple, then is it not true what the householder devotees of Sri Ramakrishna are preaching about him in diverse ways? Swamiji, it can't be said that they are altogether false, but what they are saying about Sri Ramakrishna is only partial truth. According to one's own capacity, one has understood Sri Ramakrishna and so is discussing about him. It is not bad either to do so. But if any of his devotees has concluded that what he has understood of him is the only truth, then he is an object of pity. Some are saying that Sri Ramakrishna was a Tantrika and Kaula, some that he was Sri Chaitanya born on earth to preach Naradiya Bhakti, Bhakti as taught by Narada, some again that to undertake spiritual practices is opposed to faith in him as an avatara, while some are opining that it is not agreeable to his teachings to take to sannyasa. You will hear such words from the householder devotees, but do not listen to such one-sided estimates. He was the concentrated embodiment of how many previous avataras. Even spending the whole life in religious austerity, we could not understand it. Therefore one has to speak about him with caution and restraint. As are one's capacities, so he fills one with spiritual ideas. One spray from the full ocean of his spirituality, if realized, will make gods of men. Such a synthesis of universal ideas you will not find in the history of the world again. Understand from this who was born in the person of Sri Ramakrishna. When he used to instruct his sannyasin disciples, he would rise from his seat and look about to see if any householder was coming that way or not. If he found none, then in glowing words he would depict the glory of renunciation and austerity. As a result of the rousing power of that fiery dispassion, we have renounced the world and become averse to worldliness. Disciple, he used to make such distinctions between householders and sannyasins. Swamiji, ask and learn from the householder devotees themselves about it. And you yourself can think and know which are greater, those of his children who for the realization of God have renounced all enjoyments of the worldly life and are spending themselves in the practice of austerities on hills and forests, tirthas and ashramas, holy places and hermitages, or those who are praising and glorifying his name and practicing his remembrance, but are not able to rise above the delusion and bondage of the world? Which are greater, those who are coming forward in the service of humanity, regarding them as the Atman, those who are continent since early age, who are the moving embodiments of renunciation and dispassion, or those who like flies are at one time sitting on a flower, and at the next moment on a dung heap? You can yourself think and come to a conclusion. Disciple, but, sir, what does the world really mean to those who have obtained his grace? Whether they remain in the householder's life or take to sannyasa, it is immaterial, so it appears to me. Swamiji, The mind of those who have truly received His grace cannot be attached to worldliness. The test of His grace is unattachment to lust or wealth. If that has not come in anyone's life, then he has not truly received His grace. When the above discussion ended thus, the disciple, raising another topic, asked Swamiji, "Sir, what is the outcome of all your labors here and in foreign countries?" "Swamiji, you will see only a little manifestation of what has been done. In time the whole world must accept the universal and Catholic ideas of Sri Ramakrishna, and of this, only the beginning has been made. Before this flood everybody will be swept off." "Disciple, please tell me more about Sri Ramakrishna. I like very much to hear of him from your lips." "Swamiji, you are hearing so much about him all the time, what more? He himself is his own parallel. Has he any exemplar?" "Disciple, what is the way for us who have not seen him?" "Swamiji, you have been blessed with the company of these sadhus who are the direct recipients of his grace. How then can you say you have not seen him? He is present among his sannyasin disciples. By service to them, he will in time be revealed in your heart. In time you will realize everything." "Disciple, but, sir, you speak about others who have received his grace, but never about what he used to say about yourself." "Swamiji, what shall I say about myself? You see, I must be one of his demons. In his presence even, I would sometimes speak ill of him, hearing which he would laugh." Saying thus Swamiji's face assumed a grave aspect, and he looked towards the river with an absent mind and sat still for some time. Within a short time the evening fell and the boat also reached the math. Swamiji was then humming a tune to himself, "Now in the evening of life, take the child back to his home." When the song was finished, Swamiji said, "In your part of the country, East Bengal, sweet-voiced singers are not born. Without drinking the water of Mother Ganga, a sweet, musical voice is not acquired." After paying the hire, Swamiji descended from the boat and taking off his coat sat in the western veranda of the math. His fair complexion and ochre robe presented a beautiful sight. Conversations and Dialogues. From the Diary of a Disciple, Sri Sharachandra Chakravarti, B.A. XXIX. Translated from Bengali. Place, Belur Math. Year, 1902. Today is the 1st of Ashar, June-July. The disciple has come to the math before dusk from Bali, with his office dress on, as he has not found time to change it. Coming to the math, he prostrated himself at the feet of Swamiji and inquired about his health. Swamiji replied that he was well, but looking at his dress, he said, "You put on coat and trousers, why don't you put on collars?" Saying this, he called Swami Saradananda who was near and said, "Give him tomorrow 2 collars from my stock." Swami Saradananda bowed assent to his order. The disciple then changed his office dress and came to Swamiji, who, addressing him, said, "By giving up one's national costume and ways of eating and living, one gets denationalist. One can learn from all, but that learning which leads to denationalization does not help one's uplift but becomes the cause of degradation." Disciple, sir, one cannot do without putting on dress approved by superior European officers in official quarters. Swamiji, no one prevents that. In the interests of your service, you put on official dress in official quarters. But on returning home you should be a regular Bengali Babu with flowing cloth, a native shirt, and with the chadar on the shoulder. Do you understand? Disciple, yes, sir. Swamiji, you go about from house to house only with the European shirt on. In the West, to go about visiting people with simply the shirt on is ungentlemanly, one is considered naked. Without putting on a coat over the shirt, you will not be welcomed in a gentleman's house. What nonsense have you learned to imitate in the matter of dress? Boys and young men nowadays adopt a peculiar manner of dress which is neither Indian nor Western, but a queer combination. After such talk Swamiji began to pace the bank of the river, and the disciple was alone with him. he was hesitating to ask Swamiji a question about religious practices. "Swamiji, what are you thinking? Out with it?" The disciple with great delicacy said, "Sir, I have been thinking that if you can teach me some method by which the mind becomes calm within a short time, by which I may be immersed in meditation quickly, I shall feel much benefited. In the round of worldly duties, I feel it difficult to make the mind steady in meditation at the time of spiritual practice." Swamiji seemed delighted at this humility and earnestness of the disciple. In reply he affectionately said, "After some time come to me when I am alone upstairs, I will talk to you about it." Coming up shortly after, the disciple found that Swamiji was sitting in meditation, facing the west. His face wore a wonderful expression, and his whole body was completely motionless. The disciple stood by, looking with speechless wonder on the figure of Swamiji in meditation, and when even after standing long he found no sign of external consciousness in Swamiji, he sat noiselessly by. After half an hour, Swamiji seemed to show signs of a return to external consciousness. The disciple found that his folded hands began to quiver, and a few minutes later Swamiji opened his eyes and looking at the disciple said, "When did you come?" Disciple, "A short while ago." Swamiji, "Very well, get me a glass of water." The disciple hurriedly brought a glass of water and Swamiji drinking a little, asked the disciple to put the glass back in its proper place. The disciple did so and again sat by Swamiji. "Swamiji, today I had a very deep meditation." Disciple, "Sir, please teach me so that my mind also may get absorbed in meditation." Swamiji, "I have already told you all the methods. Meditate every day accordingly, and in the fullness of time you will feel like that. Now tell me what form of sadhana appeals to you most." Disciple, "Sir, I practice every day as you have told me, still I don't get a deep meditation. Sometimes I think it is useless for me to practice meditation. So I feel that I shall not fare well in it, and therefore now desire only eternal companionship with you." Swamiji, "Those are weaknesses of the mind. Always try to get absorbed in the eternally present Atman. If you once get the vision of the Atman, you will get everything, the bonds of birth and death will be broken." Disciple, "You bless me to attain to it. You asked me, still I don't get a deep meditation. By some means, do please make my mind steady." Swamiji, "Meditate whenever you get time. If the mind once enters the path of sushumna, everything will get right. You will not have to do much after that." Disciple, "You encourage me in many ways. But shall I be blessed with a vision of the truth? Shall I get freedom by attaining true knowledge?" Swamiji, "Yes, of course. Everybody will attain mukti, from a worm up to Brahma, and shall you alone fail? These are weaknesses of the mind, never think of such things." After this, he said again, "Be possessed of shraddha, faith, of virya, courage, attain to the knowledge of the Atman, and sacrifice your life for the good of others. This is my wish and blessing." The bell for the meal ringing at this moment, Swamiji asked the disciple to go and partake of it. The disciple, prostrating himself at the feet of Swamiji, prayed for his blessings. Swamiji, putting his hand on his head, blessed him and said, "If my blessings be of any good to you, I say may Bhagwan Sri Ramakrishna give you his grace. I know of no blessing higher than this." After meals, the disciple did not go upstairs to Swamiji, who had retired early that night. Next morning the disciple, having to return to Calcutta in the interests of his business, appeared before Swamiji upstairs. "Swamiji, will you go immediately?" Disciple, "Yes, sir." Swamiji, "Come again next Sunday, won't you?" Disciple, "Yes, certainly." Swamiji, "All right, there is a boat coming." The disciple took leave of Swamiji. He did not know that this was to be his last meeting with his Ishtadeva, chosen ideal, in the physical body. Swamiji with a glad heart bade him farewell and said, "Come on Sunday." The disciple replied, "Yes, I will," and got downstairs. The boatmen were calling for him, so he ran for the boat. Boarding it, he saw Swamiji pacing the upper veranda, and saluting him he entered the boat. 7 days after this, Swamiji passed away from mortal life. The disciple had no knowledge of the impending catastrophe. Getting the news on the 2nd day of Swamiji's passing away, he came to the math, and therefore he had not the good fortune to see his physical form again. Conversations and Dialogues. XXX. Translated from Bengali. Shri Priya Nathsinha. We evince a sad lack of restraint in conversation or any conjointment actions such as music and so on. Everyone tries to put himself foremost. The jostling at railway or steamer station is another illustration of this. A friend of Swamiji had a talk with him one day at the math on this subject. Swamiji remarked, "You see, we have an old adage, if your son is not inclined to study, put him in the durbars, Sava. The word Sava here does not mean social meetings, such as take place occasionally at people's houses. It means royal durbars. In the days of the independent kings of Bengal, they used to hold their courts mornings and evenings. There all the affairs of the state were discussed in the morning, and as there were no newspapers at that time, the king used to converse with the leading gentry of the capital and gather from them all information regarding the people and the state. These gentlemen had to attend these meetings, for if they did not do so, the king would inquire into the reason of their non-attendance. Such durbars were the centers of culture in every country and not merely in ours. In the present day, the western parts of India, especially Rajputana, are much better off in this respect than Bengal, as something similar to these old durbars still obtains there. Q. Then, Maharaj, have our people lost their own good manners because we have no kings of our own? Swamiji, it is all a degeneration which has its root in selfishness. That in boarding a steamer one follows the vulgar maxim, "Uncle, save thy own precious skin," and in music and moments of recreation everyone tries to make a display of himself, is a typical picture of our mental state. Only a little training in self-sacrifice would take it away. It is the fault of the parents who do not teach their children good manners. Self-sacrifice, indeed, is the basis of all civilization. On the other hand, owing to the undue domination exercised by the parents, our boys do not get free scope for growth. The parents consider singing as improper. But the son, when he hears a fine piece of music, at once sets his whole mind on how to learn it, and naturally he must look out for an atta. Something like a club. The word has got a bad odor about it in Bengali. Then again, it is a sin to smoke. So what else can the young man do than mix with the servants of the house, to indulge in this habit in secret? In everyone there are infinite tendencies, which require proper scope for satisfaction. But in our country that is not allowed, and to bring about a different order of things would require a fresh training of the parents. Such is the condition. What a pity! We have not yet developed a high grade of civilization, and in spite of this, our educated babus want the British to hand over the government to them to manage. It makes me laugh and cry as well. Well, where is that martial spirit which, at the very outset, requires one to know how to serve and obey and to practice self-restraint? The martial spirit is not self-assertion but self-sacrifice. One must be ready to advance and lay down one's life at the word of command, before he can command the hearts and lives of others. One must sacrifice himself first. A devotee of Sri Ramakrishna once passed some severe remarks, in a book written by him, against those who did not believe in Sri Ramakrishna as an incarnation of God. Swamiji summoned the writer to his presence and addressed him thus in a spirited manner. What right had you to write like that, abusing others? What matters it if they do not believe in your Lord? Have we created a sect? Are we Ramakrishnites, that we should look upon anyone who will not worship him, as our enemy? By your bigotry you have only lowered him, and made him small. If your Lord is God himself, then you ought to know that in whatsoever name one is calling upon him, it is his worship only, and who are you to abuse others? Do you think they will hear you if you inveigh against them? How foolish! You can only win others' hearts when you have sacrificed yourself to them, otherwise why should they hear you? Regaining his natural composure after a short while, Swamiji spoke in a sorrowful tone. Can anyone, my dear friend, have faith or resignation in the Lord, unless he himself is a hero? Never can hatred and malice vanish from one's heart unless one becomes a hero, and unless one is free from these, how can one become truly civilized? Where in this country is that sturdy manliness, that spirit of heroism? Alas, nowhere. Often have I looked for that, and I found only one instance of it, and only one. Q. In whom have you found it, Swamiji? Swamiji, in G.C. Baba Girish Chandra Ghosh, alone I have seen that true resignation, that true spirit of a servant of the Lord. And was it not because he was ever ready to sacrifice himself that Sri Ramakrishna took upon himself all his responsibility? What a unique spirit of resignation to the Lord! I have not met his parallel. From him have I learnt the lesson of self-surrender. So saying, Swamiji raised his folded hands to his head out of respect to him. Conversations and Dialogue. XXXII. Vengeance of History. Mrs. Wright. At the end of August 1893, Swami Vivekananda stayed at Annisquam at the house of Professor J. H. Wright. So astonishing a sight did Swamiji present in this quiet little New England village that speculation set in at once as to who this majestic and colorful figure might be. From where had he come? At first they decided that he was a Brahmin from India, but his manners did not fully conform to their ideas. It was something that needed explanation, and they unanimously repaired to the cottage after supper, to hear this strange new discourse. It was the other day, he said, in his musical voice, only just the other day, not more than 400 years ago. And then followed tales of cruelty and oppression, of a patient race and a suffering people, and of a judgment to come. Ah, the English! He said. Only just a little while ago they were savages, the vermin crawled on the ladies' bodies. And they scented themselves to disguise the abominable odor of their persons. Most horrible. Even now they are barely emerging from barbarism. Nonsense, said one of his scandalous hearers, that was at least 500 years ago. And did I not say a little while ago? What are a few hundred years when you look at the antiquity of the human soul? Then with a turn of tone, quite reasonable and gentle, they are quite savage, he said. The frightful cold, the want and privation of their northern climate, going on more quickly and warmly, has made them wild. They only think to kill. Where is their religion? They take the name of that Holy One, they claim to love their fellow men, they civilize by Christianity. No. It is their hunger that has civilized them, not their God. The love of man is on their lips, in their hearts there is nothing but evil and every violence. I love you, my brother, I love you. And all the while they cut his throat. Their hands are red with blood. Then, going on more slowly, his beautiful voice deepening till it sounded like a bell, but the judgment of God will fall upon them. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord, and destruction is coming. What are your Christians? Not 1/3 of the world. Look at those Chinese, millions of them. They are the vengeance of God that will light upon you. There will be another invasion of the Huns, adding, with a little chuckle, they will sweep over Europe, they will not leave one stone standing upon another. Men, women, children, all will go and the dark ages will come again. His voice was indescribably sad and pitiful, then suddenly and flippantly, dropping the seer, me I don't care. The world will rise up better from it, but it is coming. The vengeance of God, it is coming soon. Soon. They all asked. It will not be 1,000 years before it is done. They drew a breath of relief. It did not seem imminent. And God will have vengeance, he went on. You may not see it in religion, you may not see it in politics, but you must see it in history, and as it has been, it will come to pass. If you grind down the people, you will suffer. We in India are suffering the vengeance of God. Look upon these things. They ground down those poor people for their own wealth, they heard not the voice of distress, they ate from gold and silver when the people cried for bread, and the Mohammedans came upon them slaughtering and killing they overran them. India has been conquered again and again for years, and last and worst of all came the Englishmen. You look about India, what has the Hindu left? Wonderful temples, everywhere. What has the Mohammedan left? Beautiful palaces. What has the Englishman left? Nothing but mounds of broken brandy bottles. And God has had no mercy upon my people because they had no mercy. By their cruelty they degraded the populace, and when they needed them, the common people had no strength to give for their aid. If man cannot believe in the vengeance of God, he certainly cannot deny the vengeance of history. And it will come upon the English, they have their heels on our necks, they have sucked the last drop of our blood for their own pleasures, they have carried away with them millions of our money, while our people have starved by villages and provinces. And now the Chinaman is the vengeance that will fall upon them. If the Chinese rose today and swept the English into the sea, as they well deserve, it would be no more than justice. And then, having said his say, the swami was silent. A babble of thin-voiced chatter rose about him, to which he listened, apparently unheeding. Occasionally he cast his eye up to the roof and repeated softly, "Shiva! Shiva!" And the little company, shaken and disturbed by the current of powerful feelings and vindictive passion which seemed to be flowing like molten lava beneath the silent surface of this strange being, broke up, perturbed. He stayed days. Actually it was only a long weekend. All through, his discourses abounded in picturesque illustrations and beautiful legends. One beautiful story he told was of a man whose wife reproached him with his troubles, reviled him because of the success of others, and recounted to him all his failures. "Is this what your God has done for you?" she said to him, "after you have served him so many years?" Then the man answered, "Am I a traitor in religion? Look at the mountain. What does it do for me, or what have I done for it? And yet I love it because I am so made that I love the beautiful. Thus I love God." There was another story he told of a king who offered a gift to a rishi. The rishi refused, but the king insisted and begged that he would come with him. When they came to the palace, he heard the king praying, and the king begged for wealth, for power, for length of days from God. The rishi listened, wondering, until at last he picked up his mat and started away. Then the king opened his eyes from his prayers and saw him. "Why are you going?" he said. "You have not asked for your gift." "I," said the rishi, "ask from a beggar." When someone suggested to him that Christianity was a saving power, he opened his great dark eyes upon him and said, "If Christianity is a saving power in itself, why has it not saved the Ethiopians, the Abyssinians?" Often on Swamiji's lips was the phrase, "They would not dare to do this to a monk." At times he even expressed a great longing that the English government would take him and shoot him. It would be the first nail in their coffin, he would say, with a little gleam of his white teeth. And my death would run through the land like wildfire. His great heroine was the dreadful Rani of the Indian Mutiny, who led her troops in person. Most of the old mutineers, he said, had become monks in order to hide themselves, and this accounted very well for the dangerous quality of the monks' opinions. There was one man of them who had lost 4 sons and could speak of them with composure, but whenever he mentioned the Rani, he would weep, with tears streaming down his face. That woman was a goddess, he said, a Devi. When overcome, she fell on her sword and died like a man. It was strange to hear the other side of the Indian Mutiny, when you would never believe that there was another side to it, and to be assured that a Hindu could not possibly kill a woman. Conversations and Dialogue. XXXIII. Religion, Civilization, and Miracles. The Appeal Avalanche. "I am a monk," he said, as he sat in the parlors of La Salette Academy, on January 21, 1894, which is his home while in Memphis, and not a priest. When at home I travel from place to place, teaching the people of the villages and towns through which I pass. I am dependent upon them for my sustenance, as I am not allowed to touch money. I was born, he continued, in answer to a question, in Bengal and became a monk and a celibate from choice. At my birth my father had a horoscope taken of my life, but would never tell me what it was. Some years ago when I visited my home, my father having died, I came across the chart among some papers in my mother's possession and saw from it that I was destined to become a wanderer on the face of the earth. There was a touch of pathos in the speaker's voice and a murmur of sympathy ran around the group of listeners. Kananda, American reporters generally spelled his name as Vivekananda in those days, knocked the ashes from his cigar and was silent for a space. Presently someone asked, "If your religion is all that you claim it is, if it is the only true faith, how is it that your people are not more advanced in civilization than we are? Why has it not elevated them among the nations of the world?" "Because that is not the sphere of any religion," replied the Hindu gravely. "My people are the most moral in the world, or quite as much as any other race. They are more considerate of their fellow man's rights, and even those of dumb animals, but they are not materialists. No religion has ever advanced the thought or inspiration of a nation or people. In fact, no great achievement has ever been attained in the history of the world that religion has not retarded. Your boasted Christianity has not proven an exception in this respect. Your Darwins, your Mills, your Humes, have never received the endorsement of your prelates. Why, then, criticize my religion on this account? I would not give a fig for a faith that does not tend to elevate mankind's lot on earth as well as his spiritual condition," said one of the group, "and therein I am not prepared to admit the correctness of your statements. Christianity has founded colleges, hospitals, and raised the degenerate. It has elevated the downcast and helped its followers to live." "You are right there to a certain extent," replied the monk calmly, "and yet it is not shown that these things are directly the result of your Christianity. There are many causes operating in the West to produce these results. Religious thought should be directed to developing man's spiritual side. Science, art, learning and metaphysical research all have their proper functions in life, but if you seek to blend them, you destroy their individual characteristics until, in time, you eliminate the spiritual, for instance, from the religious altogether. You Americans worship what? The dollar. In the mad rush for gold, you forget the spiritual until you have become a nation of materialists. Even your preachers and churches are tainted with the all-pervading desire. Show me one in the history of your people, who has led the spiritual lives that those whom I can name at home have done. Where are those who, when death comes, could say, 'O brother death, I welcome thee'? Your religion helps you to build Ferris wheels and Eiffel towers, but does it aid you in the development of your inner lives?" The monk spoke earnestly, and his voice, rich and well modulated, came through the dusk that pervaded the apartment, half sadly, half accusingly. There was something of the weird in the comments of this stranger from a land whose history dates back 6,000 years upon the civilization of the 19th century America. "But, in pursuing the spiritual, you lost sight of the demands of the present," said someone. "Your doctrine does not help men to live. It helps them to die," was the answer. "We are sure of the present. You are sure of nothing. The aim of the ideal religion should be to help one to live and to prepare one to die at the same time." "Exactly," said the Hindu, quickly, "and it is that which we are seeking to attain. I believe that the Hindu faith has developed the spiritual in its devotees at the expense of the material, and I think that in the Western world the contrary is true. By uniting the materialism of the West with the spiritualism of the East, I believe much can be accomplished. It may be that in the attempt the Hindu faith will lose much of its individuality. Would not the entire social system of India have to be revolutionized to do what you hope to do? Yet, probably, still the religion would remain unimpaired. The conversation here turned upon the form of worship of the Hindus, and Kananda gave some interesting information on this subject. There are agnostics and atheists in India as well as elsewhere. Realization is the one thing essential in the lives of the followers of Brahma. Faith is not necessary. Theosophy is a subject with which Kananda is not versed, nor is it a part of his creed unless he chooses to make it so. It is more of a separate study. Kananda never met Madame Blavatsky, but has met Col. Olcott of the American Theosophical Society. He is also acquainted with Annie Besant. Speaking of the fakirs of India, the famous jugglers or magicians, whose feats have made for them a worldwide reputation, Kananda told of a few episodes that had come within his observation and which almost surpass belief. 5 months ago, he said, when questioned on this subject, or just 1 month before I left India to come to this country, I happened in company in a caravan or party of 25 to sojourn for a space in a city in the interior. While there we learned of the marvelous work of one of these itinerant magicians and had him brought before us. He told us he would produce for us any article we desired. We stripped him, at his request, until he was quite naked and placed him in the corner of the room. I threw my traveling blanket about him and then we called upon him to do as he had promised. He asked what we should like, and I asked for a bunch of California grapes, and straightway the fellow brought them forth from under his blanket. Oranges and other fruits were produced, and finally great dishes of steaming rice. Continuing, the monk said he believed in the existence of a sixth sense and in telepathy. He offered no explanation of the feats of the fakirs, merely saying that they were very wonderful. The subject of idols came up and the monk said that idols formed a part of his religion in so much as the symbol is concerned. "What do you worship?" said the monk. "What is your idea of God?" "The Spirit," said a lady quietly. "What is the Spirit? Do you Protestants worship the words of the Bible or something beyond?" "We worship the God through the idol." "That is, you attain the subjective through the objective," said a gentleman who had listened attentively to the words of the stranger. "Yes, that is it," said the monk, gratefully. Vivekananda discussed further in the same strain until the call terminated as the hour for the Hindu's lecture approached. Conversations and Dialogue. Third. Religious Harmony. The Detroit Free Press, February 14, 1894. Swami is a person of medium stature, with the dusky complexion common with people of his nationality, gentle in manner, deliberate in movement, and extremely courteous in every word, movement, and gesture. But the most striking feature of his personality are his eyes, which are of great brilliancy. The conversation naturally drifted upon the subject of religion, when Swami said among many other striking remarks, "I make the distinction between religion and creed. Religion is the acceptance of all existing creeds, seeing in them the same striving towards the same destination. Creed is something antagonistic and combative. There are different creeds, because there are different people, and the creed is adapted to the commonwealth where it furnishes what people want. As the world is made up of infinite variety of persons of different natures, intellectually, spiritually, and materially, so these people take to themselves that form of belief in the existence of a great and good moral law, which is best fitted for them. Religion recognizes and is glad of the existence of all these forms because of the beautiful underlying principle. The same goal is reached by different routes, and my way would not be suited perhaps to the temperament of my Western neighbor, the same that his route would not commend itself to my disposition and philosophical way of thinking. I belong to the Hindu religion. That is not the Buddhist's creed, one of the sects of the Hindu religion. We never indulge in missionary work. We do not seek to thrust the principles of our religion upon anyone. The fundamental principles of our religion forbid that. Nor do we say anything against any missionaries whom you send from this country anywhere. For all of us they are entirely welcome to penetrate the innermost recesses of the earth. Many come to us, but we do not struggle for them. We have no missionaries striving to bring anyone to our way of thinking. With no effort from us, many forms of the Hindu religion are spreading far and wide, and these manifestations have taken the form of Christian Science, Theosophy, and Edwin Arnold's Light of Asia. Our religion is older than most religions, and the Christian creed, I do not call it religion, because of its antagonistic features, came directly from the Hindu religion. It is one of the great offshoots. The Catholic religion also takes all its forms from us: the confessional, the belief in saints and so on, and a Catholic priest who saw this absolute similarity and recognized the truth of the origin of the Catholic religion was dethroned from his position because he dared to publish a volume explaining all that he observed and was convinced of. "You recognize agnostics in your religion?" was asked. "Oh, yes, philosophical agnostics and what you call infidels." When Buddha, who is with us a saint, was asked by one of his followers, "Does God exist?" he replied, "God. When have I spoken to you about God? This I tell you, be good and do good." The philosophical agnostics, there are many of us, believe in the great moral law underlying everything in nature and in the ultimate perfection. All the creeds which are accepted by all people are but the endeavors of humanity to realize that infinity of self which lies in the great future. Is it beneath the dignity of your religion to resort to missionary effort? For reply, the visitor from the Orient turned to a little volume and referred to an edict among other remarkable edicts. "This," he said, "was written 200 BC, and will be the best answer I can give you on that question." In delightfully clear, well-modulated tones, he read: "The king Piyadasi, beloved of the gods, honors all sects, both ascetics and householders. He propitiates them by alms and other gifts, but he attaches less importance to gifts and honors than to endeavor to promote the essential moral virtues. It is true the prevalence of essential virtues differs in different sects, but there is a common basis. That is, gentleness, moderation in language and morality. Thus one should not exalt one's own sect and decry others, but tender them on every occasion the honor they deserve. Striving thus, one promotes the welfare of his own sect, while serving the others. Striving otherwise, one does not serve his own sect, while deserving others, and whosoever, from attachment to his own sect and with a view to promoting it, decries others, only deals rude blows to his own sect. Hence concord alone is meritorious, so that all bear and love to bear the beliefs of each other. It is with this purpose that this edict has been inscribed, that all people, whatever their fate may be, should be encouraged to promote the essential moral doctrines in each and mutual respects for all other sects. It is with this object that the ministers of religion, the inspectors, and other bodies of officers should all work." After reading this impressive passage, Swami Vivekananda remarked that the same wise king who had caused this edict to be inscribed had forbidden the indulgence of war, as its horrors were antagonistic to all the principles of the great and universal moral doctrine. "For this reason," remarked the visitor, "India has suffered in its material aspect. Where brute strength and bloodshed has advanced other nations, India has deprecated such brutal manifestations, and by the law of the survival of the fittest, which applies to nations as well as to individuals, it has fallen behind as a power on the earth in the material sense. But will it not be an impossibility to find in the great combative Western countries, where such tremendous energy is needed to develop the pressing practical necessities of the 19th century, this spirit which prevails in placid India?" The brilliant eyes flashed, and a smile crossed the features of the Eastern brother. "May not one combine the energy of the lion with the gentleness of the lamb?" he asked. Continuing, he intimated that perhaps the future holds the conjunction of the East and the West, a combination which would be productive of marvelous results. A condition which speaks well for the natures of the Western nation is the reverence in which women are held and the gentle consideration with which they are treated. He says with the dying Buddha, "Work out your own salvation. I cannot help you. No man can help you. Help yourself." Harmony and peace, and not dissension, is his watchword. The following story is one which he related recently regarding the practice of fault-finding among creeds. A frog lived in a well. It had lived there for a long time. It was born there and brought up there, and yet was a little, small frog. Of course the evolutionists were not there to tell us whether the frog lost its eyes or not, but, for our story's sake, we must take it for granted that it had eyes, and that it every day cleansed the waters of all the worms and bacilli that lived in it, with an energy that would give credit to our modern bacteriologists. In this way it went on and became a little sleek and fat, perhaps as much so as myself. Well, one day another frog that lived in the sea, came and fell into the well. "Whence are you from?" "I am from the sea." "The sea? How big is that?" "Is it as big as my well?" And he took a leap from one side of the well to the other. "My friend," says the frog of the sea, "how do you compare the sea with your little well?" Then the frog took another leap and asked, "Is your sea so big?" "What nonsense you speak to compare the sea with your well." "Well, then," said the frog of the well, "nothing can be bigger than my well, there can be nothing bigger than this fellow is a liar, so turn him out." That has been the difficulty all the while. I am a Hindu. I am sitting in my own little well, and thinking that the world is my well. The Christian sits in his little well and the whole world is his well. The Mohammedan sits in his well and thinks the whole world that. I have to thank you of America for the great attempt you are making to break down the barriers of this little world of ours, and hope that, in the future, the Lord will help you to accomplish that purpose. Conversations and Dialogue. XXXV. Fallen Women. The Detroit Tribune, March 17, 1894. Lalun is a member of the most ancient profession in the world. Lilith was her very great-grandmamma, and that was before the days of Eve, as everyone knows. In the West people say rude things about Lalun's profession and write lectures about it, and distribute the lectures to young persons in order that morality may be preserved. In the East, where the profession is hereditary, descending from mother to daughter, nobody writes lectures or takes any notice. Rudyard Kipling. The story of which the sentences that precede this one are a paragraph, was written in India. They were written by Rudyard Kipling, from whom most of us have learned all that we definitely know about India, with the exception of the fact that India raises wheat enough to be a great competitor of our own farmers, that men work there for 2 cents a day, and that women throw their babies into the Ganga, which is the sacred river of the country. But Vivekananda, since he came to this country, has exploded the story about the women of India feeding their babies to the alligators, and now he says that he never heard of Rudyard Kipling until he came to America, and that it is not proper in India to talk of such a profession as that of Lalun, out of which Mr. Kipling has made one of his most delightful and instructive tales. In India, said Kananda yesterday, we do not discuss such things. No one ever speaks of those unfortunate women. When a woman is discovered to be unchanged caste in India, she is hurled out from her caste. No one thereafter can touch or speak to her. If she went into the house, they would take up and clean the carpets and wash the walls she breathed against. No one can have anything to do with such a person. There are no women who are not virtuous in Indian society. It is not at all as it is in this country. Here there are bad women living side by side with virtuous women in your society. One cannot know who is bad and who is good in America. But in India once a woman slips, she is an outcast forever, she and her children, sons and daughters. It is terrible, I admit, but it keeps society pure. How about the men? Was asked. Does the same rule hold in regard to them? Are they outcast when they are proven to be unchanged caste? Oh, no. It is quite different with them. It would be so, perhaps, if they could be found out. But the men move about. They can go from place to place. It is not possible to discover them. The women are shut up in the house. They are certainly discovered if they do anything wrong. And when they are discovered, they are thrown out. Nothing can save them. Sometimes it is very hard when a father has to give up his daughter or a husband his wife. But if they do not give them up, they will be banished with them too. It is very different in this country. Women cannot go about there and make associations as they do here. It is very terrible, but it makes society pure. I think that unchastity is the one great sin of your country. It must be so, there is so much luxury here. A poor girl would sell herself for a new bonnet. It must be so where there is so much luxury. Mr. Kipling says this about Lalun and her profession. Lalun's real husband, for even ladies of Lalun's profession have husbands in the East, was a great, big jujube tree. Her mama, who had married a fig, spent 10,000 rupees on Lalun's wedding, which was blessed by 47 clergymen of Mama's church, and distributed 5,000 rupees in charity to the poor. And that was a custom of the land. In India, when a woman is unfaithful to her husband, she loses her caste, but none of her civil or religious rights. She can still own property and the temples are still open to her. Yes, said Kananda, a bad woman is not allowed to marry. She cannot marry anyone without there being an outcast like herself, so she marries a tree, or sometimes a sword. It is the custom. Sometimes these women grow very rich and become very charitable, but they can never regain their caste. In the interior towns, where they still adhere to the old customs, she cannot ride in a carriage, no matter how wealthy she may be, the best that she is allowed is a pair of bullocks. And then in India she has to wear a dress of her own, so that she can be distinguished. You can see these people going by, but no one ever speaks to them. The greatest number of these women is in the cities. A good many of them are Jews too, but they all have different quarters of the cities, you know. They all live apart. It is a singular thing that, bad as they are, wretched as some of these women are, they will not admit a Christian lover. They will not eat with them or touch them, the omnivorous barbarians, as they call them. They call them that because they eat everything. Do you know what that disease, the unspeakable disease, is called in India? It is called Bad Farinan, which means the Christian disease. It was the Christian that brought it into India. Has there been any attempt in India to solve this question? Is it a public question the way it is in America? No, there has been very little done in India. There is a great field for women missionaries if they would convert prostitutes in India. They do nothing in India, very little. There is one sect, the Vaishnava, words in square brackets are ours. Ed, who try to reclaim these women. This is a religious sect. I think about 90% of all prostitutes belong to this sect. This sect does not believe in caste and they go everywhere without reference to caste. There are certain temples, as the temple of Jagannath, where there is no caste. Everybody who goes into that town takes off his caste while he is there, because that is holy ground and everything is supposed to be pure there. When he goes outside, he resumes it again, for caste is a mere worldly thing. You know, some of the castes are so particular that they will not eat any food unless it is prepared by themselves. They will not touch anyone outside their caste. But in the city they all live together. This is the only sect in India that makes proselytes. It makes everybody a member of its church. It goes into the Himalayas and converts the wild men. You perhaps did not know that there were wild men in India. Yes, there are. They dwell at the foot of the Himalayas. Is there any ceremony by which a woman is declared unchanged caste, a civil process? Kananda was asked. No, it is not a civil process. It is just custom. Sometimes there is a formal ceremony and sometimes there is not. They simply make pariahs out of them. When any woman is suspected, sometimes they get together and give her a sort of trial, and if it is decided that she is guilty, then a note is sent around to all the other members of the caste, and she is banished. Mind you, he exclaimed, I do not mean to say that this is a solution of the question. The custom is terribly rigid. But you have no solution of the question, either. It is a terrible thing. It is a great wrong of the Western world. Note. Swami Vivekananda left Calcutta for the West, for the second time, on the June 20th, 1899, by the BISN steamship Golconda. In reading these pages the reader should remember that Swamiji wrote them in a light, humorous tone in Bengali, which it is impossible to render in English. The second section of these memoirs relates to his return journey from the West at the end of 1900. These were originally published in the Udbodhan. Editor. Memoirs of European Travel. Translated from Bengali. Om Namo Narayanaya, salutations to the Lord, the usual form of addressing a sannyasin. These memoirs of his second journey to the West were addressed to Swami Trigunatitananda, editor, Udbodhan, and hence this form of address. Swami. Pronounce the last syllable of the second word in a high pitch, brother, in the Hrishikesh fashion. For 7 days we have been on board the ship and every day I think of writing to you something about our mode of life, and of writing materials also you have given me enough, but the characteristic lethargy of a Bengali stands in the way and foils everything. In the first place, there is idleness. Every day I think of writing what do you call it, a diary, but then, on account of various preoccupations, it is postponed to the endless tomorrow, and does not progress an inch. In the second place, I do not remember the dates etc., at all. You must do me the favor to fill these up yourselves. And, besides, if you be very generous, you may think that like the great devotee, Hanuman, it is impossible for me to remember dates and such other trivialities owing to the presence of the Lord in the heart. But the real truth is that it is due to my foolishness and idleness. What nonsense! What comparison can there be between the solar dynasty? Swamiji here refers to Kalidasa's famous line of the Raghavam Sham, oh the difference between the majestic solar dynasty and my poor intellect. I beg your pardon, between Hanuman with his whole heart given to Sri Rama, the crown of the solar dynasty, and me, the lowest of the low. But then he crossed at one bound the ocean extending 100 yojanas, while we are crossing it confined within a wooden house, so to say, being pitched this side and that and somehow keeping ourselves on our feet with the help of posts and pillars. But there is one point of superiority on our side in that he had the blessed sight of Rakshasas and Rakshasas after reaching Lanka, whereas we are going in company with them. At dinner time that glittering of 100 knives and the clattering of 100 forks frightened brother Turiyananda, out of his wits. He now and then started lest his neighbor with auburn hair and grey, cat-like eyes, through inadvertence might plunge her knife into his flesh, and the more so, as he is rather sleek and fat. I say, did Hanuman have seasickness while crossing the sea? Do the ancient books say anything on that? You are all well-read men, proficient in the Ramayana and other scriptures, so you may settle that question. But our modern authorities are silent on that point. Perhaps he had not, but then the fact of his having entered into the jaws of somebody raises a doubt. Brother T__ is also of opinion that when the prow of the ship suddenly heaves up towards heaven as if to consult with the King of Gods, and immediately after plunges to the bottom of the ocean as if to pierce King Vala, residing in the nether worlds, he at that time feels that he is being swallowed by the terrible and wide-gaping jaws of somebody. I beg your pardon, you have entrusted your work to a nice man. I owe you a description of the sea voyage for 7 days which will be full of poetry and interest, and be written in a polished, rhetorical style, but instead of that I am talking at random. But the fact is, having striven all my life to eat the kernel of Brahman, after throwing away the shell of Maya, how shall I now get the power of appreciating nature's beauties all of a sudden? All my life I have been on the move all over India, from Varanasi to Kashmir, and thence to Khorasan, and Gujarat, Tulsidas. How many hills and rivers, mountains and springs, and valleys and dales, how many cloud-belted peaks covered in perpetual snow, and oceans tempestuous, roaring, and foamy, have I not seen, and heard of, and crossed. But sitting on a shabby wooden bedstead in a dark room of the ground floor, requiring a lamp to be lighted in the daytime, with the walls variegated by the stain of chewed betel leaves and made noisy by the squeaking and tickling of rats and moles and lizards, by the side of the main street resounding with the rattle of hackneys and tramcars and darkened by clouds of dust. In such poetic environment, the pictures of the Himalayas, oceans, meadows, deserts, etc., that poet Shyamacharan, puffing at the all too familiar hookah, has drawn with such lifelike precision, to the glory of the Bengalis it is vain for us to try to imitate them. Shyamacharan in his boyhood went for a change to the up-country, where the water is so stimulating to the digestive functions that if you drink a tumblerful of it even after a very heavy meal, every bit of it will be digested and you will feel hungry again. Here it was that Shyamakaran's intuitive genius caught a glimpse of the sublime and beautiful aspects of nature. But there is one fly in the pot. They say that Shyamakaran's peregrinations extended as far as Burdwan, in Bengal, and no further. But at your earnest request and also to prove that I am not wholly devoid of the poetic instinct either, I set myself to the task with God's name, and you, too, be all attention. No ship generally leaves the port in the night, specially from a commercial port like Calcutta and in a river like the Hooghly or Ganga. Until the ship reaches the sea, it is in the charge of the pilot, who acts as the captain, and he gives the command. His duty ends in either piloting the ship down to the sea or, if it be an incoming ship, from the mouth of the sea to the port. We have got two great dangers towards the mouth of the Hooghly: first, the James and Mary banks near Budge Budge, and second, the sand bank near the entrance to Diamond Harbour. Only in the high tide and during the day, the pilot can very carefully steer his ship, and in no other condition. Consequently it took us 2 days to get out of the Hooghly. Do you remember the Ganga at Hrishikesh? That clear bluish water in which one can count the fins of fishes 5 yards below the surface, that wonderfully sweet, ice-cold charming water of the Ganga, from Valmiki's hymn, and that wonderful sound of Hara, Hara of the running water, and the echo of Hara, Hara from the neighboring mountain falls. Do you remember that life in the forest, the begging of Madhukari, meaning, collected from door to door, in small bits, alms, eating on small islands of rock in the bed of the Ganga, hearty drinking of that water with the palms, and the fearless wandering of fishes all round for crumbs of bread? You remember that love for Ganga water, that glory of the Ganga, the touch of its water that makes the mind dispassionate, that Ganga flowing over the Himalayas, through Srinagar, Tehri, Uttarkasi, and Gangotri. Some of you have seen even the source of the Ganga. But there is a certain unforgettable fascination in our Ganga of Calcutta, muddy, and whitish as if from contact with Shiva's body and bearing a large number of ships on her bosom. Is it merely patriotism or the impressions of childhood? Who knows? What wonderful relation is this between Mother Ganga and the Hindus? Is it merely superstition? Maybe. They spend their lives with the name of Ganga on their lips. They die immersed in the waters of the Ganga. Men from far off places take away Ganga water with them, keep it carefully in copper vessels, and sip drops of it on holy festive occasions. Kings and princes keep it in jars, and at considerable expense take the water from Gangotri to pour it on the head of Shiva at Rameshwaram. The Hindus visit foreign countries: Rangoon, Java, Hong Kong, Madagascar, Suez, Aden, Malta, and they take with them Ganga water and the Gita. The Gita and the sacred waters of the Ganga constitute the Hinduism of the Hindus. Last time I went to the West, I also took a little of it with me, fearing it might be needed, and whenever opportunities occurred I used to drink a few drops of it. And every time I drank, in the midst of the stream of humanity, amid that bustle of civilization, that hurry of frenzied footsteps of millions of men and women in the West, the mind at once became calm and still, as it were. That stream of men, that intense activity of the West, that clash and competition at every step, those seats of luxury and celestial opulence, Paris, London, New York, Berlin, Rome, all would disappear, and I used to hear that wonderful sound of Hara, Hara, to see that lonely forest on the sides of the Himalayas, and feel the murmuring heavenly river coursing through the heart and brain and every artery of the body and thundering forth, Hara, Hara, Hara. This time you, too, I see, have sent Mother Ganga, for Madras. But, dear brother, what a strange vessel have you put Mother in.
Brother T __ is a Brahmacharin from his boyhood, and looks like burning fire through the force of his spirituality, Kalidasis Kumarasam Havam. Formerly as a Brahmana he used to be saluted as Namo Brahmane, and now it is O, the sublimity of it. Namo Narayanaya, as he is a sannyasin. And it is perhaps due to that mother, in his custody, has left her seat in the Kamandalu of Brahma, and been forced to enter a jar. Anyhow, getting up from bed late at night I found that mother evidently could not bear staying in that awkward vessel and was trying to force her passage out of it. I thought it most dangerous, for if mother chose to reenact here those previous scenes of her life, such as piercing the Himalayas, washing away the great elephant Airavata, and pulling down the hut of the sage Jahnu, then it would be a terrible affair. I offered many prayers to mother and said to her in various supplicatory phrases, Mother, do wait a little, let us reach Madras tomorrow, and there you can do whatever you like. There are many there more thick-skulled than elephants, most of them with huts like that of Jahnu, while those half-shaven, shining heads with ample hair tufts are almost made of stone, compared to which even the Himalayas would be soft as butter. You may break them as much as you like, now pray wait a little. But all my supplications were in vain. Mother would not listen to them. Then I hit upon a plan, and said to her, Mother, look at those turbaned servants with jackets on, moving to and fro on the ship, they are Mohammedans, real, beef-eating Mohammedans, and those whom you find moving about sweeping and cleaning the rooms etc., are real scavengers, disciples of Lal Beg, and if you do not hear me, I will call them and ask them to touch you. Even if that is not sufficient to quiet you, I will just send you to your father's home. You see that room there, if you are shut in there, you will get back to your primitive condition in the Himalayas, when all your restlessness will be silenced, and you shall remain frozen into a block of ice. That silenced her. So it is everywhere, not only in the case of gods, but among men also. Whenever they get a devotee, they take an undue advantage over him. See, how I have again strayed from my subject and am talking at random. I have already told you at the outset that those things are not in my line, but if you bear with me, I shall try again. There is a certain beauty in one's own people which is not to be found anywhere else. Even the denizens of paradise cannot compare in point of beauty with our brothers and sisters, or sons and daughters, however uncouth they may be. But, if, even roaming over paradise and seeing the people there, you find your own people coming out really beautiful, then there is no bound to your delight. There is also a special beauty in our Bengal, covered with endless verdant stretches of grass, and bearing as garlands 1,000 rivers and streams. A little of this beauty one finds in Malabar, and also in Kashmir. Is there not beauty in water? When there is water everywhere, and heavy showers of rain are running down arum leaves, while clumps of coconut and date palm slightly bend their heads under that downpour, and there is the continuous croaking of frogs all round, is there no beauty in such a scene as this? And one cannot appreciate the beauty of the banks of our Ganga, unless one is returning from foreign countries and entering the river by its mouth at Diamond Harbour. That blue sky, containing in its bosom black clouds, with golden fringed whitish clouds below them, underneath which clumps of coconut and date palms toss their tufted heads like 1,000 chowrais, and below them again is an assemblage of light, deep, yellowish, slightly dark, and other varieties of green massed together, these being the mango, lychee, blackberry, and jackfruit trees, with an exuberance of leaves and foliage that entirely hide the trunk, branches, and twigs, while close by, clusters of bamboos toss in the wind, and at the foot of all lies that grass, before whose soft and glossy surface the carpets of Yarkand, Persia, and Turkestan are almost as nothing as far as the eye can reach, that green grass looking as even as if someone had trimmed and pruned it, and stretching right down to the edge of the river as far down the banks as where the gentle waves of the Ganga have submerged and are pushing playfully against, the land is framed with green grass. And just below this is the sacred water of the Ganga. And if you sweep your eye from the horizon right up to the zenith, you will notice within a single line such a play of diverse colors, such manifold shades of the same color,
as you have witnessed nowhere else. I say, have you ever come under the fascination of colors, the sort of fascination which impels the moths to die in the flame, and the bees to starve themselves to death in the prison of flowers? I tell you one thing, if you want to enjoy the beauty of Gangetic scenery, enjoy it to your heart's content now, for very soon the whole aspect will be altered. In the hands of money-grabbing merchants, everything will disappear. In place of that green grass, brick kilns will be reared and burrow pits for the brick fields will be sunk. Where, now, the tiny wavelets of the Ganga are playing with the grass, there will be moored the jute-laden flats and those cargo boats, and those variegated colors of coconuts and palms, of mangoes and lychees, that blue sky, the beauty of the clouds, these you will altogether miss hereafter, and you will find instead the enveloping smoke of coal, and standing ghost-like in the midst of that smoke, the half-distinct chimneys of the factories. Now our ship has reached the sea. The description, which you read in Kalidas's Raghuvamsham of the shores of the sea appearing blue with forests of palm and other trees and looking like a slender rim of rust on the tire of an iron wheel, etc., is not at all accurate and faithful. With all my respects for the great poet, it is my belief that he never in his life saw either the ocean or the Himalayas. Swamiji afterwards changed his opinion with regard to the last part, i.e. Kalidas's acquaintance with the Himalayas. Here there is a blending of white and black waters, somewhat resembling the confluence of the Ganga and Jamuna at Allahabad. Though mukti, liberation, may be rare in most places, it is sure at Hardwar, Allahabad, and the mouth of the Ganga. But they say that this is not the real mouth of the river. However, let me salute the Lord here, for he has his eyes and head and face everywhere. Gita, 13:13. How beautiful! As far as the eye reaches, the deep blue waters of the sea are rising into foamy waves and dancing rhythmically to the winds. Behind us lie the sacred waters of the Ganga, whitened with the ashes of Shiva's body, as we read in the description, Shiva's matted locks whitened by the foam of the Ganga, Shankaracharya's hymn. The water of the Ganga is comparatively still. In front of us lies the parting line between the waters. There ends the white water. Now begin the blue waters of the ocean. Before, behind and all round there is only blue, blue water everywhere, breaking incessantly into waves. The sea has blue hair, his body is of a blue complexion, and his garment is also blue. We read in the Puranas that millions of Asuras hid themselves under the ocean through fear of the gods. Today their opportunity has come, today Neptune is their ally, and Aeolus is at their back. With hideous roars and thundering shouts they are today dancing a terrible war dance on the surface of the ocean, and the foamy waves are their grim laughter. In the midst of this tumult is our ship, and on board the ship, pacing the deck with lordly steps, are men and women of that nation which rules the sea-girt world, dressed in charming attire, with a complexion like the moonbeams, looking like self-reliance and self-confidence personified, and appearing to the black races as pictures of pride and haughtiness. Overhead, the thunder of the cloudy monsoon sky, on all sides the dance and roar of foam-crested waves, and the din of the powerful engines of our ship setting at naught the might of the sea. It was a grand conglomeration of sounds, to which I was listening, lost in wonder, as if in a half-waking state, when, all of a sudden, drowning all these sounds, there fell upon my ears the deep and sonorous music of commingled male and female voices singing in chorus the national anthem, Rule Britannia. Britannia rules the waves. Startled, I looked around and found that the ship was rolling heavily, and brother T__, holding his head with his hands, was struggling against an attack of seasickness. In the second class are two Bengali youths going to the west for study, whose condition is worse. One of them looks so frightened that he would be only too glad to scuttle straight home if he were allowed to land. These two lads and we two are the only Indians on the ship, the representatives of modern India. During the 2 days the ship was in the Ganga, brother T__, under the secret instructions of the editor, Udbodhan, used to urge me very much to finish my article on modern India quickly. I too found an opportunity today and asked him, brother, what do you think is the condition of modern India? And he,
casting a look towards the second class and another at himself, said, with a sigh, very sad, getting very much muddled up. The reason why so much importance is attached to the Hooghly branch of the Ganga, instead of the bigger one, Padma, is, according to many, that the Hooghly was the primary and principal course of the river, and latterly the river shifted its course, and created an outlet by the Padma. Similarly, the present Tali's Nulla represents the ancient course of the Ganga, and is known as the Adi Ganga. The sailing merchant, the hero of Kavikankan's work, makes his voyage to Ceylon along that channel. Formerly the Ganga was navigable for big ships up to Triveni. The ancient port of Saptagram was situated a little distance off Triveni Ghat, on the river Sarasvati. From very ancient times Saptagram was the principal port for Bengal's foreign trade. Gradually the mouth of the Sarasvati got silted up. In the year 1539 it silted up so much that the Portuguese settlers had to take up a site further down the Ganga, for their ships to come up. The site afterwards developed into the famous town of Hooghly. From the commencement of the 16th century both Indian and foreign merchants were feeling much anxiety about the silting up of the Ganga. But what of that? Human engineering skill has hitherto proved ineffectual against the gradual silting up of the riverbed which continues to the present day. In 1666 a French missionary writes that the Ganga near Siudi got completely silted up at the time. Holwell, of Black Hole fame, on his way to Murshidabad was compelled to resort to small country boats on account of the shallowness of the river at Suntipur. In 1797 Captain Colebrook writes that country boats could not ply in the Hooghly and the Jalangai during summer. During the years 1822 to 1884, the Hooghly was closed to all boat traffic. For 24 years within this period the water was only 2 or 3 feet deep. In the 17th century, the Dutch planted a trade settlement at Chinsura, 1 mile below Hooghly. The French, who came still later, established their settlement at Chandarnagore, still further down the river. In 1723 the German Ostend Company opened a factory at Bankipur, 5 miles below Chandarnagore on the other side of the river. In 1616 the Danes had started a factory at Serampuri, 8 miles below Chandarnagore, and then the English established the city of Calcutta still further down the river. None of the above places are now accessible to ships, only Calcutta being open now. But everybody is afraid of its future. There is one curious reason why there remains so much water in the Ganga up to about Suntipur even during summer. When the flow of the surface water has ceased, large quantities of water percolating through the subsoil find their way into the river. The bed of the Ganga is even now considerably below the level of the land on either side. If the level of the riverbed should gradually rise owing to the subsidence of fresh soil, then the trouble will begin. And there is talk about another danger. Even near Calcutta, through earthquakes or other causes, the river at times dried up so much that one could wade across. It is said that in 1770 such a state of things happened. There is another report that on Thursday, the October 9, 1734, during ebb tide in the noon, the river dried up completely. Had it happened a little later, during the inauspicious last portion of the day, I leave it to you to infer the result. Perhaps then the river would not have returned to its bed again. So far, then, as regards the upper portion of the Hooghly, now as regards the portion below Calcutta. The great dangers to be faced in this portion are the James and Mary banks. Formerly the river Damodar had its confluence with the Ganga 30 miles above Calcutta, but now, through the curious transformations of time, the confluence is over 31 miles to the south of it. Some 6 miles below this point the Rupnarayan pours its waters into the Ganga. The fact is there, that these two feeders rush themselves into the Ganga in happy combination, but how shall this huge quantity of mud be disposed of? Consequently big sand banks are formed in the bed of the river, which constantly shift their position and are sometimes rather loose and sometimes a compact mass, causing no end of fear. Day and night soundings of the river's depth are being taken, the omission of which for a few days, through carelessness, would mean the destruction of ships. No sooner will a ship strike against them than it will either capsize or be straightway swallowed up in them. Cases are even recorded that within half an hour of a big three-mast ship striking one of these sandbanks, the whole of it disappeared in the sand, leaving only the top of the masts visible. These sandbanks may rightly be considered as the mouth of the Damodar Rupnarian. There is a pun on the words Damodar Rupnarian which not only imply the two rivers, but also mean Narayana as Damodra, or swallowing everything, Damodrarupanarayana. The Damodar is not now satisfied with Santhal villages, and is swallowing ships and steamers etc. as a sauce by way of variety. In 1877 a ship named County of Stirling, with a cargo of 1,444 tons of wheat from Calcutta, had no sooner struck one of these terrible sandbanks than within 8 minutes there was no trace left of it. In 1874 a steamer carrying a load of 2,400 tons suffered the same fate in 2 minutes. Blessed be thy mouth, O Mother Ganga. I salute thee for allowing us to get off scot-free. Brother T__ says, Sir, a goat ought to be offered to the mother for her Benny good nighty. I replied, exactly so, brother, but why offer only one day, instead of every day? Next day brother T__ revert to the topic, but I kept silent. The next day after that I pointed out to him at dinner time to what an extent the offering of goats was progressing. Brother seemed rather puzzled and said, what do you mean? It is only you who are eating. Then at considerable pains I had to explain to him how it was said that a youth of Calcutta once visited his father-in-law's place in a remote village far from the Ganga. There at dinner time he found people waiting about with drums etc., and his mother-in-law insisted on his taking a little milk before sitting to dinner. The son-in-law considered it might perhaps be a local custom which he had better obey, but no sooner had he taken a sip of the milk than the drums began to play all around and his mother-in-law, with tears of joy, placed her hand on his head and blessed him, saying, my son, you have really discharged the duties of a son today. Look here, you have in your stomach the water of the Ganga, as you live on its banks, and in the milk there was the powdered bone of your deceased father-in-law, so by this act of yours his bones have reached the Ganga and his spirit has obtained all the merits thereof. So here was a man from Calcutta, and on board the ship there was plenty of meat preparations and every time one ate them, meat was being offered to Mother Ganga. So he need not be at all anxious on the subject. Brother T__ is of such a grave disposition that it was difficult to discover what impression the lecture made on him. What a wonderful thing a ship is! The sea, which from the shore looks so fearful, in the heart of which the sky seems to bend down and meet, from whose bosom the sun slowly rises and in which it sinks again, and the least frown of which makes the heart quail, that sea has been turned into a highway, the cheapest of all routes, by ships. Who invented the ship? No one in particular. That is to say, like all machinery indispensable to men without which they cannot do for a single moment, and by the combination and adjustment of which all kinds of factory plants have been constructed, the ship also is the outcome of joint labor. Take for instance the wheels, how absolutely indispensable they are. From the creaking bullock cart to the car of Jagannath, from the spinning wheel to the stupendous machinery of factories, everywhere there is use for the wheel. Who invented the wheel? No one in particular, that is to say, all jointly. The primitive man used to fell trees with axes, roll big trunks along inclined planes, by degrees they were cut into the shape of solid wheels, and gradually the naves and spokes of the modern wheel came into vogue. Who knows how many millions of years it took to do this? But in India all the successive stages of improvement are preserved. However much they may be improved or transformed, there are always found men to occupy the lower stages of evolution, and consequently the whole series is preserved. First of all, a musical instrument was formed with a string fixed to a piece of bamboo. Gradually it came to be played by a horsehair bow, and the first violin was made. Then it passed through various transformations, with different sorts of strings and guts, and the bow also assumed different forms and names, till at last the highly finished guitar and sarung etc., came into existence. But in spite of this, Do not the Mohammedan cabmen even now with a shabby horsehair bow play on the crude instrument made of a bamboo pipe fixed to an earthen pot, and sing the story of Majwar Kahar weaving his fishing net? Go to the central provinces, and you will find even now solid wheels rolling on the roads, though it bespeaks a dense intellect on the part of the people, specially in these days of rubber tires. In very ancient times, that is, in the Golden Age, when the common run of people were so sincere and truthful that they would not even cover their bodies for fear of hypocrisy making the exterior look different from the interior, would not marry lest they might contract selfishness, and banishing all ideas of distinction between meum and tuum always used to look upon the property of others as mere clods of earth, on the strength of bludgeons, stones, etc. Swamiji is ironically describing the naked primitive man, to whom marriage was unknown, and who had no respect for person or property. In those blessed times, for voyaging over water, they constructed canoes and rafts and so forth, burning out the interior of a tree, or by fastening together a few logs of trees. Haven't you seen catamarans along the sea coast from Orissa to Colombo? And you must have observed how far into the sea the rafts can go. There you have rudiments of shipbuilding. And that boat of the East Bengal boatman boarding, which you have to call on the 5 patron saints of the river for your safety, your houseboat manned by Chittagong boatmen, which even in a light storm makes its helmsman declare his inability to control the helm, and all the passengers are asked to take the names of their respective gods as a last resort, that big up-country boat with a pair of fantastic brass eyes at the prow, rowed by the oarsman in a standing posture, that boat of merchant Shrimanta's voyage. According to Kavikankan, Shrimanta crossed the Bay of Bengal simply by rowing, and was about to be drowned owing to his boat getting caught in the antennae of a shoal of lobsters, and almost capsizing. Also he mistook a shell for a tiny fish, and so on. In other words, the Gangasagar boat, nicely roofed above and having a floor of split bamboos, and containing in its hold rows of jars filled with Ganga water, which is deliciously cool. I beg your pardon. You visit Gangasagar during hard winter, and the chill north wind drives away all your relish for cooling drinks, and that small-sized boat which daily takes the Bengali babus to their office and brings them back home, and is superintended over by the boatman of Bali, very expert and very clever. No sooner does he sight a cloud so far away as Konnagar than he puts the boat in safety. They are now passing into the hands of the strong-bodied men from Jaunpur who speak a peculiar dialect, and whom your Mahant Maharaj, out of fun, ordered to catch a heron which he facetiously styled as Bakasur, a demon of the shape of a big heron, mentioned in the Bhagavata, and this puzzled them hopelessly, and they stammered out, "Please, sire, where are we to get this demon? It is an enigma to us." Then that bulky, slow-moving, cargo, boat nicknamed Gadha, donkey, in Bengali, which never goes straight, but always goes sideways, and that big species of boats, like the schooner, having from 1 to 3 masts, which imports cargoes of coconuts, dates, and dried fish from Ceylon, the Maldives, or Arabia, these and many others too numerous to mention, represent the subsequent development in naval construction. To steer a ship by means of sails is a wonderful discovery. To whichever direction the wind may be blowing, by a clever manipulation of the sails, the ship is sure to reach her destination. But she takes more time when the wind is contrary. A sailing ship is a most beautiful sight, and from a distance looks like a many-winged great bird descending from the skies. Sails, however, do not allow a ship to steer straight ahead, and if the wind is a little contrary, she has to take a zigzag course. But when there is a perfect lull, the ship is helpless and has to lower her sails and stand still. In the equatorial regions it frequently happens even now. Nowadays sailing ships also have very little of wood in them and are mostly made of iron. It is much more difficult to be the captain or sailor of a sailing ship than in a steamer, and no one can be a good captain in sailing ship without experience. To know the direction of the wind at every step and to be on one's guard against danger spots long ahead, these two qualifications are indispensably necessary in a sailing ship, more than in a steamer. A steamer is to a great extent under human control. The engines can be stopped in a moment. It can be steered ahead, or astern, sideways, or in any desired direction, within a very short time, but the sailing ship is at the mercy of the wind. By the time the sails can be lowered or the helm turned, the ship may strike a bank or run up on a submarine rock or collide with another ship. Nowadays sailing ships very seldom carry passengers, except coolies. They generally carry cargo, and that also inferior stuff, such as salt etc. Small sailing ships such as the schooner, do coasting trade. Sailing ships cannot afford to hire steamers to tow them along the Suez Canal and spend thousands of rupees as toll, so they can go to England in 6 months by rounding Africa. Due to all these disadvantages of sailing ships, naval warfare in the past was a risky affair. A slight change in the course of the wind or in the ocean current would decide the fate of a battle. Again, those ships, being made of wood, would frequently catch fire, which had to be put out. Their construction also was of a different type. One end was flat and very high, with 5 or 6 decks. On the uppermost deck at this end there used to be a wooden veranda, in front of which were the commander's room and office, and on either side were the officers' cabins. Then there was a large open space, at the other end of which were a few cabins. The lower decks also had similar roofed halls, one underneath the other. In the lowermost deck or hold were the sailors' sleeping and dining rooms, etc. On either side of each deck were ranged cannon, their muzzles projecting through the rows of apertures in the ship's walls, and on both sides were heaps of cannon balls, and powder bags in times of war. All the decks of these ancient men of war had very low roofs, and one had to carry his head down when moving about. Then it was a troublesome business to secure marines for naval warfare. There was a standing order of the government to enlist men by force or guile wherever they could be found. Sons were violently snatched away from their mothers, and husbands from their wives. Once they were made to board the ship, which perhaps the poor fellows had never done in their lives, they were ordered straightway to climb the masts. And if through fear they failed to carry out the order, they were flogged. Some would also die under the ordeal. It was the rich and influential men of the country who made these laws. It was they who would appropriate the benefits of commerce, or ravage, or conquest of different countries, and the poor people were simply to shed their blood and sacrifice their lives, as has been the rule throughout the world's history. Now those laws exist no longer, and the name of the press gang does not now send a shiver through the hearts of the peasantry and poor folk. Now it is voluntary service, but many juvenile criminals are trained as sailors in men of war, instead of being thrown into prison. Steam power has revolutionized all this, and sails are almost superfluous ornaments in ships nowadays. They depend very little on winds now, and there is much less danger from gales and the like. Ships have now only to take care that they do not strike against submarine rocks. And men of war of the present day are totally different from those of the past. In the first place, they do not at all look like ships, but rather like floating iron fortresses of varying dimensions. The number of cannon also has been much reduced, but compared with the modern turret guns, those of the past were mere child's play. And how fast these men of war are! The smallest of these are the torpedo boats, those that are a little bigger are for capturing hostile merchant ships, and the big ones are the ponderous instruments for the actual naval fight. During the Civil War of the United States of America, the Unionist Party fixed rows of iron rails against the outer walls of a wooden ship so as to cover them. The enemy's cannonballs striking against them were repulsed without doing any harm to the ship. After this, as a rule, the ship's sides began to be clad in iron, so that hostile balls might not penetrate the wood. The ship's cannon also began to improve. Bigger and bigger cannon were constructed, and the work of moving, loading, and firing them came to be executed by machinery, instead of with the hand. A cannon which even 500 men cannot move an inch, can now be turned vertically or horizontally, loaded and fired by a little boy pressing a button, and all this in a second. As the iron wall of ships began to increase in thickness, so cannon with the power of thunder also began to be manufactured. At the present day, a battleship is a fortress with walls of steel, and the guns are almost as death itself. A single shot is enough to smash the biggest ship into fragments. But this iron bridal chamber which Nakindar's father, in the popular Bengali tale, never even dreamt of, and which, instead of standing on the top of Saitali Hill moves dancing on 70,000 mountain-like billows, even this is mortally afraid of torpedoes. The torpedo is a tube somewhat shaped like a cigar, and if fired at an object travels underwater like a fish. Then, the moment it hits its object, the highly explosive materials it contains explode with a terrific noise, and the ship under which this takes place is reduced to its original condition, that is, partly into iron and wooden fragments, and partly into smoke and fire. And no trace is found of the men who are caught in this explosion of the torpedo. The little that is found, is almost in a state of mincemeat. Since the invention of these torpedoes, naval wars cannot last long. 1 or 2 fights, and a big victory is scored or a total defeat. But the wholesale loss of men of both parties in naval fight which men apprehended before the introduction of these men of war has been greatly falsified by facts. If a fraction of the volley of balls discharged during a field fight from the guns and rifles of each hostile army on the opponents hit their aim, then both rival armies would be killed to a man in 2 minutes. Similarly, if only one of 500 shots fired from a battleship in action hit its mark, then no trace would be left of the ships on both sides. But the wonder is that, as guns and rifles are improving in quality, as the latter are being made lighter, and the rifling in their barrels finer, as the range is increasing, as machinery for loading is being multiplied, and rate of firing quickened, the more they seem to miss their aim. Armed with the old-fashioned unusually long-barreled musket which has to be supported on a 2-legged wooden stand while firing, and ignited by actually setting fire and blowing into it, the Barakjayas and the Afridis can fire with unerring precision, while the modern trained soldier with the highly complex machine guns of the present day fires 150 rounds in a minute and serves merely to heat the atmosphere. Machinery in a small proportion is good, but too much of it kills man's initiative and makes a lifeless machine of him. The men in factories are doing the same monotonous work, day after day, night after night, year after year, each batch of men doing one special bit of work such as fashioning the heads of pins, or uniting the ends of threads, or moving backwards or forwards with the loom for a whole life. And the result is that the loss of that special job means death to them. They find no other means of living and starve. Doing routine work like a machine, one becomes a lifeless machine. For that reason, one serving as a schoolmaster or a clerk for a whole lifetime ends by turning a stupendous fool. The form of merchantmen and passenger ships is of a different type. Although some merchant ships are so constructed that in times of war they can easily be equipped with a few guns and give chase to unarmed hostile merchant ships, for which they get remuneration from their respective governments, still they generally differ widely from warships. These are now mostly steamships and generally so big and expensive that they are seldom owned by individuals, but by companies. Among the carrying companies for Indian and European trade, the P&O Company is the oldest and richest, then comes the BISN Company, and there are many others. Among those of foreign nationalities, the Messageries Maritimes, French, the Austrian Lloyd, the German Lloyd, and the Rubattino Company, Italian, are the most famous. Of these, the passenger ships of the P&O Company are generally believed to be the safest and fastest. And the arrangements of food in the Messageries Maritimes are excellent. When we left for Europe this time, the last 2 companies had stopped booking native passengers for fear of the plague infection. And there is a law of the Indian government that no native of India can go abroad without a certificate from the Emigration Office, in order to make sure that nobody is enticing him away to foreign countries to sell him as a slave or to impress him as a coolie, but that he is going of his own free will. This written document must be produced before they will take him into the ship. This law was so long silent against the Indian gentry going to foreign countries. Now on account of the plague epidemic it has been revived, so that the government may be informed about every native going out. Well, in our country we hear much about some people belonging to the gentry and some to the lower classes. But in the eyes of the government all are natives without exception. Maharajas, Rajas, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras all belong to one and the same class, that of natives. The law, and the test which applies to coolies, is applicable to all natives without distinction. Thanks to you, O English government, through your grace, for a moment at least I feel myself one with the whole body of natives. It is all the more welcome, because this body of mine having come of a Kayastha family, I have become the target of attack of many sections. Nowadays we hear it from the lips of people of all castes in India that they are all full-blooded Aryans, only there is some difference of opinion amongst them about the exact percentage of Aryan blood in their veins, some claiming to have the full measure of it, while others may have 1 ounce more or less than another, that is all. But in this they are all unanimous that their castes are all superior to the Kayastha. And it is also reported that they and the English race belong to the same stock, that they are cousins german to each other, and that they are not natives. And they have come to this country out of humanitarian principles, like the English. And such evil customs as child marriage, polygamy, image worship, the sati, the zanana system, and so forth have no place in their religion, but these have been introduced by the ancestors of the Kayasthats, and people of that ilk. Their religion also is of the same pattern as that of the English. And their forefathers looked just like the English, only living under the tropical sun of India has turned them black. Now come forward with your pretensions, if you dare. You are all natives, the government says. Amongst that mass of black, a shade deeper or lighter cannot be distinguished. The government says, they are all natives. Now it is useless for you to dress yourselves after the English fashion. Your European hats etc., will avail you little henceforth. If you throw all the blame on the Hindus, and try to fraternize with the English, you would thereby come in for a greater share of cuffs and blows and not less. Blessings to you, O English government. You have already become the favored child of fortune, may your prosperity increase evermore. We shall be happy once more to wear our loincloth and dhoti, the native dress. Through your grace we shall continue to travel from one end of the country to the other, bareheaded and barefooted, and heartily eat our habitual food of rice and dal with our fingers, right in the Indian fashion. Bless the Lord. We had well nigh been tempted by Anglo-Indian fashions and been duped by its glamour. We heard it said that no sooner did we give up our native dress, native religion, and native manners and customs, than the English people would take us on their shoulders and lioness us. And we were about to do so, when smack came the whip of the Englishman and the thud of British boots, and immediately men were seized by a panic and turned away, bidding goodbye to English ways, eager to confess their native birth. The English ways we'd copy with such pains. The British boots did stamp out from our brains. Blessed be the English government. May their throne be firm and their rule permanent. And the little tendency that remained in me for taking to European ways vanished, thanks to the Americans. I was sorely troubled by an overgrown beard, but no sooner did I peep into a hair-cutting saloon than somebody called out, "This is no place for such shabby-looking people as you." I thought that perhaps seeing me so quaintly dressed in turban and jarua cloak, the man was prejudiced against me. So I should go and buy an English coat and hat. I was about to do this when fortunately I met an American gentleman who explained to me that it was much better that I was dressed in my jarua cloak, for now the gentleman would not take me amiss, but if I dressed in European fashion, everybody would chase me away. I met the same kind of treatment in 1 or 2 other saloons. After which I began the practice of shaving with my own hands. Once I was burning with hunger, and went into a restaurant, and asked for a particular thing, whereupon the man said, "We do not stock it." "Why, it is there." "Well, my good man, in plain language it means there is no place here for you to sit and take your meal." "And why?" "Because nobody will eat at the same table with you, for he will be outcast." Then America began to look agreeable to me, somewhat like my own caste-ridden country. Out with these differences of white and black, and this nicety about the proportion of Aryan blood among the natives. How awkward it looks for slaves to be over-fastidious about pedigree. There was a DOM, a man of the sweeper caste, who used to say,
You won't find anywhere on earth a caste superior to ours. You must know we are DOMMMS. But do you see the fun of it? The excesses about caste distinctions obtain most among peoples who are least honored among mankind. Steamships are generally much bigger than sailing ships. The steamships that ply across the Atlantic are just half as much bigger than the Golconda. The BISN steamer in which Swami Vivekananda went to the West for the second time. The ship on which I crossed the Pacific from Japan was also very big. In the center of the biggest ships are the first-class compartments with some open space on either side, then comes the second class, flanked by the steerage on either side. At one end are the sailors' and servants' quarters. The steerage corresponds to the third class, in which very poor people go as passengers, as, for instance, those who are emigrating to America, Australia, etc. The accommodation for them is very small and the food is served not on tables but from hand to hand. There is no steerage in ships which ply between England and India, but they take deck passengers. The open space between the first and second classes is used by them for sitting or sleeping purposes. But I did not notice a single deck passenger bound for a long journey. Only in 1893, on my way to China, I found a number of Chin-A men going as deck passengers from Bombay to Hong Kong. During stormy weather, the deck passengers suffer great inconvenience, and also to a certain extent at ports when the cargo is unloaded. Excepting in the hurricane deck which is on top of all, there is a square opening in all other decks, through which cargo is loaded and unloaded, at which times the deck passengers are put to some trouble. Otherwise, it is very pleasant on the deck at night from Calcutta to Suez, and in summer, through Europe also. When the first and second class passengers are about to melt in their furnished compartments on account of the excessive heat, then the deck is almost a heaven in comparison. The second class in ships of this type is very uncomfortable. Only, in the ships of the newly started German Lloyd Company plying between Bergen, in Germany, and Australia, the second-class arrangements are excellent, there are cabins even in the hurricane deck, and food arrangements are almost on a par with those of the first class in the Golconda. That line touches Colombo on the way. In the Golconda there are only 2 cabins on the hurricane deck, one on each side, one is for the doctor, and the other was allotted to us. But owing to the excessive heat, we had to take shelter in the lower deck, for our cabin was just above the engine room of the ship. Although the ship is made of iron, yet the passengers' cabins are made of wood. And there are many holes along the top and bottom of the wooden walls of these, for the free passage of air. The walls are painted over with ivory paint which has cost nearly £25 per room. There is a small carpet spread on the floor and against one of the walls are fixed 2 frameworks somewhat resembling iron bedsteads without legs, one on top of the other. Similarly on the opposite wall. Just opposite the entrance there is a wash basin, over which there is a looking glass, 2 bottles, and 2 tumblers for drinking water. Against the sides of each bed is attached a netting in brass frames which can be fixed up to the wall and again lowered down. In it the passengers put their watch and other important personal necessaries before retiring. Below the lower bedstead, there is room for storing the trunks and bags. The second-class arrangements are on a similar plan, only the space is narrower and the furniture of an inferior quality. The shipping business is almost a monopoly of the English. Therefore in the ships constructed by other nations also, the food arrangements, as well as the regulation of the time, have to be made in the English fashion, to suit the large number of English passengers in them. There are great differences between England, France, Germany, and Russia, as regards food and time. Just as in our country, there are great differences between Bengal, northern India, the Maratha country, and Gujarat. But these differences are very little observed in the ships, because there, owing to a majority of English-speaking passengers, everything is being molded after the English fashion. The captain is the highest authority in a ship. Formerly the captain used to rule in the ship in the high seas, punishing offenders, hanging pirates, and so forth. Now he does not go so far, but his word is law on board a ship.
Under him are 4 officers, or malims, in Indian vernacular. Then come 4 or 5 engineers, the chief engineer ranking equally with an officer and getting first-class food. And there are 4 or 5 steersmen, sukanis, in Indian vernacular, who hold the helm by turns. They are also Europeans. The rest, comprising the servants, the sailors, and the coalmen, are all Indian, and all of them Mohammedans. Hindu sailors I saw only on the Bombay side, in P. and O ships. The servants and the sailors are from Calcutta, while the coalmen belong to East Bengal. The cooks also are Catholic Christians of East Bengal. There are 4 sweepers besides, whose duty it is to clear out dirty water from the compartments, make arrangements for bath and keep the latrines etc. clean and tidy. The Mohammedan servants and Lascars do not take food cooked by Christians. Besides, every day there are preparations of ham or bacon on board the ship. But they manage to set up some sort of privacy for themselves. They have no objection to taking bread prepared in the ship's kitchen, and those servants from Calcutta who have received the new light of civilization, do not observe any restrictions in matters of food. There are 3 messes for the men, 1 for the servants, 1 for the sailors, and 1 for the coalmen. The company provides each mess with a cook and a servant. Every mess has got a separate place for cooking. A few Hindu passengers were going from Calcutta to Colombo, and they used to do their cooking in one of these kitchens after the servants had finished theirs. The servants draw their own drinking water. On every deck 2 pumps are fixed against the wall, 1 on each side. The one is for sweet and the other for salt water, and the Mohammedans draw sweet water from this for their own use. Those Hindus who have no objection to taking piped water can very easily go on these ships to England and elsewhere, observing all their orthodoxy in matters of food and drink. They can get a kitchen, and drinking water free from the touch of any, and even the bathing water need not be touched by anybody else. All kinds of food such as rice, pulse, vegetables, fish, meat, milk, and ghee are available on the ship, especially on these ships where mostly Indians are employed, to whom rice, pulse, radish, cabbage, and potato, etc. have to be supplied every day. The one thing necessary is money. With money you can proceed anywhere alone, observing full orthodoxy. These Bengali servants are employed nowadays in almost all ships that ply between Calcutta and Europe. They are gradually forming into a class by themselves. Several nautical terms also are being coined by them. For instance, the captain is termed Bariwala, landlord, the officer Malim, the mast dole, a sail sarh, bring down Arya, raise havish, heave, etc. The body of Lascars and coalmen have each a head who is called sarang, under whom are 2 or 3 tindals, and under these come the Lascars and coalmen. The head of the khansamas, or boys, is the butler, over whom there is a European steward. The Lascars wash and cleanse the ship, throw or wind up the cables, set down or lift the boats and hoist or strike sail, though this last is a rare occurrence in steamships, and do similar kind of work. The sarang and the tindal are always moving about watching them and assisting in their work. The coalmen keep the fire steady in the engine room. Their duty is to fight day and night with fire and to keep the engines neat and clean. And it is no easy task to keep that stupendous engine and all its parts neat and tidy. The sarang and his assistant, or brother, in the Lascars parlance, are from Calcutta and speak Bengali. They look gentlemanly and can read and write. Having studied in school, they speak tolerable English also. The sarang has a son, 13 years of age, who is a servant of the captain and waits at his door as an orderly. Seeing these Bengali Lascars, coalmen, servants, and boys at work, the feeling of despair with regard to my countrymen which I had, was much abated. How they are slowly developing their manhood, with a strong physique, how fearless, yet docile. That cringing, sycophant attitude common to natives even the sweepers do not possess. What a transformation! The Indian Lascars do excellent work without murmur, and go on a quarter of a European sailor's pay. This has dissatisfied many in England, especially as many Europeans are losing their living thereby. They sometimes set up an agitation. Having nothing else to say against them, for the Lascars are smarter in work than Europeans, they only complain that in rough weather, when the ship is in danger, they lose all courage. Good God! In actual circumstances, that infamy is found to be baseless. In times of danger, the European sailors freely drink through fear and make themselves stupid and out of use. Indian sailors never take a drop of liquor in their life, and up to now, not one of them has ever shown cowardice in times of great danger. Does the Indian soldier display any cowardice on the field of battle? No, but they must have leaders. An English friend of mine, named General Strong, was in India during the Sepoy Mutiny. He used to tell many stories about it. One day, in the course of conversation, I asked him how it was that the sepoys, who had enough of guns, ammunition, and provisions at their disposal, and were also trained veterans, came to suffer such a defeat. He replied that the leaders among them, instead of advancing forward, only kept shouting from a safe position in the rear, "Fight on, brave lads," and so forth, but unless the commanding officer goes ahead and faces death, the rank and file will never fight with heart. It is the same in every branch. A captain must sacrifice his head, they say. If you can lay down your life for a cause, then only you can be a leader. But we all want to be leaders without making the necessary sacrifice. And the result is zero. Nobody listens to us. However much you may parade your descent from Aryan ancestors and sing the glories of ancient India day and night, and however much you may be strutting in the pride of your birth, you, the upper classes of India, do you think you are alive? You are but mummies 10,000 years old. It is among those whom your ancestors despised as walking carrion that the little of vitality there is still in India is to be found, and it is you who are the real walking corpses. Your houses, your furniture, look like museum specimens, so lifeless and antiquated they are, and even an eyewitness of your manners and customs, your movements and modes of life, is inclined to think that he is listening to a grandmother's tale. When, even after making a personal acquaintance with you, one returns home, one seems to think one had been to visit the paintings in an art gallery. In this world of Maya, you are the real illusions, the mystery, the real mirage in the desert, you, the upper classes of India. You represent the past tense, with all its varieties of form jumbled into one. That one still seems to see you at the present time, is nothing but a nightmare brought on by indigestion. You are the void, the unsubstantial non-entities of the future. Denizens of the dreamland, why are you loitering any longer? Fleshless and bloodless skeletons of the dead body of past India you are, why do you not quickly reduce yourselves into dust and disappear in the air? On your bony fingers are some priceless rings of jewel, treasured up by your ancestors, and within the embrace of your stinking corpses are preserved a good many ancient treasure chests. Up to now you have not had the opportunity to hand them over. Now, under the British rule, in these days of free education and enlightenment, pass them on to your heirs. Do it as quickly as you can. You merge yourselves in the void and disappear, and let new India arise in your place. Let her arise out of the peasant's cottage, grasping the plough, out of the huts of the fisherman, the cobbler, and the sweeper. Let her spring from the grocer's shop, from beside the oven of the fritter seller. Let her emanate from the factory, from marts, and from markets. Let her emerge from groves and forests, from hills and mountains. These common people have suffered oppression for thousands of years. #8212, suffered it without murmur, and as a result have got wonderful fortitude. They have suffered eternal misery, which has given them unflinching vitality. Living on a handful of grain, they can convulse the world. Give them only half a piece of bread, and the whole world will not be big enough to contain their energy. They are endowed with the inexhaustible vitality of a Raktabhijya. A demon, in the Durgasaptashati, every drop of whose blood falling on the ground produced another demon like him. And, besides, they have got the wonderful strength that comes of a pure and moral life, which is not to be found anywhere else in the world. Such peacefulness, such contentment, such love, such power of silent and incessant work,
and such manifestation of lion's strength in times of action, where else will you find these skeletons of the past, there, before you, or your successors, the India that is to be? Throw those treasure chests of yours and those jeweled rings among them, as soon as you can, and you vanish into the air, and be seen no more. Only keep your ears open. No sooner will you disappear than you will hear the inaugural shout of Renaissance India, ringing with the voice of a million thunders and reverberating throughout the universe, Waheguru Ki Fatha, victory to the Guru. Our ship is now in the Bay of Bengal, which is reported to be very deep. The little of it that was shallow has been silted up by the Ganga, crumbling the Himalayas and washing down the northwestern provinces, UP. That alluvial region is our Bengal. There is no indication of Bengal extending further beyond the Sundarbans. Some say that the Sundarbans were formerly the site of many villages and towns and were an elevated region. But many do not admit this now. However, the Sundarbans and the northern part of the Bay of Bengal have been the scene of many historic events. These were the rendezvous of the Portuguese pirates. The King of Arakan made repeated attempts to occupy this region, and here also the representative of the Mughal emperor tried his best to punish the Portuguese pirates headed by Gonzales, and this has frequently been the scene of many fights between the Christians, Mughals, Mughs, and Bengalis. The Bay of Bengal is naturally rough, and to add to this, it is the monsoon season, so our ship is rolling heavily. But then, this is only the beginning, and there is no knowing what is to follow, as we are going to Madras. The greater part of southern India belongs now to the Madras Presidency. What is there in mere extent of land? Even a desert turns into heaven when it falls to the care of a fortunate owner. The unknown petty village of Madras, formerly called Chinnapatnam or Madraspatnam, was sold by the Raja of Chandragiri to a company of merchants. Then the English had their principal trade in Java, and Bantam was the centre of England's Asiatic trade. Madras and other English trade settlements in India were under the control of Bantam. Where is that Bantam now? And what development that Madras has made? It is not whole truth to say that fortune favours the enterprising man. Behind there must be the strength that comes of the Divine Mother. But I also admit that it is the enterprising men unto whom Mother gives strength. Madras reminds one of a typical South Indian province, though even at the Jagannath God of Calcutta, one can get a glimpse of the South by seeing the Orissa Brahmin with his border-shaven head and tufted hair, his variously painted forehead, the involuted slippers, in which only the toes may enter, that nose irritated with snuff, and with that habit of covering the bodies of their children with sandal paste prints. The Gujarati Brahmin, the jet-black Maharashtra Brahmin, and the exceptionally fair, cat-eyed square-headed Brahmin of Konkan, though all of them dress in the same way, and are all known as Dekanis, yet the typical southern Brahmin is to be found in Madras. That forehead covered over with the ample caste mark of the Ramanuj sect, which to the uninitiated looks anything but sublime, and whose imitation the caste mark of the Ramananda sect of northern India is hailed with many a facetious rhyme, and which completely throws into the shade the custom prevailing in Bengal among leaders of the Vaishnavite sect, of frightfully imprinting their whole body, that Telugu, Tamil, and Malayalam speech of which you won't understand a single syllable. Even if you hear it spoken for 6 years, and in which there is a play of all possible varieties of I and D sounds, that eating of rice with black-peppered dal soup, each morsel of which sends a shiver through the heart, so pungent and so acid, that addition of margisa leaves, oats, etc., by way of flavor, that taking of rice and curd, etc., that bath with gingerly oil rubbed over the body, and the frying of fish in the same oil, without these how can one conceive the southern country? Again, the South has Hinduism alive during the Mohammedan rule, and even for some time previous to it. It was in the South that Shankaracharya was born, among that caste who wear a tuft on the front of the head and eat food prepared with coconut oil. This was the country that produced Ramanuj. It was also the birthplace of Madhva Muni. Modern Hinduism owes its allegiance to these alone. The Vaishnavas of the Chaitanya sect form merely a recension of the Madhva sect. The religious reformers of the north, such as Kabir, Dadu, Nanak, and Ramsayni, are all an echo of Shankaracharya. There you find the disciples of Ramanuj occupying Ayodhya and other places. These Brahmins of the south do not recognize those of the north as true Brahmins, nor accept them as disciples, and even to the other day would not admit them to sannyasa. The people of Madras even now occupy the principal seats of religion. It was in the south that when people of North India were hiding themselves in woods and forests, giving up their treasures, their household deities and wives and children, before the triumphant war cry of Mohammedan invaders, the suzerainty of the king of Vidyanagar was established firm as ever. In the south, again, was born the wonderful Sayanacharya, the strength of whose arms, vanquishing the Mohammedans, kept King Bhukat on his throne, whose wise counsels gave stability to the Vidyanagar kingdom, whose state policy established lasting peace and prosperity in the Deccan, whose superhuman genius and extraordinary industry produced the commentaries on the whole Vedas, and the product of whose wonderful sacrifice, renunciation, and researches was the Vedanta treatise named Panchadashi. That Sannyasin Vidyaranyamuni or Sayana, according to some, Sayana, the commentator of the Vedas, was the brother of Vidyaranyamuni, was born in this land. The Madras Presidency is the habitat of that Tamil race whose civilization was the most ancient, and a branch of whom, called the Sumerians, spread a vast civilization on the banks of the Euphrates in very ancient times, whose astrology, religious lore, morals, rites, etc., furnished the foundation for the Assyrian and Babylonian civilizations, and whose mythology was the source of the Christian Bible. Another branch of these Tamils spread from the Malabar coast and gave rise to the wonderful Egyptian civilization, and the Aryans also are indebted to this race in many respects. Their colossal temples in the south proclaim the triumph of the Virashaiva and Vira-Vaishnava sects. The great Vaishnava religion of India has also sprung from a Tamil pariah Shathakapa, who was a dealer in winnowing fans but was a yogin all the while. And the Tamil alwars or devotees still command the respect of the whole Vaishnava sect. Even now the study of the Dvaita, Vishishtadvaita and Advaita systems of Vedanta is cultivated more in South India than anywhere else. Even now the thirst for religion is stronger here than in any other place. In the night of the June 24th, our ship reached Madras. Getting up from bed in the morning, I found that we were within the enclosed space of the Madras harbour. Within the harbour the water was still, but without, towering waves were roaring, which occasionally dashing against the harbour wall were shooting up 15 or 20 feet high into the air and breaking in a mass of foam. In front lay the well-known Strand Road of Madras. 2 European police inspectors, a Jamadar of Madras and a dozen constables boarded our ship and told me with great courtesy that natives were not allowed to land on the shore, but the Europeans were. A native, whoever he might be, was of such dirty habits that there was every chance of his carrying plague germs about, but the Madrasas had asked for a special permit for me, which they might obtain. By degrees the friends of Madras began to come near our vessel on boats in small groups. As all contact was strictly forbidden, we could only speak from the ship, keeping some space between. I found all my friends Alasinga, Biligiri, Narasimachari, Dr. Nanjundarao, Kitty, and others on the boats. Basketfuls of mangoes, plantains, coconuts, cooked rice and curd, and heaps of sweet and salt delicacies, etc. began to come in. Gradually the crowd thickened, men, women, and children in boats everywhere. I found also Mr. Chamier, my English friend who had come out to Madras as a barrister at law. Ramakrishnananda and Nirbhayananda made some trips near to the ship. They insisted on staying on the boat the whole day in the hot sun, and I had to remonstrate with them, when they gave up the idea. And as the news of my not being permitted to land got abroad, the crowd of boats began to increase still more. I, too, began to feel exhaustion from leaning against the railings too long. Then I bade farewell to my Madrasi friends and entered my cabin. Alasinga got no opportunity to consult me about the Brahmavadin and the Madras work, so he was going to accompany me to Colombo. The ship left the harbour in the evening, when I heard a great shout, and peeping through the cabin window, I found that about 1,000 men, women, and children of Madras who had been sitting on the harbour walls, gave this farewell shout when the ship started. On a joyous occasion the people of Madras also, like the Bengalis, make the peculiar sound with the tongue known as the hulu. It took us 4 days to go from Madras to Ceylon. That rising and heaving of waves which had commenced from the mouth of the Ganga began to increase as we advanced, and after we had left Madras it increased still more. The ship began to roll heavily, and the passengers felt terribly seasick, and so did the 2 Bengali boys. One of them was certain he was going to die, and we had to console him with great difficulty, assuring him that there was nothing to be afraid of, as it was quite a common experience and nobody ever died of it. The second class, again, was right over the screw of the ship. The 2 Bengali lads, being natives, were put into a cabin almost like a black hole, where neither air nor light had any access. So the boys could not remain in the room, and on the deck the rolling was terrible. Again, when the prow of the ship settled into the hollow of a wave and the stern was pitched up, the screw rose clear out of the water and continued to whirl in the air, giving a tremendous jolting to the whole vessel. And the second class then shook as when a rat is seized by a cat and shaken. However, this was the monsoon season. The more the ship would proceed westwards, the more gale and wind she would have to encounter. The people of Madras had given plenty of fruits, the greater part of which, and the sweets, and rice and curd, etc., I gave to the boys. Alas, Inga had hurriedly bought a ticket and boarded the ship barefooted. He says he wears shoes now and then. Ways and manners differ in different countries. In Europe it is a great shame on the part of ladies to show their feet, but they feel no delicacy in exposing half their bust. In our country, the head must be covered by all means, no matter if the rest of the body is well covered or not. Alas, Inga, the editor of the Brahmavatan, who is a Mysore Brahmin of the Ramanuj sect, having a fondness for rasam, pungent and sour dal soup, with shaven head and forehead overspread with the caste mark of the Tengal sect, has brought with him with great care, as his provision for the voyage, 2 small bundles, in one of which there is fried flattened rice, and in another popped rice and fried peas. His idea is to live upon these during the voyage to Ceylon, so that his caste may remain intact. Alas, Inga had been to Ceylon once before, at which his caste people tried to put him into some trouble, without success. That is a saving feature in the caste system of India. If one's caste people do not object, no one else has any right to say anything against him. And as for the South India castes, some consist of 500 souls in all, some even 100, or at most 1,000, and so circumscribed is their limit that for want of any other likely bride, one marries one's sister's daughter. When railways were first introduced in Mysore, the Brahmins who went from a distance to see the trains were outcast. However, one rarely finds men like our Alas Inga in this world, one so unselfish, so hard-working and devoted to his guru, and such an obedient disciple is indeed very rare on earth. A South Indian by birth, with his head shaven so as to leave a tuft in the center, barefooted, and wearing the dhoti, he got into the first class. He was strolling now and then on the deck, and when hungry, was chewing some of the popped rice and peas. The ship's servants generally take all South Indians to be chettis, merchants, and say that they have lots of money, but will not spend a bit of it on either dress or food. But the servants are of opinion that in our company Alas Inga's purity as a Brahmin is getting contaminated. And it is true, for the South Indians lose much of their caste rigors through contact with us. Alas, Inga did not feel seasick. Brother T__ felt a little trouble at the beginning, but is now all right. So the 4 days passed in various pleasant talks and gossip. In front of us is Colombo. Here we have Sinhalanka. Sri Ramachandra crossed over to Lanka by building a bridge across and conquered Ravana, her king. Well, I have seen the bridge, and also, in the palace of the Setupati Maharaja of Ramad, the stone slab on which Bhagwan Ramachandra installed his ancestor as Setupati for the first time. But the Buddhist Ceylonese of these sophisticated times will not admit this. They say that in their country there is not even a tradition to indicate it. But what matters their denial? Are not our old books authorities enough? Then again, they call their country Sinhal and will not term it Lanka, means also chilies in Bengal. And how should they? There is no piquancy either in their words, or in their work, or in their nature, or in their appearance. Wearing gowns, with plaited hair, and in that a big comb, quite a feminine appearance. Again, they have slim, short, and tender woman-like bodies. These the descendants of Ravana and Kumbhakarna. Not a bit of it. Tradition says they have migrated from Bengal, and it was well done. That new type of people who are springing in Bengal dressed like women, speaking in soft and delicate accents, walking with a timid, faltering gait, unable to look anyone in the face, and from their very birth given to writing love poems and suffering the pangs of separation from their beloved. Well, why do they not go to Ceylon, where they will find their fellows? Are the government asleep? The other day they created a great row trying to capture some people in Puri. Why, in the metropolis itself are many worth seizing and packing off. There was a very naughty Bengali prince, named Vijayasinha, who quarrelled with his father, and getting together a few more fellows like him set sail in a ship, and finally came upon the island of Ceylon. That country was then inhabited by an aboriginal tribe whose descendants are now known as the Bedouins. The aboriginal king received him very cordially and gave him his daughter in marriage. There he remained quietly for some time, when one night, conspiring with his wife, with a number of fellows, he took the king and his nobles by surprise and massacred them. Then Vijayasinha ascended the throne of Ceylon. But his wickedness did not end here. After a time he got tired of his aboriginal queen, and got more men and more girls from India, and himself married a girl named Anuradha, discarding his first aboriginal wife. Then he began to extirpate the whole race of the aborigines, almost all of whom were killed, leaving only a small remnant who are still to be met with in the forests and jungles. In this way Lanka came to be called Sinhal and became, to start with, colony of Bengali ruffians. In course of time, under the regime of Emperor Asoka, his son Mahinda and his daughter Sangamita, who had taken the vow of sannyasa, came to the island of Ceylon as religious missionaries. Reaching there, they found the people had grown quite barbarous, and, devoting their whole lives, they brought them back to civilization as far as possible. They framed good moral laws for them and converted them to Buddhism. Soon the Ceylonese grew very staunch Buddhists, and built a great city in the center of the island and called it Anuradhapuram. The sight of the remains of the city strikes one dumb even today. Huge stupas, and dilapidated stone building extending for miles and miles are standing to this day, and a great part of it is overgrown with jungles which have not yet been cleared. Shaven-headed monks and nuns, with the begging bowl in hand and clothed in yellow robes, spread all over Ceylon. In places colossal temples were reared containing huge figure of Buddha in meditation, of Buddha preaching the law, and of Buddha in a reclining posture entering into nirvana. And the Ceylonese, out of mischief, painted on the walls of the temples the supposed state of things in purgatory. Some are being thrashed by ghosts, some are being sawed, some burnt, some fried in hot oil, and some being flayed, altogether a hideous spectacle. Who could know that in this religion, which preached non-injury as the highest virtue, there would be room for such things? Such is the case in China, too, so also in Japan. While preaching non-killing so much in theory, they provide for such an array of punishments as curdles up one's blood to see. Once a thief broke into the house of a man of this non-killing type. The boys of the house caught hold of the thief and were giving him a sound beating. The master, hearing a great row, came out on the upper balcony and after making inquiries shouted out, "Cease from beating, my boys. Don't beat him. Non-injury is the highest virtue." The fraternity of junior non-killers stopped beating and asked the master what they were to do with the thief. The master ordered, "Put him in a bag, and throw him into water." The thief, much obliged at this humane dispensation, with folded hands said, "Oh, how great is the master's compassion! I had heard that the Buddhists were very quiet people and equally tolerant of all religions. Buddhist preachers come to Calcutta and abuse us with choice epithets, although we offer them enough respect. Once I was preaching at Anuradhapuram among the Hindus not Buddhists, and that in an open maiden, not on anybody's property, when a whole host of Buddhist monks and laymen, men and women,
came out beating drums and cymbals and set up an awful uproar. The lecture had to stop, of course, and there was the imminent risk of bloodshed. With great difficulty I had to persuade the Hindus that we at any rate might practice a bit of non-injury, if they did not. Then the matter ended peacefully. Gradually Tamilian Hindus from the north began slowly to migrate into Ceylon. The Buddhists, finding themselves in untoward circumstances, left their capital to establish a hill station called Kandy, which, too, the Tamilians wrested from them in a short time and placed a Hindu king on the throne. Then came hordes of Europeans, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, and the Dutch. Lastly the English have made themselves kings. The royal family of Kandy have been sent to Tanjore, where they are living on pension and Malagutani Rasam. In northern Ceylon there is a great majority of Hindus, while in the southern part, Buddhists and hybrid Eurasians of different types preponderate. The principal seat of the Buddhists is Colombo, the present capital, and that of the Hindus is Jaffna. The restrictions of caste are here much less than in India. The Buddhists have a few in marriage affairs, but none in matters of food, in which respect the Hindus observe some restrictions. All the butchers of Ceylon were formerly Buddhists, now the number is decreasing owing to the revival of Buddhism. Most of the Buddhists are now changing their anglicized titles for native ones. All the Hindu castes have mixed together and formed a single Hindu caste, in which, like the Punjabi Jats, one can marry a girl of any caste, even a European girl at that. The son goes into a temple, puts the sacred trilinear mark on the forehead, utters Shiva, Shiva, and becomes a Hindu. The husband may be a Hindu, while the wife is a Christian. The Christian rubs some sacred ash on the forehead, utters Nama Parvatipata, salutation to Shiva, and she straightway becomes a Hindu. This is what has made the Christian missionaries so cross with you. Since you're coming into Ceylon, many Christians, putting sacred ash on their head and repeating salutation to Shiva, have become Hindus and gone back to their caste. Advaitavada and Virashaivavada are the prevailing religions here. In place of the word Hindu one has to say Shiva. The religious dance and Sankirtana which Sri Chaitanya introduced into Bengal had their origin in the south, among the Tamil race. The Tamil of Ceylon is pure Tamil and the religion of Ceylon is equally pure Tamil religion. That ecstatic chant of 100,000 men, and their singing of devotional hymns to Shiva, the noise of 1,000 mridangas, a kind of Indian drum, with the metallic sound of big cymbals, and the frenzied dance of these ash-covered, red-eyed athletic Tamilians with stout rosaries of Rudraksh beads on their neck, looking just like the great devotee, Hanuman. You can form no idea of these, unless you personally see the phenomenon. Our Colombo friends had procured a permit for our landing, so we landed and met our friends there. Sir Kumara Swami is the foremost man among the Hindus, his wife is an English lady, and his son is barefooted and wears the sacred ashes on his forehead. Mr. Arunachalam and other friends came to meet me. After a long time I partook of Malagutani and the king coconut. They put some green coconuts into my cabin. I met Mrs. Higgins and visited her boarding school for Buddhist girls. I also visited the monastery and school of our old acquaintance, the Countess of Kinnovara. The Countess' house is more spacious and furnished than Mrs. Higgins's. The Countess has invested her own money, whereas Mrs. Higgins has collected the money by begging. The Countess herself wears a Jerua cloth after the mode of the Bengali sari. The Ceylonese Buddhists have taken a great fancy to this fashion, I found. I noticed carriage after carriage of women, all wearing the same Bengali sari. The principal place of pilgrimage for the Buddhists is the Dalita Maligawa or Tooth Temple at Kandy, which contains a tooth of Lord Buddha. The Ceylonese say it was at first in the Jagannath Temple at Puri and after many vicissitudes reached Ceylon, where also there was no little trouble over it. Now it is lying safe. The Ceylonese have kept good historical records of themselves, not like those of ours merely cock and bull stories. And the Buddhist scriptures also are well preserved here in the ancient Magadhi dialect. From here the Buddhist religion spread to Burma, Siam, and other countries. The Ceylonese Buddhists recognize only Shakyamuni mentioned in their scriptures and try to follow his precepts. They do not, like the people of Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, Ladakh, China, and Japan, worship Shiva and do not know the worship with mystical mantras of such goddesses as Tara Devi and so forth. But they believe in possession by spirits and things of that sort. The Buddhists have now split into two schools, the northern and the southern. The northern school calls itself the Mahayana, and the southern school, comprising the Ceylonese, Burmese, Siamese, etc., Hinayana. The Mahayana branch worships Buddha in name only. Their real worship is of Tara Devi and of Avalokiteshvara, whom the Japanese, Chinese, and Koreans call Wanyan, and there is much use of various cryptic rites and mantras. The Tibetans are the real demons of Shiva. They all worship Hindu gods, play the damaru, a tabor shaped like an hourglass, keep human skulls, blow horns made of the bones of dead monks, are much given to wine and meat, and are always exorcising evil spirits and curing diseases by means of mystical incantations. In China and Japan, on the walls of all the temples I have observed various monosyllabic mantras written in big gilt letters, which approach the Bengali characters so much that you can easily make out the resemblance. Alas, Inga returned to Madras from Colombo, and we also got on board our ship, with presents of some lemons from the orchard of Kumaraswamy, some king coconuts, and 2 bottles of syrup, etc. The god Kartikeya has various names, such as Subrahmanya, Kamaraswamy, etc. In the south the worship of this god is much in vogue. They call Kartikeya an incarnation of the sacred formula Om. The ship left Colombo on the morning of June 25. Now we have to encounter full monsoon conditions. The more our ship is advancing, the more is the storm increasing and the louder is the wind howling. There is incessant rain, and enveloping darkness. Huge waves are dashing on the ship's deck with a terrible noise, so that it is impossible to stay on the deck. The dining table has been divided into small squares by means of wood partitions, placed lengthwise and breadthwise, called fiddle, out of which the food articles are jumping up. The ship is creaking, as if it were going to break to pieces. The captain says, "Well, this year's monsoon seems to be unusually rough." The captain is a very interesting person who spent many years in the Chinese Sea and Indian Ocean, a very entertaining fellow, very clever in telling cock and bull stories. Numerous stories of pirates, how Chinese coolies used to kill ship's officers, loot the whole ship and escape, and other stories of that ilk he is narrating. And there is nothing else to do, for reading or writing is out of the question in such heavy rolling. It is extremely difficult to sit inside the cabin. The window has been shut for fear of the waves getting in. One day brother T__ kept it slightly ajar and a fragment of a wave entered and flooded the whole cabin. And who can describe the heaving and tossing on the deck? Amid such conditions, you must remember, the work for your Udbodan is going on to a certain extent. There are 2 Christian missionary passengers on our ship, one of whom is an American, with a family, a very good man, named Boch. He has been married 7 years, and his children number half a dozen. The servants call it God's special grace, though the children perhaps feel differently. Spreading a shabby bed on the deck, Mrs. Boch makes all the children lie on it and goes away. They make themselves dirty and roll on the deck, crying aloud. The passengers on the deck are always nervous and cannot walk about on the deck, lest they might tread on any of Boch's children. Making the youngest baby lie in a square basket with high sides, Mr. and Mrs. Boch sit in a corner for 4 hours, huddled together. One finds it hard to appreciate your European civilization. If we rinse our mouth or wash our teeth in public, they say it is barbarous. These things ought to be done in private. All right, but I put it to you, if it is not also decent to avoid such acts as the one above referred to, in public. And you run after this civilization. However, you cannot understand what good Protestantism has done to North Europe, unless you see the Protestant clergy. If then 10 crores of English people die, and only the priests survive, in 20 years another 10 crores will be raised. Owing to the rolling of the ship, most of the passengers are suffering from headache. A little girl named Tootle is accompanying her father. She has lost her mother.
Our Nivedita has become a mother to Tootle and Boch's children. Tootle has been brought up in Mysore with her father, who is a planter. I asked her, "Tootle, how are you?" She replied, "This bungalow is not good and rolls very much, which makes me sick." To her every house is a bungalow. One sickly child of Boch suffers specially from want of care. The poor thing is rolling on the wooden deck the whole day. The old captain now and then comes out of his cabin and feeds him with some soup with a spoon, and pointing to his slender legs says, "What a sickly child, how sadly neglected." Many desire eternal happiness. But if happiness were eternal, misery also would be eternal. Just think of that. Could we in that case have ever reached Aden? Fortunately, neither happiness nor misery is eternal. Therefore, in spite of our 6 days' journey being prolonged into 14 days, and our buffeting terrible wind and rain night and day, we at last did reach Aden. The more we were ahead of Colombo, the more the storm and rain increased, the sky became a lake, and the wind and the waves grew fierce, and it was almost impossible for the ship to proceed, breasting such wind and wave, and her speed was halved. Near the island of Socotra, the monsoon was at its worst. The captain remarked that this was the center of the monsoon, and that if we could pass this, we should gradually reach calmer waters. And so we did. And this nightmare also ended. On the evening of the 8th, we reached Aden. No one, white or black, is allowed to land, neither is any cargo allowed into the ship. And there are not many things worth seeing here. You have only barren stretches of sand, bearing some resemblance to Rajputana, and treeless, verdureless hills. In between the hills there are forts, and on the top are the soldiers' barracks. In front are the hotels and shops arranged in the form of a crescent, which are discernible from the ship. Many ships are lying in anchor. One English, and one German man of war came in, the rest are either cargo or passenger ships. I had visited the town last time. Behind the hills are the native barracks and the bazaar. A few miles from there are big pits dug into the sides of the hills, where the rainwater accumulates. Formerly that was the only source of water. Now by means of an apparatus they distill the sea water and get good fresh water, which, however, is very dear. Aden is just like an Indian town with its large percentage of Indian civil and military population. There are a good many Parsi shopkeepers and Sindhi merchants. Aden is a very ancient place. The Roman Emperor Constantius sent a batch of missionaries here to preach Christianity. Then the Arabs rose and killed these Christians, whereupon the Roman Emperor asked the king of Abyssinia along a Christian country to punish them. The Abyssinian king sent an army and severely punished the Arabs of Aden. Afterwards Aden passed into the hands of the Samanidai kings of Persia. It is they who are reputed to have first excavated those caves for the accumulation of water. Then, after the rise of Mohammedanism, Aden passed into the hands of the Arabs. After a certain time, a Portuguese general made ineffectual attempts to capture the place. Then the Sultan of Turkey made the place a naval base with the object of expelling the Portuguese from the Indian Ocean. Again it passed into the possession of the neighboring Arabian ruler. Afterwards, the English purchased it and they built the present town. Now the warships of all the powerful nations are cruising all over the world, and everyone wants to have a voice in every trouble that arises in any part of it. Every nation wants to safeguard its supremacy, political interest, and commerce. Hence they are in need of coal every now and then. As it would not be possible to get a supply of coal from an enemy country in times of war, every power wants to have a coaling station of its own. The best sites have been already occupied by the English, the French have come in for the next best, and after them the other powers of Europe have secured, and are securing, sites for themselves either by force or by purchase, or by friendly overture. The Suez Canal is now the link between Europe and Asia, and it is under the control of the French. Consequently the English have made their position very strong at Aden, and the other powers also have each made a base for themselves along the Red Sea. Sometimes this rage for land brings disastrous consequences. Italy, trodden under foreign feet for 7 centuries, stood on her legs after enormous difficulties. But immediately after doing this, she began to think a lot of herself and became ambitious of foreign conquest. In Europe no nation can seize a bit of land belonging to another, for all the powers would unite to crush the usurper. In Asia also, the big powers, the English, Russians, French, and Dutch, have left little space unoccupied. Now there remained only a few bits of Africa, and thither Italy directed her attention. First she tried in North Africa, where she met with opposition from the French and desisted. Then the English gave her a piece of land on the Red Sea, with the ulterior object that from that center Italy might absorb the Abyssinian territory. Italy, too, came on with an army. But the Abyssinian king, Menelik, gave her such a beating that Italy found it difficult to save herself by fleeing from Africa. Besides, Russian and Abyssinian Christianity being, as is alleged, very much alike, the Russian Tsar is an ally of the Abyssinians at bottom. Well, our ship is now passing through the Red Sea. The missionary said, "This is the Red Sea, which the Jewish leader Moses crossed on foot with his followers. And the army which the Egyptian king Pharaoh sent for their capture was drowned in the sea, the wheels of their war chariots having stuck in the mud like Karnas in the Mahabharata story." He further said that this could now be proved by modern scientific reasons. Nowadays in every country it has become a fashion to support the miracles of religion by scientific argument. My friend, if these phenomena were the outcome of natural forces, where then is there room for their intervention of your God Yahweh? A great dilemma. If they are opposed to science, those miracles are mere myths, and your religion is false. And even if they are borne out by science, the glory of your God is superfluous, and they are just like any other natural phenomena. To this, Priest Boche replied, "I do not know all the issues involved in it, I simply believe. This is all right, one can tolerate that. But then there is a party of men, who are very clear in criticizing others' views and bringing forward arguments against them, but where they themselves are concerned, they simply say, 'I only believe, my mind testifies to their veracity.' These are simply unbearable. Pooh! What weight has their intellect? Absolutely nothing. They are very quick to label the religious beliefs of others as superstitious, especially those which have been condemned by the Europeans, while in their own case they concoct some fantastic notions of Godhead and are beside themselves with emotions over them. The ship is steadily sailing north. The borders of this Red Sea were a great center of ancient civilization. There, on the other side, are the deserts of Arabia, and on this Egypt. This is that ancient Egypt. Thousands of years ago, these Egyptians, starting from Punt, probably Malabar, crossed the Red Sea, and steadily extended their kingdom till they reached Egypt. Wonderful was the expansion of their power, their territory, and their civilization. The Greeks were the disciples of these. The wonderful mausoleums of their kings, the pyramids, with figures of the Sphinx, and even their dead bodies are preserved to this day. Here lived the ancient Egyptian peoples, with curling hair and earrings, and wearing snow-white dhotis without one end being tucked up behind. This is Egypt, the memorable stage where the Hyksos, the Pharaohs, the Persian emperors, Alexander the Great, and the Ptolemies, and the Roman and Arab conquerors played their part. So many centuries ago, they left their history inscribed in great detail in hieroglyphic characters on papyrus paper, on stone slabs, and on the sides of earthen vessels. This is the land where Isis was worshipped and Horus flourished. According to these ancient Egyptians, when a man dies, his subtle body moves about, but any injury done to the dead body affects the subtle body, and the destruction of the former means the total annihilation of the latter. Hence they took so much pains to preserve the corpse. Hence the pyramids of the kings and emperors. What devices, how much labor, alas, all in vain. Lured by the treasures, robbers have dug into the pyramids, and penetrating the mysteries of the labyrinths, have stolen the royal bodies. Not now, it was the work of the ancient Egyptians themselves. Some 5 or 6 centuries ago,
These desiccated mummies the Jewish and Arab physicians looked upon as possessing great medicinal virtues and prescribed them for patients all over Europe. To this day, perhaps, it is the genuine mumia of Unani and Hakami methods of treatment. Emperor Asoka sent preachers to this Egypt during the reign of the Ptolemy dynasty. They used to preach religion, cure diseases, live on vegetable food, lead celibate lives, and make sannyasin disciples. They came to found many sects, the Therapeutae, Essenes, Manichaeans, and the like, from which modern Christianity has sprung. It was Egypt that became, during the Ptolemaic rule, the nursery of all learning. Here was that city of Alexandria, famous all over the world for its university, its library, and its literati, that Alexandria which, falling into the hands of illiterate, bigoted, and vulgar Christians, suffered destruction, with its library burnt to ashes and learning stamped out. Finally, the Christians killed the lady servant, Hypatia, subjected her dead body to all sorts of abominable insult, and dragged it through the streets, till every bit of flesh was removed from the bones. And to the south lie the deserts of Arabia, the mother of heroes. Have you ever seen a Bedouin Arab, with a cloak on, and a big kerchief tied on his head with a bunch of woolen strings? That gait, that pose of standing, and that look, you will find in no other country. From head to foot emanates the freedom of open unconfined desert air. There you have the Arab. When the bigotry of the Christians and the barbarity of the Goths extinguished the ancient Greek and Roman civilization, when Persia was trying to hide her internal putrefaction by adding layer after layer of gold leaf upon it, when, in India, the sun of splendor of Pataliputra and Ajay Jain had set, leaving some illiterate, tyrant kings to rule over her, and the corruptions of dreadful obscenities and the worship of lust festering within, when such was the state of the world, this insignificant, semi-brutal Arab race spread like lightning over its surface. There you see a steamer coming from Mecca, with a cargo of pilgrims. Behold the Turk in European dress, the Egyptian in half-European costume, the Syrian Musalman in Iranian attire, and the real Arab wearing a cloth reaching down the knee. Before the time of Mohammed, it was the custom to circumambulate round the Kaaba temple in a state of nudity. Since his time they have to wrap round a cloth. It is for this reason, that our Mohammedans unloose the strings of their trousers, and let their cloth hang down to the feet. Gone are those days for the Arabs. A continual influx of Kafir, Sidi, and Abyssinian blood has changed their physique, energy, and all the Arab of the desert is completely shorn of his former glory. Those that live in the north are peaceful citizens of the Turkish state. But the Christian subjects of the Sultan hate the Turks and love the Arabs. They say that the Arabs are amenable to education, become gentlemen, and are not so troublesome, while the real Turks oppress the Christians very much. Though the desert is very hot, that heat is not enervating. There is no further trouble if you cover your body and head against it. Dry heat is not only not enervating, on the contrary it has a marked toning effect. The people of Rajputana, Arabia, and Africa are illustrations of this. In certain districts of Marvar, men, cattle, horses, and all are strong and of great stature. It is a joy to look at the Arabs and Sidis. Where the heat is moist, as in Bengal, the body is very much enervated, and every animal is weak. The very name of the Red Sea strikes terror into the hearts of the passengers. It is so dreadfully hot, specially in summer, as it is now. Everyone is seated on the deck and recounts a story of some terrible accident, according to his knowledge. The captain has outbidden them all. He says that a few days ago a Chinese man of war was passing through the Red Sea, and her captain and 8 sailors who worked in the coal room died of heat. Indeed, those who work in the coal room have in the first place to stand in a pit of fire, and then there is the terrible heat of the Red Sea. Sometimes they run mad, rush up to the deck, plunge into the sea, and are drowned, or sometimes they die of heat in the engine room itself. These stories were enough to throw us out of our wits, nearly. But fortunately we did not experience so much heat. The breeze, instead of being a south wind, continued to blow from the north, and it was the cool breeze of the Mediterranean. On the 14th of July the steamer cleared the Red Sea and reached Suez.
In front is the Suez Canal. The steamer has cargo for Suez. Well, Egypt is now under a visitation of plague, and possibly we are also carrying its germs. So there is the risk of contagion on both sides. Compared with the precautions taken here against mutual contact, well, those of our country are as nothing. The goods have to be unloaded, but the coolie of Suez must not touch the ship. It meant a good deal of extra trouble for the ship's sailors. They have to serve as coolies, lift up the cargo by means of cranes and drop it, without touching, on the Suez boats which carry it ashore. The agent of the company has come near the ship in a small launch, but he is not allowed to board her. From the launch he is talking with the captain who is in his ship. You must know this is not India, where the white man is beyond the plague regulations, and all here is the beginning of Europe. And all this precaution is taken lest the rat-borne plague finds an entrance into this heaven. The incubation period of plague germs is 10 days, hence the quarantine for 10 days. We have however passed that period, so the disaster has been averted for us. But we shall be quarantined for 10 days more if we but touch any Egyptian. In that case no passengers will be landed either at Naples or at Marseilles. Therefore every kind of work is being done from a distance, free from contact. Consequently it will take them the whole day to unload the cargo in this slow process. The ship can easily cross the canal in the night, if she be provided with a searchlight, but if that is to be fitted, the Suez people will have to touch the ship there. You have 10 days quarantine. She is therefore not to start in the night, and we must remain as we are in the Suez harbor for 24 hours. This is a very beautiful natural harbor, surrounded almost on 3 sides by sandy mounds and hillocks, and the water also is very deep. There are innumerable fish and sharks swimming in it. Nowhere else on earth are sharks in such plenty as in this port and in the port of Sydney. In Australia they are ready to swallow men at the slightest opportunity. Nobody dares to descend into the water. Men, too, on their part are dead against the snakes and sharks and never let slip an opportunity to kill them. In the morning, even before breakfast, we came to learn that big sharks were moving about behind the ship. I had never before an opportunity to see live sharks the last time I came. The ship called at Suez for only a very short time, and that too, close to the town. As soon as we heard of the sharks, we hastened to the spot. The second class was at the stern of the ship, and from its deck, crowds of men, women, and children were leaning over the railings to see the sharks. But our friends, the sharks, had moved off a little when we appeared on the spot, which damped our spirit very much. But we noticed that shoals of a kind of fish with bill-like heads were swimming in the water, and there was a species of very tiny fish in great abundance. Now and then a big fish, greatly resembling the hilsa, was flitting like an arrow hither and thither. I thought, he might be a young shark, but on inquiry I found it was not. Benito was his name. Of course I had formerly read of him, and this also I had read that he was imported into Bengal from the Maldives as dried fish, on big-sized boats. It was also a matter of report that his meat was red and very tasteful. And we were now glad to see his energy and speed. Such a large fish was flitting through the water like an arrow, and in that glassy sea water every movement of his body was noticeable. We were thus watching the Benito's circuits and the restless movements of the tiny fish for 20 minutes of half an hour. Half an hour 3/4 we were almost tired of it, when somebody announced there he was. About a dozen people shouted, "There he is coming." Casting my eyes I found that at some distance a huge black thing was moving towards us, 6 or 7 inches below the surface of the water. Gradually the thing approached nearer and nearer. The huge flat head was visible, now massive his movement, there was nothing of the Benito's flitting in it. But once he turned his head, a big circuit was made. A gigantic fish, on he comes in a solemn gait, while in front of him are 1 or 2 small fish, and a number of tiny ones are playing on his back and all about his body. Some of them are holding fast onto his neck. He is your shark with retinue and followers. The fish which are preceding him are called the pilot fish. Their duty is to show the shark his prey,
and perhaps be favored with crumbs of his meal. But as one looks at the terrible gaping jaws of the shark, one doubts whether they succeed much in this latter respect. The fish which are moving about the shark and climbing on his back, are the suckers. About their chest there is a flat, round portion, nearly 4 by 2 inches, which is furrowed and grooved, like the rubber solace of many English shoes. That portion the fish applies to the shark's body and sticks to it, that makes them appear as if riding on the shark's body and back. They are supposed to live on the worms etc. that grow on the shark's body. The shark must always have his retinue of these two classes of fish. And he never injures them, considering them perhaps as his followers and companions. One of these fish was caught with a small hook and line. Someone slightly pressed the sole of his shoe against its chest, and when he raised his foot, it too was found to adhere to it. In the same way it sticks to the body of the shark. The second-class passengers have got their mettle highly roused. One of them is a military man, and his enthusiasm knows no bounds. Rummaging the ship they found out a terrible hook. It outvied the hooks that are used in Bengal for recovering water pots that have accidentally dropped into wells. To this they tightly fastened about 2 pounds of meat with a strong cord, and a stout cable was tied to it. About 6 feet from it, a big piece of wood was attached to act as a float. Then the hook with the float was dropped in the water. Below the ship a police boat was keeping guard ever since we came, lest there might be any contact between us and the people ashore. On this boat there were 2 men comfortably asleep, which made them much despised in the eyes of the passengers. At this moment they turned out to be great friends. Roused by the tremendous shouts, our friend, the Arab, rubbed his eyes and stood up. He was preparing to tuck up his dress, imagining some trouble was at hand, when he came to understand that so much shouting was nothing more than a request to him to remove the beam that was meant as a float to catch the shark, along with the hook, to a short distance. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and grinning from ear to ear he managed to push the float to some distance by means of a pole. While we in eagerness stood on tiptoe, leaning over the railing, and anxiously waited for the shark, watching his advent with restless eyes, from Jayadeva, the famous Sanskrit poet of Bengal, and as is always the case with those for whom somebody may be waiting with suspense, we suffered a similar fate. In other words, the beloved did not turn up. But all miseries have an end, and suddenly about 100 yards from the ship, something of the shape of a water carrier's leather bag, but much larger, appeared above the surface of the water, and immediately there was the hue and cry, "There is the shark! Silence, you boys and girls! The shark may run off. Hello, you people there, why don't you doff your white hats for a while? The shark may shy." While shouts like these were reaching the ear, the shark, denizen of the salt sea, rushed close by, like a boat under canvas, with a view to doing justice to the lump of pork attached to the hook. 7 or 8 feet more and the shark's jaws would touch the bait. But that massive tail moved a little, and the straight course was transformed into a curve. Alas, the shark has made off. Again the tail slightly moved, and the gigantic body turned and faced the hook. Again he is rushing on, gaping. There, he is about to snap at the bait. Again the cursed tail moved, and the shark wheeled his body off to a distance. Again he is taking a circuit and coming on, he is gaping again. Look now, he has put the bait into his jaws. There, he is tilting on his side. Yes, he has swallowed the bait. Pull, pull, 40 or 50 pull together, pull on with all your might. What tremendous strength the fish has, what struggles he makes, how widely he gapes. Pull, pull. He is about to come above the surface. There he is turning in the water, and again turning on his side. Pull, pull. Alas, he has extricated himself from the bait. The shark has fled. Indeed, what fussy people you all are. You could not wait to give him some time to swallow the bait. And you were impatient enough to pull so soon as he turned on his side. However, it is no use crying over spilt milk. The shark was rid of the hook and made a clean run ahead. Whether he taught the pilot fish a good lesson, we have got no information,
but the fact was that the shark was clean off. And he was tiger-like, having black stripes over his body like a tiger. However, the tiger, with a view to avoiding the dangerous vicinity of the hook, disappeared, with his retinue of pilots and suckers. But there is no need of giving up hopes altogether, for there, just by the side of the retreating tiger is coming on another, a huge flat-headed creature. Alas, sharks have no language. Otherwise tiger would surely have made an open breast of his secret to the newcomer and thus warned him. He would certainly have said, "Hello, my friend, beware, there is a new creature come over there, whose flesh is very tasteful and savory, but what hard bones. Well, I have been born and brought up as a shark these many years and have devoured lots of animals living, dead, and half dead, and filled my stomach with lots of bones, bricks, and stones, and wooden stuff, but compared with these bones they are as butter, I tell you. Look, what has become of my teeth and jaws?" And along with this he would certainly have shown to the newcomer those gaping jaws reaching almost to half his body. And the other two, with characteristic experience of maturer years, would have prescribed for him one or other of such infallible marine remedies as the bile of one fish, the spleen of another, the cooling broth of oysters, and so forth. But since nothing of the kind took place, we must conclude that either the sharks are sadly in want of a language, or that they may have one, but it is impossible to talk under water, therefore until some characters fit for the sharks are discovered, it is impossible to use that language. Or it may be that tiger, mixing too much in human company, has imbibed a bit of human disposition too, and therefore, instead of giving out the real truth, asked Flathead, with a smile, if he was doing well, and bade him goodbye. "Shall I alone be befooled?" Then Bengali poem has it, first goes Bhagirata blowing his conch, then comes Ganga bringing up the rear, etc. Well, of course, no blowing of the conch is heard, but first are going the pilot fish, and behind them comes Flathead, moving his massive body, while round about him dance the suckers. Ah, who can resist such a tempting bait? For a space of 5 yards on all sides, the surface of the sea is glossy with a film of fat, and it is for Flathead himself to say how far the fragrance thereof has spread. Besides, what a spectacle it is! White, and red, and yellow all in one place. It was real English pork, tied round a huge black hook, heaving under water most temptingly. Silence now, every one, don't move about, and see that you don't be too hasty. But take care to keep close to the cable. There, he is moving near the hook, and examining the bait, putting it in his jaws. Let him do so. Hush, now he has turned on his side, look, he is swallowing it whole. Silence, give him time to do it. Then, as Flathead, turning on his side, had leisurely swallowed the bait, and was about to depart, immediately there was the pull behind. Flathead, astonished, jerked his head and wanted to throw the bait off, but it made matters worse. The hook pierced him, and from above, men, young and old, began to pull violently at the cable. Look, the head of the shark is above water, pull, brothers, pull. There, about half the shark's body is above water. Oh, what jaws! It is all jaws and throat, it seems. Pull on. Ah, the whole of it is clear of water. There, the hook has pierced his jaws through and through, pull on. Wait, wait. Hello, you Arab police boatman, will you tie a string round his tail? He is such a huge monster that it is difficult to haul him up otherwise. Take care, brother, a blow from that tail is enough to fracture a horse's leg. Pull on, oh, how very heavy. Good God, what have we here? Indeed, what is it that hangs down from under the shark's belly? Are they not the entrails? His own weight has forced them out? All right, cut them off, and let them drop into the sea, that will make the weight lighter. Pull on, brothers. Oh, it is a fountain of blood. No, there is no use trying to save the clothes. Pull, he is almost within reach. Now,
Set him on the deck, take care, brother, be very careful, if he but charges on anybody, he will bite off a whole arm. And beware of that tail. Now, slacken the rope. Thud. Lord! What a big shark! And with what a thud he fell on board the ship. Well, one cannot be too careful. Strike his head with that beam. Hello, military man, you are a soldier, you are the man to do it. Quite so. The military passenger, with body and clothes splashed with blood, raised the beam and began to land heavy blows on the shark's head. And the women went on shrieking, "Oh dear! How cruel! Don't kill him!" And so forth, but never stopped seeing the spectacle. Let that gruesome scene end here. How the shark's belly was ripped open, how a torrent of blood flowed, how the monster continued to shake and move for a long time even after his entrails and heart had been taken off and his body dismembered, how from his stomach a heap of bones, skin, flesh, and wood, etc. came out. Let all these topics go. Suffice it to say, that I had my meal almost spoilt that day. Everything smelled of that shark. This Suez Canal is a triumph of canal engineering. It was dug by a French engineer, Ferdinand de Lesseps. By connecting the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, it has greatly facilitated the commerce between Europe and India. Of all the causes which have worked for the present state of human civilization from the ancient times, the commerce of India is perhaps the most important. From time immemorial India has beaten all other countries in point of fertility and commercial industries. Up till a century ago, the whole of the world's demand for cotton cloth, cotton, jute, indigo, lac, rice, diamonds, and pearls, etc. used to be supplied from India. Moreover, no other country could produce such excellent silk and woolen fabrics, like the kincob etc. as India. Again, India has been the land of various spices such as cloves, cardamom, pepper, nutmeg, and mace. Naturally, therefore, from very ancient times, whatever country became civilized at any particular epoch, depended upon India for those commodities. This trade used to follow two main routes. One was through land, via Afghanistan and Persia, and the other was by sea through the Red Sea. After his conquest of Persia, Alexander the Great dispatched a general named Nearchus to explore a sea route, passing by the mouth of the Indus, across the ocean, and through the Red Sea. Most people are ignorant of the extent to which the opulence of ancient countries like Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome depended on Indian commerce. After the downfall of Rome, Baghdad in Mohammedan territory, and Venice and Genoa in Italy, became the chief western marts of Indian commerce. And when the Turks made themselves masters of the Roman Empire and closed the trade route to India for the Italians, then Christopher Columbus, Cristobal Colon, a Spaniard, or Genos, tried to explore a new route to India across the Atlantic, which resulted in the discovery of the American continent. Even after reaching America, Columbus could not get rid of the delusion that it was India. It is therefore that the aborigines of America are to this day designated as Indians. In the Vedas we find both names, Sindhu and Indu, for the Indus. The Persians transformed them into Hindu, and the Greeks into Indus, whence we derived the words India and Indian. With the rise of Mohammedanism the word Hindu became degraded and meant a dark-skinned fellow, as is the case with the word native now. The Portuguese, in the meantime, discovered a new route to India, doubling Africa. The fortune of India smiled on Portugal. Then came the turn of the French, the Dutch, the Danes, and the English. Indian commerce, Indian revenue, and all are now in the possession of the English. It is therefore that they are the foremost of all nations now. But now, Indian products are being grown in countries like America and elsewhere, even better than in India, and she has therefore lost something of her prestige. This the Europeans are unwilling to admit. That India, the India of natives, is the chief means and resources of their wealth and civilization, is a fact which they refuse to admit, or even understand. We too, on our part, must not cease to bring it home to them. Just weigh the matter in your mind. Those uncared for lower classes of India, the peasants and weavers and the rest, who have been conquered by foreigners and are looked down upon by their own people. It is they who from time immemorial have been working silently, without even getting the remuneration of their labors. But what great changes are taking place slowly, all over the world, in pursuance of nature's law. Countries, civilizations, and supremacy are undergoing revolutions. Ye laboring classes of India, as a result of your silent, constant labors, Babylon, Persia, Alexandria, Greece, Rome, Venice, Genoa, Baghdad, Samarkand, Spain, Portugal, France, Denmark, Holland, and England have successively attained supremacy and eminence. And you? Well, who cares to think of you? My dear Swami, your ancestors wrote a few philosophical works, penned a dozen or so epics, or built a number of temples, that is all, and you rend the skies with triumphal shouts, while those whose heart's blood has contributed to all the progress that has been made in the world, well, who cares to praise them? The world-conquering heroes of spirituality, war, and poetry are in the eyes of all, and they have received the homage of mankind. But where nobody looks, no one gives a word of encouragement, where everybody hates that living amid such circumstances and displaying boundless patience, infinite love, and dauntless practicality, our proletariat are doing their duty in their homes day and night, without the slightest murmur. Well, is there no heroism in this? Many turn out to be heroes when they have got some great task to perform. Even a coward easily gives up his life, and the most selfish man behaves disinterestedly, when there is a multitude to cheer them on, but blessed indeed is he who manifests the same unselfishness and devotion to duty in the smallest of acts, unnoticed by all. And it is you who are actually doing this, yet ever trampled laboring classes of India. I bow to you. This Suez Canal is also a thing of remote antiquity. During the reign of the pharaohs in Egypt, a number of lagoons were connected with one another by a channel and formed a canal touching both seas. During the rule of the Roman Empire in Egypt also, attempts were made now and then to keep that channel open. Then the Mohammedan general Amru, after his conquest of Egypt, dug out the sand and changed certain features of it, so that it became almost transformed. After that nobody paid much attention to it. The present canal was excavated by Khedive Ismail of Egypt, the viceroy of the Sultan of Turkey, according to the advice of the French, and mostly through French capital. The difficulty with this canal is that owing to its running through a desert, it again and again becomes filled with sand. Only one good-sized merchant ship can pass through it at a time, and it is said that very big men of war or merchantmen can never pass through it. Now, with a view to preventing incoming and outgoing ships from colliding against each other, the whole canal has been divided into a number of sections, and at both ends of each section there are open spaces broad enough for 2 or 3 ships to lie at anchor together. The head office is at the entrance to the Mediterranean, and there are stations in every section like railway stations. As soon as a ship enters the canal, messages are continually wired to this head office, where reports of how many ships are coming in and how many are going out, with their position at particular moments, are telegraphed, and are marked on a big map. To prevent one ship confronting another, no ship is allowed to leave any station without a line clear. The Suez Canal is in the hands of the French. Though the majority of shares of the canal company are now owned by the English, yet, by a political agreement, the entire management rests with the French. Now comes the Mediterranean. There is no more memorable region than this, outside India. It marks the end of Asia, Africa, and of ancient civilization. One type of manners and customs and modes of living ends here, and another type of features and temperament, food and dress, customs and habits begins. We enter Europe. Not only this, but here also is the great center of that historical admixture of colors, races, civilizations, culture, and customs, which extending over many centuries has led to the birth of modern civilization. That religion, and culture, and civilization, and extraordinary prowess which today have encircled the globe were born here in the region surrounding the Mediterranean. There, on the south, is the very, very ancient Egypt, the birthplace of sculpture overflowing in wealth and foodstuffs. On the east is Asia Minor, the ancient arena of the Phoenician, Philistine, Jewish, valiant Babylonian, Assyrian, and Persian civilizations, and on the north, the land where the Greeks' wonders of the world flourished in ancient times. Well, Swami, you have had enough of countries, and rivers, and mountains, and seas. Now listen to a little of ancient history. Most wonderful are these annals of ancient days, not fiction, but truth, the true history of the human race. These ancient countries were almost buried in oblivion for eternity. The little that people knew of them consisted almost exclusively of the curiously fictitious compositions of the ancient Greek historians, or the miraculous descriptions of the Jewish mythology called the Bible. Now the inscriptions on ancient stones, buildings, rooms, and tiles, and linguistic analysis are voluble in their narration of the history of those countries. This recounting has but just commenced, but even now it has unearthed most wonderful tales, and who knows what more it will do in future. Great scholars of all countries are puzzling their heads day and night over a bit of rock inscription or a broken utensil, a building, or a tile, and discovering the tales of ancient days sunk in oblivion. When the Mohammedan leader Osman occupied Constantinople, and the banner of Islam began to flutter triumphantly over the whole of Eastern Europe, then those books and that learning and culture of the ancient Greeks which were kept hidden with their powerless descendants spread over Western Europe in the wake of the retreating Greeks. Though subjected for a long time to the Roman rule, the Greeks were the teachers of the Romans in point of learning and culture. So much so that owing to the Greeks embracing Christianity and the Christian Bible being written in the Greek tongue, Christianity got a hold over the whole Roman Empire. But the ancient Greeks, whom we call the Yavnas, and who were the first teachers of European civilization, attained the zenith of their culture long before the Christians. Ever since they became Christians, all their learning and culture was extinguished. But as some part of the culture of their ancestors is still preserved in the Hindu homes, so it was with the Christian Greeks. These books found their way all over Europe. This it was that gave the first impetus to civilization among the English, German, French, and other nations. There was a craze for learning the Greek language and Greek arts. First of all, they swallowed everything that was in those books. Then, as their own intelligence began to brighten up, and sciences began to develop, they commenced researches as to the date, author, subject, and authenticity, etc. of those books. There was no restriction whatever in passing free opinions on all books of the non-Christian Greeks, barring only the scriptures of the Christians, and consequently there cropped up a new science, that of external and internal criticism. Suppose, for instance, that it is written in a book that such and such an incident took place on such and such a date. But must a thing be accepted as authentic, simply because someone has been pleased to write something about it in a book? It was customary with people, specially of those times, to write many things from imagination. Moreover, they had very scanty knowledge about nature, and even of this earth we live in. All these raised grave doubts as to the authenticity of the subject matter of a book. Suppose, for instance, that a Greek historian has written that on such and such a date there was a king in India called Chandragupta. If now, the books of India, too, mention that king under that particular date, the matter is certainly proved to a great extent. If a few coins of Chandragupta's reign be found, or a building of his time which contains references to him, the veracity of the matter is then assured. Suppose another book records a particular incident as taking place in the reign of Alexander the Great, but there is mention of one or two Roman emperors in such a way that they cannot be taken as interpolations, then that book is proved not to belong to Alexander's time. Or again, language. Every language undergoes some change through the lapse of time, and authors have also their own peculiar style. If in any book there is suddenly introduced a description which has no bearing on the subject, and is in a style quite different from the author's, it will readily be suspected as an interpolation. Thus a new science of ascertaining the truth about a book, by means of doubting and testing and proving in various ways, was discovered. To add to this, modern science began, with rapid strides, to throw new light on things from all sides, with the results that any book that contained a reference to supernatural incidents came to be wholly disbelieved. To crown all, there were the entrance of the tidal wave of Sanskrit into Europe and the deciphering of ancient lapidary inscriptions found in India, on the banks of the Euphrates, and in Egypt, as well as the discovery of temples etc., hidden for ages under the earth or on hillsides, and the correct reading of their history. I have already said that this new science of research set the Bible or the New Testament books quite apart. Now there are no longer the tortures of the Inquisition, there is only the fear of social obloquy. Disregarding that, many scholars have subjected those books also to a stringent analysis. Let us hope that as they mercilessly hack the Hindu and other scriptures to pieces, they will in time show the same moral courage towards the Jewish and Christian scriptures also. Let me give an illustration to explain why I say this. Maspero, a great savant and a highly reputed author on Egyptology, has written a voluminous history of the Egyptians and Babylonians entitled Histoire ancienne orientale. A few years ago I read an English translation of the book by an English archaeologist. This time, on my asking a librarian of the British Museum about certain books on Egypt and Babylon, Maspero's book was mentioned. And when he learnt that I had with me an English translation of the book, he said that it would not do, for the translator was a rather bigoted Christian, and wherever Maspero's researches hit Christianity in any way, he, the translator, had managed to twist and torture those passages. He recommended me to read the book in original French. And on reading I found it was just as he had said, a terrible problem indeed. You know very well what a queer thing religious bigotry is. It makes a mess of truth and untruth. Thenceforth my faith in the translations of those research works has been greatly shaken. Another new science has developed, ethnology, that is, the classification of men from an examination of their color, hair, physique, shape of the head, language, and so forth. The Germans, though masters in all sciences, are specially expert in Sanskrit and ancient Assyrian culture. Benfey and other German scholars are illustrations of this. The French are skilled in Egyptology. Scholars like Maspero are French. The Dutch are famous for their analysis of Jewish and ancient Christian religions. Writers like Cannon have attained a world celebrity. The English inaugurate many sciences and then leave off. Let me now tell you some of the opinions of these scholars. If you do not like their views, you may fight them, but pray, do not lay the blame on me. According to the Hindus, Jews, ancient Babylonians, Egyptians, and other ancient races, all mankind have descended from the same primeval parents. People do not much believe in this now. Have you ever seen jet black, flat-nosed, thick-lipped, curly-haired Kafirs with receding foreheads? And have you seen the Santals and Andamanese and Bhils with about the same features, but of shorter stature, and with hair less curly? The first class are called Negroes, these live in Africa. The second class are called Negritos, little Negroes. In ancient times these used to inhabit certain parts of Arabia, portions of the banks of the Euphrates, the southern part of Persia, the whole of India, the Andamans and other islands, even as far as Australia. In modern times they are to be met with in certain forests and jungles of India, in the Andamans, and in Australia. Have you seen the Lepchas, Budayas, and Chinese white or yellow in color, and with straight black hair? They have dark eyes, but these are set so as to form an angle, scanty beard and mustache, a flat face, and very prominent malar bones. Have you seen the Nepalese, Burmese, Siamese, Malays, and Japanese? They have the same shape, but have shorter stature. The two species of this type are called Mongols and Mongoloids, little Mongols. The Mongolians have now occupied the greater part of Asia. It is they who, divided into many branches such as the Mongols, Kalmucks, Huns, Chinese, Tartars, Turks, Manchus, Kyrgyz, etc., lead a nomadic life, carrying tents and tending sheep, goats, cattle, and horses, and whenever an opportunity occurs, sweep like a swarm of locusts and unhinge the world. These Chinese and Tibetans alone are an exception to this. They are also known by the name of Turanians. It is the Turan which you find in the popular phrase, Iran and Turan.
a race of a dark color but with straight hair, straight nose, and straight dark eyes, used to inhabit ancient Egypt and ancient Babylonia and now live all over India, especially in the southern portion. In Europe also one finds traces of them in rare places. They form one race, and have the technical name of Dravidians. Another race has white color, straight eyes, but ears and noses curved and thick towards the tip, receding foreheads, and thick lips as, for instance, the people of North Arabia, the modern Jews and the ancient Babylonians, Assyrians, Phoenicians, etc. Their languages also have a common stock, these are called the Semitic race. And those who speak a language allied to Sanskrit, who have straight noses, mouths, and eyes, a white complexion, black or brown hair, dark or blue eyes, are called Aryans. All the modern races have sprung from an admixture of these races. A country which has a preponderance of one or other of these races, has also its language and physiognomy mostly like those of that particular race. It is not a generally accepted theory in the West that a warm country produces dark complexion and a cold country white complexion. Many are of opinion that the existing shades between black and white have been the outcome of a fusion of races. According to scholars, the civilizations of Egypt and ancient Babylonia are the oldest. Houses and remains of buildings are to be met with in these countries dating 6000 BC or even earlier. In India the oldest building that may have been discovered date back to Chandragupta's time at the most, that is, only 300 BC. Houses of greater antiquity have not yet been discovered. The ancient remains at Harappa, Mohenjo-daro etc., in the Indus Valley in northwest India, which prove the existence of an advanced city civilization in India dating back to more than 3000 BC, were not dug out before 1922. Ed. But there are books, etc., of a far earlier date, which one cannot find in any other country. Pundit Bal Gangadhar Tilak has brought evidence to show that the Vedas of the Hindus existed in the present form at least 5,000 years before the Christian era. The borders of this Mediterranean were the birthplace of that European civilization which has now conquered the world. On these shores the Semitic races such as the Egyptians, Babylonians, Phoenicians, and Jews, and the Aryan races such as the Persians, Greeks, and Romans, fused together to form the modern European civilization. A big stone slab with inscriptions on it, called the Rosetta Stone, was discovered in Egypt. On this there are inscriptions in hieroglyphics, below which there is another kind of writing, and below them all there are inscriptions resembling Greek characters. A scholar conjectured that those three sets of inscriptions presented the same thing, and he deciphered these ancient Egyptian inscriptions with the help of Coptic characters, the Copts being the Christian race who yet inhabit Egypt and who are known as the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. Similarly, the cuneiform characters inscribed on the bricks and tiles of the Babylonians were also gradually deciphered. Meanwhile, certain Indian inscriptions in plough-shaped characters were discovered as belonging to the time of Emperor Asoka. No earlier inscriptions than these have been discovered in India. The Indus script is now known to be contemporary with Sumerian and Egyptian. Ed. The hieroglyphics inscribed on various kinds of temples, columns, and sarcophagi all over Egypt are being gradually deciphered and making Egyptian antiquity more lucid. The Egyptians entered into Egypt from a southern country called Punt, across the seas. Some say that Punt is the modern Malabar, and that the Egyptians and Dravidians belong to the same race. Their first king was named Menes, and their ancient religion too resembles in some parts our mythological tales. The god Shiva was enveloped by the goddess Nui. Later on another god Shu came and forcibly removed Nui. Nui's body became the sky, and her 2 hands and 2 legs became the 4 pillars of that sky. And Shiva became the earth. Osiris and Isis, the son and daughter of Nui, are the chief god and goddess in Egypt, and their son Horus is the object of universal worship. These three used to be worshipped in a group. Isis, again, is worshipped in the form of the cow. Like the Nile on earth, there is another Nile in the sky, of which the terrestrial Nile is only a part. According to the Egyptians, the sun travels round the earth in a boat, now and then a serpent called Ahi devours him, then an eclipse takes place.
The moon is periodically attacked by a boar and torn to pieces, from which he takes 15 days to recover. The deities of Egypt are some of them jackal-faced, some hawk-faced, others cow-faced, and so on. Simultaneously with this, another civilization had its rise on the banks of the Euphrates. Baal, Moloch, Istarte, and Damusa were the chief of deities here. Istarte fell in love with a shepherd named Damusa. A boar killed the latter and Istarte went to Hades, below the earth, in search of him. There she was subjected to various tortures by the terrible goddess Alad. At last Istarte declared that she would no more return to earth unless she got Damusa back. This was a great difficulty, she was the goddess of sex impulse, and unless she went back, neither men, nor animals, nor vegetables would multiply. Then the gods made a compromise that every year Damusa was to reside in Hades for 4 months and live on earth during the remaining 8 months. Then Istarte returned, there was the advent of spring and a good harvest followed. Thus Damusa again is known under the name of Adonai or Adonis. The religion of all the Semitic races, with slight minor variations, was almost the same. The Babylonians, Jews, Phoenicians, and Arabs of a later date used the same form of worship. Almost every god was called Moloch, the word which persists to this day in the Bengali language as Malik, ruler, Muluk, kingdom, and so forth, or Baal, but of course there were minor differences. According to some, the god called Alat afterwards turned into Allah of the Arab. The worship of these gods also included certain terrible and abominable rites. Before Moloch or Baal, children used to be burnt alive. In the temple of Istarte, the natural and unnatural satisfaction of lust was the principal feature. The history of the Jewish race is much more recent than that of Babylon. According to scholars, the scripture known as the Bible was composed from 500 BC to several years after the Christian era. Many portions of the Bible which are generally supposed to be of earlier origin belong to a much later date. The main topics of the Bible concern the Babylonians. The Babylonian cosmology and description of the deluge have in many parts been incorporated wholesale into the Bible. Over and above this, during the rule of the Persian emperors in Asia Minor, many Persian doctrines found acceptance among the Jews. According to the Old Testament, this world is all, there is neither soul nor an afterlife. In the New Testament there is mention of the Parsi doctrines of an afterlife and resurrection of the dead, while the theory of Satan exclusively belongs to the Parsis. The principal feature of the Jewish religion is the worship of Yahweh Moloch. But this name does not belong to the Jewish language, according to some it is an Egyptian word. But nobody knows whence it came. There are descriptions in the Bible that the Israelites lived confined in Egypt for a long time, but all this is seldom accepted now, and the patriarchs such as Abraham and Isaac and Joseph are proved to be mere allegories. The Jews would not utter the name Yahweh, in place of which they used to say Adonai. When the Jews became divided into 2 branches, Israel and Ephraim, 2 principal temples were constructed in the 2 countries. In the temple that was built by the Israelites in Jerusalem, an image of Yahweh, consisting of a male and female figure united, was preserved in a coffer, ark, and there was a big phallic column at the door. In Ephraim, Yahweh used to be worshipped in the form of a gold-covered bull. In both places it was the practice to consign the eldest son alive to the flames before the god, and a band of women used to live in both the temples, within the very precincts of which they used to lead most immoral lives, and their earnings were utilized for temple expenditure. In course of time there appeared among the Jews a class of men who used to invoke the presence of deities in their person by means of music or dance. They were called prophets. Many of these, through association with the Persians, set themselves against image worship, sacrifice of sons, immorality, prostitution, and such other practices. By degrees, circumcision took the place of human sacrifice, and prostitution and image worship etc. gradually disappeared. In course of time from among these prophets Christianity had its rise. There is a great dispute as to whether there ever was born a man with the name of Jesus. Of the 4 books comprising the New Testament, the book of St. John has been rejected by some as spurious. As to the remaining 3, the verdict is that they have been copied from some ancient book, and that, too, long after the date ascribed to Jesus Christ. Moreover, about the time that Jesus is believed to have been born among the Jews themselves, there were born two historians, Josephus and Philo. They have mentioned even petty sects among the Jews, but not made the least reference to Jesus or the Christians, or that the Roman judge sentenced him to death on the cross. Josephus' book had a single line about it, which has now been proved to be an interpolation. The Romans used to rule over the Jews at that time, and the Greeks taught all sciences and arts. They have all written a good many things about the Jews, but made no mention of either Jesus or the Christians. Another difficulty is that the sayings, precepts, or doctrines which the New Testament preaches were already in existence among the Jews before the Christian era, having come from different quarters, and were being preached by rabbis like Hillel and others. These are what scholars say, but they cannot, with safety to their reputation, give oracular verdicts offhand on their own religion, as they are wont to do with regard to alien religions. So they proceed slowly. This is what is called higher criticism. The Western scholars are thus studying the religions, customs, races, etc., of different and far-off countries. But we have nothing of the kind in Bengali. And how is it possible? If a man after 10 years of hard labor translates a book of this kind, well, what will he himself live upon, and where will he get the funds to publish his book? In the first place, our country is very poor, and in the second place, there is practically no cultivation of learning. Shall such a day dawn for our country when we shall be cultivating various kinds of arts and sciences? She whose grace makes the dumb eloquent and the lame to scale mountains, she, the Divine Mother, only knows. The ship touched Naples, we reached Italy. The capital of Italy is Rome, the capital of that ancient, most powerful Roman Empire, whose politics, military science, art of colonization, and foreign conquest are to this day the model for the whole world. After leaving Naples the ship called at Marseilles, and then straight at London. You have already heard a good deal about Europe, what they eat, how they dress, what are their manners and customs, and so forth, so I need not write on this. But about European civilization, its origin, its relation to us, and the extent to which we should adopt it, about such things I shall have much to say in future. The body is no respecter of persons, dear brother, so I shall try to speak about them some other time. Or what is the use? Well, who on earth can be with us, specially the Bengalis, as regards talking and discussing? Show it in action if you can. Let your work proclaim, and let the tongue rest. But let me mention one thing in passing, viz. that Europe began to advance from the date that learning and power began to flow in among the poor lower classes. Lots of suffering poor people of other countries, cast off like refuse as it were, find a house and shelter in America, and these are the very backbone of America. It matters little whether rich men and scholars listen to you, understand you, and praise or blame you, they are merely the ornaments, the decorations of the country. It is the millions of poor lower class people who are its life. Numbers do not count, nor does wealth or poverty. A handful of men can throw the world off its hinges, provided they are united in thought, word, and deed. Never forget this conviction. The more opposition there is, the better. Does a river acquire velocity unless there is resistance? The newer and better a thing is, the more opposition it will meet with at the outset. It is opposition which foretells success. Where there is no opposition there is no success either. Goodbye. Memoirs of European Travel. Translated from Bengali. 2. We have an adage among us that one that has a disc-like pattern on the solace of his feet becomes a vagabond. I fear, I have my solace inscribed all over with them. And there is not much room for probability, either. I have tried my best to discover them by scrutinizing the solace, but all to no purpose. The feet have been dreadfully cracked through the severity of cold, and no discs or anything of the kind could be traced. However, when there is the tradition, I take it for granted that my solace are full of those signs.
but the results are quite patent. It was my cherished desire to remain in Paris for some time and study the French language and civilization. I left my old friends and acquaintances and put up with a new friend, a Frenchman of ordinary means, who knew no English, and my French well, it was something quite extraordinary. I had this in mind, that the inability to live like a dumb man would naturally force me to talk French, and I would attain fluency in that language in no time. But on the contrary, I am now on a tour through Vienna, Turkey, Greece, Egypt, and Jerusalem. Well, who can stem the course of the inevitable? And this letter I am writing to you from the last remaining capital of Mohammedan supremacy, from Constantinople. I have 3 traveling companions, 2 of them French and the third an American. The American is Miss MacLeod, whom you know very well. The French male companion is Monsieur Jules Bois, a famous philosopher and litterateur of France, and the French lady friend is the world-renowned singer, Mademoiselle Cave. Mr. is Monsieur in the French language, and Miss is Mademoiselle with a Z sound. Mademoiselle Cave is the foremost opera singer of the present day. Her musical performances are so highly appreciated that she has an annual income of 3 to 4 lakhs of rupees, solely from singing. I had previously been acquainted with her. The foremost actress in the West, Madame Sarah Bernhardt, and the foremost singer, Cave, are both of them of French extraction, and both totally ignorant of English, but they visit England and America occasionally and earn millions of dollars by acting and singing. French is the language of the civilized world, the mark of gentility in the West, and everybody knows it. Consequently, these 2 ladies have neither the leisure nor the inclination to learn English. Madame Bernhardt is an aged lady, but when she steps on the stage after dressing, her imitation of the age and sex of the role she plays is perfect. A girl or a boy, whatever part you want her to play, she is an exact representation of that. And that wonderful voice? People here say her voice has the ring of silver strings. Madame Bernhardt has a special regard for India. She tells me again and again that our country is très ancienne, très civilisé, very ancient and very civilized. One year she performed a drama touching on India, in which she set up a whole Indian street scene on the stage, men, women, and children, sadhus and nagas, and everything an exact picture of India. After the performance she told me that for about a month she had visited every museum and made herself acquainted with the men and women and their dress, the streets and bathing ghats and everything relating to India. Madame Bernhardt has a very strong desire to visit India. C'est mon rêve. It is the dream of my life, she says. Again, the Prince of Wales, His late Majesty King Edward VII, the then Prince of Wales, has promised to take her over to a tiger and elephant hunting excursion. But then she said she must spend some 2 lakhs of rupees if she went to India. She is of course in no want of money. La Divine Sarah, the Divine Sarah is her name. How can she want money, she who never travels but by a special train? That pomp and luxury many a prince of Europe cannot afford to indulge in. One can only secure a seat for her performance by paying double the fees, and that a month in advance. Well, she is not going to suffer want of money. But Sarah Bernhardt is given to spending lavishly. Her travel to India is therefore put off for the present. Mademoiselle Cave will not sing this winter, she will take a rest and is going to temperate climates like Egypt, etc. I am going as her guest. Cave has not devoted herself to music alone, she is sufficiently learned and has a great love for philosophical and religious literature. She was born amidst very poor circumstances. Gradually, through her own genius and undergoing great labor and much hardship, she has now amassed a large fortune and has become the object of adoration of kings and potentates. There are famous lady singers, such as Madame Melba, Madame Emma Ames and others, and very distinguished singers, such as Jean Deriska, Plancon, and the rest, all of whom earn 2 or 3 lakhs of rupees a year. But with Cave's art is coupled a unique genius. Extraordinary beauty, youth, genius, and a celestial voice, all these have conspired to raise Cave to the forefront of all singers. But there is no better teacher than pain and poverty. That extreme penury and pain and hardship of childhood, a constant struggle against which has won for Cave this victory,
have engendered a remarkable sympathy and a profound seriousness in her life. Again, in the West, there are ample opportunities along with the enterprising spirit. But in our country, there is a sad dearth of opportunities, even if the spirit of enterprise be not absent. The Bengali woman may be keen after acquiring education, but it comes to naught for want of opportunities. And what is there to learn from in the Bengali language? At best some poor novels and dramas. Then again, learning is confined at present to a foreign tongue or to Sanskrit and is only for the chosen few. In these Western countries there are innumerable books in the mother tongue. Over and above that, whenever something new comes out in a foreign tongue, it is at once translated and placed before the public. Monsieur Jules Poix is a famous writer. He is particularly an adept in the discovery of historical truths in the different religions and superstitions. He has written a famous book putting into historical form the devil worship, sorcery, necromancy, incantation, and such other rites that were in vogue in medieval Europe, and the traces of those that obtain to this day. He is a good poet, and is an advocate of the Indian Vedantic ideas that have crept into the great French poets, such as Victor Hugo and Lamartine and others, and the great German poets, such as Goethe, Schiller, and the rest. The influence of Vedanta on European poetry and philosophy is very great. Every good poet is a Vedantin, I find, and whoever writes some philosophical treatise has to draw upon Vedanta in some shape or other. Only some of them do not care to admit this indebtedness, and want to establish their complete originality, as Herbert Spencer and others, for instance. But the majority do openly acknowledge. And how can they help it in these days of telegraphs and railways and newspapers? M. Jules Poix is very modest and gentle, and though a man of ordinary means, he very cordially received me as a guest into his house in Paris. Now he is accompanying us for travel. We have 2 other companions on the journey as far as Constantinople, Père Hyacinth and his wife. Père, i.e. Father Hyacinth, was a monk of a strict ascetic section of the Roman Catholic Church. His scholarship, extraordinary eloquence, and great austerities won for him a high reputation in France and in the whole Catholic order. The great poet, Victor Hugo, used to praise the French style of 2 men. One of these was Père Hyacinth. At 40 years of age, Père Hyacinth fell in love with an American woman and eventually married her. This created a great sensation, and of course the Catholic order immediately gave him up. Discarding his ascetic garb of bare feet and loose-fitting cloak, Père Hyacinth took up the hat, coat, and boots of the householder and became Monsieur Loyson. I, however, call him by his former name. It is an old tale, and the matter was the talk of the whole continent. The Protestants received him with honor, but the Catholics began to hate him. The Pope, in consideration of his attainments, was unwilling to part with him and asked him to remain a Greek Catholic priest, and not abandon the Roman Church. The priests of the Greek Catholic section are allowed to marry but once, but do not get any high position. Mrs. Loyson, however, forcibly dragged him out of the Pope's fold. In course of time they had children and grandchildren. Now the very aged Loyson is going to Jerusalem to try to establish cordial relations among the Christians and Mussulmans. His wife had perhaps seen many visions that Loyson might possibly turn out to be a second Martin Luther and overthrow the Pope's throne into the Mediterranean. But nothing of the kind took place, and the only result was, as the French say, that he was placed between 2 stools. But Madame Loyson still cherishes her curious daydreams. Old Loyson is very affable in speech, modest, and of a distinctly devotional turn of mind. Whenever he meets me, he holds pretty long talks about various religions and creeds. But being of a devotional temperament, he is a little afraid of the Advaita. Madame Loyson's attitude towards me is, I fear, rather unfavorable. When I discuss with the old man such topics as renunciation and monasticism etc., all those long-cherished sentiments wake up in his aged breast, and his wife most probably smarts all the while. Besides, all French people, of both sexes, lay the whole blame on the wife. They say, that woman has spoiled one of our great ascetic monks. Madame Loison is really in a sorry predicament, especially as they live in Paris, in a Catholic country. They hate the very sight of a married priest. No Catholic would ever tolerate the preaching of religion by a man with family. And Madame Loison has a bit of animus also. Once she expressed her dislike of an actress, saying, "It is very bad of you to live with Mr. So-and-so without marrying him." The actress immediately retorted, "I am 1,000 times better than you. I live with a common man, it may be, I have not legally married him, whereas you are a great sinner, you have made such a great monk break his religious vows. If you were so desperately in love with the monk, why, you might as well live as his attending maid, but why did you bring ruin on him by marrying him and thus converting him into a householder? However, I hear all and keep silent. But old Père Hyacinth is a really sweet-natured and peaceful man, he is happy with his wife and family, and what can the whole French people have to say against this? I think, everything would be settled if but his wife climbed down a bit. But one thing I notice, viz. that men and women, in every country, have different ways of understanding and judging things. Men have one angle of vision, women another, men argue from one standpoint, women from another. Men extenuate women and lay the blame on men, while women exonerate men and heap all the blame on women. One special benefit I get from the company of these ladies and gentlemen is that, except the one American lady, no one knows English. Talking in English is wholly eschewed. It is not etiquette in the West to talk in company any language but one known to all party, and consequently somehow or other I have to talk as well as hear French. From Paris our friend Maxim has supplied me with letters of introduction to various places, so that the countries may be properly seen. Maxim is the inventor of the famous Maxim gun, the gun that sends off a continuous round of balls and is loaded and discharged automatically without intermission. Maxim is by birth an American. Now he has settled in England, where he has his gun factories etc. Maxim is vexed if anybody alludes too frequently to his guns in his presence and says, "My friend, have I done nothing else except invent that engine of destruction?" Maxim is an admirer of China and India and is a good writer on religion and philosophy etc. Having read my works long since, he holds me in great, I should say, excessive admiration. He supplies guns to all kings and rulers and is well known in every country. Though his particular friend is Li Hongchang, his special regard is for China and his devotion for Confucianism. He is in the habit of writing occasionally in the newspapers, under Chinese pseudonyms, against the Christians about what takes them to China, their real motive, and so forth. He cannot at all bear the Christian missionaries preaching their religion in China. His wife also is just like her husband in her regard for China and hatred of Christianity. Maxim has no issue, he is an old man, and immensely rich. The tour program was as follows: from Paris to Vienna, and thence to Constantinople, by rail, then by steamer to Athens and Greece, then across the Mediterranean to Egypt, then Asia Minor, Jerusalem, and so on. The Oriental Express runs daily from Paris to Constantinople, and is provided with sleeping, sitting, and dining accommodations after the American model. Though not perfect like the American cars, they are fairly well furnished. I am to leave Paris by that train on October 24, 1900. Today is the October 23rd, tomorrow evening I am to take leave of Paris. This year Paris is a center of the civilized world, for it is the year of the Paris exhibition, and there has been an assemblage of eminent men and women from all quarters of the globe. The masterminds of all countries have met today in Paris to spread the glory of their respective countries by means of their genius. The fortunate man whose name the bells of this great center will ring today will at the same time crown his country also with glory, before the world. And where art thou, my motherland, Bengal, in the great capital city swarming with German, French, English, Italian, and other scholars? Who is there to utter thy name? Who is there to proclaim thy existence? From among that white galaxy of geniuses there stepped forth one distinguished youthful hero to proclaim the name of our motherland, Bengal. It was the world-renowned scientist, Dr. later, Sir
J.C. Bose. Alone, the youthful Bengali physicist, with galvanic quickness, charmed the Western audience today with his splendid genius, that electric charge-infused pulsations of new life into the half-dead body of the motherland. At the top of all physicists today is Jagdish Chandra Bose, an Indian, a Bengali. Well done, hero. Whichever countries Dr. Bose and his accomplished, ideal wife may visit, everywhere they glorify India, add fresh laurels to the crown of Bengal. Blessed pair. And the daily reunion of numbers of distinguished men and women which Mr. Leggett brought about at an enormous expense in his Parisian mansion, by inviting them to at homes that too ends today. All types of distinguished personages, poets, philosophers, scientists, moralists, politicians, singers, professors, painters, artists, sculptors, musicians, and so on, of both sexes used to be assembled in Mr. Leggett's residence, attracted by his hospitality and kindness. That incessant outflow of words, clear and limpid like a mountain fall, that expression of sentiments emanating from all sides like sparks of fire, bewitching music, the magic current of thoughts from master minds coming into conflict with one another which used to hold all spellbound, making them forgetful of time and place, these too shall end. Everything on earth has an end. Once again I took a round over the Paris exhibition today, this accumulated mass of dazzling ideas, like lightning held steady as it were, this unique assemblage of celestial panorama on earth. It has been raining in Paris for the last 2 or 3 days. During all this time the sun, who is ever kind to France, has held back his accustomed grace. Perhaps his face has been darkened over with clouds in disgust to witness the secretly flowing current of sensuality behind this assemblage of arts and artists, learning and learned folk, or perhaps he has hid his face under a pall of cloud in grief over the impending destruction of this elusive heaven of party-coloured wood and canvas. We too shall be happy to escape. The breaking up of the exhibition is a big affair. The streets of this heaven on earth, the Eden-like Paris, will be filled with knee-deep mud and mortar. With the exception of 1 or 2 main buildings, all the houses and their parts are but a display of wood and rags and whitewashing, just as the whole world is. And when they are demolished, the lime dust flies about and is suffocating, rags and sand etc. make the streets exceedingly dirty, and, if it rains in addition, it is an awful mess. In the evening of October 24 the train left Paris. The night was dark and nothing could be seen. Monsieur Bois and myself occupied one compartment and early went to bed. On awakening from sleep we found we had crossed the French frontier and entered German territory. I had already seen Germany thoroughly, but Germany, after France, produces quite a jarring effect. On the one hand the moon is setting, from Kalidas's Shakuntala. The world encompassing France is slowly consuming herself in the fire of contemplated retribution, while on the other hand, Central East, young, and mighty Germany has begun her upward march above the horizon with rapid strides. On one side is the artistic workmanship of the dark-haired, comparatively short-statured, luxurious, highly civilized French people, to whom art means life, and on the other, the clumsy daubing, the unskillful manipulation, of tawny-haired, tall, gigantic German. After Paris there is no other city in the Western world. Everywhere it is an imitation of Paris, or at least an attempt at it. But in France that art is full of grace and ethereal beauty, while in Germany, England, and America the imitation is coarse and clumsy. Even the application of force on the part of the French is beautiful, as it were, whereas the attempt of the Germans to display beauty even is terrible. The countenance of French genius, even when frowning in anger, is beautiful; that of German genius, even when beaming with smiles, appears frightful, as it were. French civilization is full of nerve, like camphor or musket volatiles, and pervades the room in a moment, while German civilization is full of muscle, heavy like lead or mercury. It remains motionless and inert wherever it lies. The German muscle can go on striking small blows untiringly, till death. The French have tender, feminine bodies, but when they do concentrate and strike, it is a sledge-hammer blow and is irresistible. The Germans are constructing after the French fashion big houses and mansions,
and placing big statues, equestrian figures, etc. on top of them, but on seeing a double-storied German building one is tempted to ask, is it a dwelling house for men, or a stable for elephants and camels, while one mistakes a 5-storied French stable for elephants and horses as a habitation for fairies. America is inspired by German ideals. Hundreds of thousands Germans are in every town. The language is of course English, but nevertheless America is being slowly Germanized. Germany is fast multiplying her population and is exceptionally hardy. Today Germany is the dictator to all Europe, her place is above all. Long before all other nations, Germany has given man and woman compulsory education, making illiteracy punishable by law, and today she is enjoying the fruits of that tree. The German army is the foremost in reputation, and Germany has vowed to become foremost in her navy also. German manufacture of commodities has beaten even England. German merchandise and the Germans themselves are slowly obtaining a monopoly even in the English colonies. At the behest of the German emperor all the nations have ungrudgingly submitted to the lead of the German generalissimo in the battlefields of China. The whole day the train rushed through Germany, till in the afternoon it reached the frontiers of Austria, the ancient sphere of German supremacy, but now an alien territory. There are certain troubles in traveling through Europe. In every country enormous duties are levied upon certain things, or some articles of merchandise are the monopoly of the government, as for instance, tobacco. Again, in Russia and Turkey, you are totally forbidden to enter without a royal passport, a passport you must always have. Besides, in Russia and Turkey, all your books and papers will be seized, and when on perusal the authorities are satisfied that there is nothing in them against the Russian or Turkish government and religion, then only they will be returned, otherwise they will all be confiscated. In other countries your tobacco is a source of great trouble. You must open your chest and trunk and packages for inspection whether they contain tobacco etc. or not. And to come to Constantinople one has to pass through two big states, Germany and Austria, and many petty ones. The latter had formerly been districts of Turkey, but later on the independent Christian kings made a common cause and wrested as many of these Christian districts from Mohammedan hands as they could. The bite of these tiny ants is much worse than even that of the bigger ones. In the evening of October 25 the train reached Vienna, the capital of Austria. The members of the royal family in Austria and Russia are styled archdukes and archduchesses. 2 archdukes are to get down at Vienna by this train, and until they have done so the other passengers are not allowed to get down. So we had to wait. A few officers in laced uniform and some soldiers with feathered caps were waiting for the archdukes, who got down surrounded by them. We too felt relieved and made haste to get down and have our luggage passed. There were few passengers, and it did not take us much time to show our luggage and have it passed. A hotel had already been arranged for, and a man from the hotel was waiting for us with a carriage. We reached the hotel duly. It was out of the question to go out for sightseeing during the night, so the next morning we started to see the town. In all hotels, and almost in all the countries of Europe except England and Germany, the French fashion prevails. They eat twice a day like the Hindus, in the morning by 12 o'clock, and in the evening by 8. Early in the morning, that is, about 8 or 9, they take a little coffee. Tea is very little in vogue except in England and Russia. The morning meal is called in French déjeuner, that is, breakfast, and the evening meal diner, that is, dinner. Tea is very much in use in Russia, it is too cold, and China is near enough. Chinese tea is excellent, and most of it goes to Russia. The Russian mode of drinking tea is also analogous to the Chinese, that is, without mixing milk. Tea or coffee becomes injurious like poison if you mix milk with it. The real tea-drinking races, the Chinese, Japanese, Russians, and the inhabitants of Central Asia, take tea without milk. Similarly, the original coffee-drinking races, such as the Turks, drink coffee without milk. Only in Russia they put a slice of lemon and a lump of sugar into the tea. The poor people place a lump of sugar in the mouth and drink tea over it, and when one has finished drinking, One passes that lump onto another, who repeats the process. Vienna is a small city after the model of Paris. But the Austrians are German by race. The Austrian emperor was hitherto the emperor of almost the whole of Germany. In the present times, owing to the farsightedness of King Wilhelm of Prussia, the wonderful diplomacy of his able minister, Bismarck, and the military genius of General von Moltke, the King of Prussia is the emperor of the whole of Germany barring Austria. Austria, shorn of her glory and robbed of her power, is somehow maintaining her ancient name and prestige. The Austrian royal line, the Habsburg dynasty, is the oldest and most aristocratic dynasty in Europe. It was this Austrian dynasty which hitherto rules Germany as emperors, Germany whose princes are seated on the thrones of almost all the countries of Europe, and whose petty feudatory chiefs even occupy the thrones of such powerful empires as England and Russia. The desire for that honor and prestige Austria still cherishes in full, only she lacks the power. Turkey is called the sick man of Europe, then Austria should be called the sick dame. Austria belongs to the Catholic sect, and until recently the Austrian Empire used to be called the Holy Roman Empire. Modern Germany has a preponderance of Protestants. The Austrian emperor has always been the right-hand man of the Pope, his faithful follower, and the leader of the Roman Catholic sect. Now the Austrian emperor is the only Catholic ruler in Europe. France, the eldest daughter of the Catholic Church, is now a republic, while Spain and Portugal are downfallen. Italy has given only room enough for the papal throne to be established, robbing the Pope's entire splendor and dominion. Between the King of Italy and the Pope of Rome there is no love lost, they cannot bear each other's sight. Rome, the capital of the Pope, is now the capital of Italy. The king lives in the Pope's ancient palace which he has seized, and the ancient Italian kingdom of the Pope is now confined within the precincts of the Vatican. But the Pope has still great influence in religious matters, and the chief supporter of this is Austria. As a result of the struggle against Austria, against the age-long thraldom of Austria, the ally of the Pope, uprose modern Italy. Consequently Austria is against Italy because she lost her. Unfortunately, however, young Italy, under England's misdirection, set herself to create a powerful army and navy. But where was the money? So, involved in debt, Italy is on the way to ruin, and to her misfortune, she brought on herself a fresh trouble by proceeding to extend her empire in Africa. Defeated by the Abyssinian monarch, she has sunk down, bereft of glory and prestige. Prussia in the meantime defeated Austria in a great war and thrust her off to a great distance. Austria is slowly dying, while Italy has similarly fettered herself by the misuse of her new life. The Austrian royal line is still the proudest of all European royal families. It boasts of being a very ancient and very aristocratic dynasty. The marriages and other connections of this line are contracted with the greatest circumspection, and no such relationship can be established with families that are not Roman Catholic. It was the glamour of a connection with this line that led to the fall of Napoleon the Great. Quaintly enough, he took it into his head to marry a daughter of some noble royal family and found a great dynasty through a succession of descendants. The hero who, questioned as to his pedigree, had replied, "I owe the title to my nobility to none. I am to be the founder of a great dynasty," that is to say, that he would originate a powerful dynasty, and that he was not born to glorify himself with the borrowed plumes of some ancestor. That hero fell into this abyss of family prestige. The divorce of the Empress Josephine, the defeat of the Austrian Emperor in battle and taking his daughter to wife, the marriage of Bonaparte in great pomp with Marie-Louise, the Princess of Austria, the birth of a son, the installation of the newborn babe as the King of Rome, the fall of Napoleon, the enmity of his father-in-law, Leipzig, Waterloo, St. Helena, Empress Marie-Louise living in her father's house with her child, the marriage of Napoleon's royal consort with an ordinary soldier. The death of his only son, the King of Rome, in the house of his maternal grandfather. All these are well-known incidents of history. Fallen in a comparatively weakened condition, France is now ruminating on her past glory. Nowadays there are very many books on Napoleon. Dramatists like Sardou are writing many dramas on Napoleon dead and gone, and actresses like Madame Bernhardt and Regine are performing those plays every night before bumper houses. Recently Madame Bernhardt has created a great attraction in Paris by playing a drama entitled L'Aiglon, the Young Eagle. The young eagle is the only son of Napoleon, practically interned in his maternal grandfather's residence, the Palace of Vienna. The Austrian emperor's minister, the Machiavellian Metternich, is always careful not to allow the tales of heroism of his father to enter into the boy's mind. But a few of Bonaparte's veterans contrived to get themselves admitted into the boy's service in the Schönbrunn Palace, incognito. Their idea was to somehow take the boy over to France and found the Bonaparte line by driving out the Bourbons reinstated by the combined European potentates. The child was the son of a great hero, and very soon that latent heroism woke up in him to hear the glorious tales of battle of his father. One day the boy fled from the Schönbrunn Palace accompanied by the conspirators. But Metternich's keen intellect had already scented the matter, and he cut off the journey. The son of Bonaparte was carried back to the Schönbrunn Palace, and the young eagle, with his wings tied, as it were, very soon died of a broken heart. This Schönbrunn Palace is an ordinary palace. Of course, the rooms etc. are lavishly decorated. In one of them perhaps one meets with only Chinese workmanship, in another only works of Hindu art, in a third the productions of some other country, and so on, and the garden attached to the palace is very charming indeed. But all the people that now go to visit this palace go there with the object of seeing the room where Bonaparte's son used to lie, or his study, or the room in which he died, and so forth. Many thoughtless French men and women are interrogating the guard, which room belonged to L'Aiglon, which bed did L'Aiglon used to occupy, and so on. What silly questions, these! The Austrians only know that he was the son of Bonaparte, and the relation was established by forcibly taking their girl in marriage. That hatred they have not yet forgotten. The prince was a grandchild of the emperor, and homeless, so they could not help giving him a shelter, but they could give him no such title as King of Rome, only, being the grandson of the Austrian emperor, he was an archduke, that was all. It may be that you French people have now written a book on him, making him the young eagle, and the addition of imaginary settings and the genius of Madame Bernhardt have created a great interest in the story, but how should an Austrian guard know that name? Besides, it has been written in that book that the Austrian emperor, following the advice of his minister Metternich, in a way killed Napoleon's son. Hearing the name L'Aiglon, the guard put on a long face and went on showing the rooms and other things, thoroughly disgusted at heart. What else could he do? It was too much for him to give up the tips. Moreover, in countries like Austria etc., the military department is too poorly paid, they have to live almost on a bare pittance. Of course they are allowed to go back home after a few years' service. The guard's countenance darkened as an expression of his patriotism, but the hand instinctively moved towards the tip. The French visitors put some silver pieces into the guard's hand and returned home talking of L'Aiglon and abusing Metternich, while the guard shut the doors with a long salute. In his heart he must have given sweet names to the ancestors of the whole French people. The thing most worth seeing in Vienna is the museum, specially the scientific museum, an institution of great benefit to the student. There is a fine collection of the skeletons of various species of ancient extinct animals. In the art gallery, paintings by Dutch artists form the major portion. In the Dutch school, there is very little attempt at suggestiveness. This school is famous for its exact copy of natural objects and creatures. One artist has spent years over the drawing of a basketful of fish, or a lump of flesh, or a tumbler of water, and that fish, or flesh, or water in the tumbler is wonderful. But the female figures of the Dutch school look just like athletes. There is of course German scholarship and German intellectuality in Vienna, but the causes which help the gradual decay of Turkey are at work here also, that is to say, the mixture of various races and languages. The population of Austria proper speaks German, the people of Hungary belong to the Tartar stock, and have a different language, while there are some who are Greek-speaking and are Christians belonging to the Greek Church. Austria has not the power to fuse together so many different sects. Hence she has fallen. In the present times a huge wave of nationalism is sweeping over Europe, where people speaking the same tongue, professing the same religion, and belonging to the same race want to unite together. Wherever such union is being effectively accomplished, there is great power being manifested, and where this is impossible, death is inevitable. After the death of the present Austrian Emperor, Francis Joseph II died in 1916, Germany will surely try to absorb the German-speaking portion of the Austrian Empire, and Russia and others are sure to oppose her, so there is the possibility of a dreadful war. The present emperor being very old, that catastrophe may take place very early. The German emperor is nowadays an ally of the Sultan of Turkey, and when Germany will attempt to seize Austrian territory, Turkey, which is Russia's enemy, will certainly offer some resistance to Russia, so the German emperor is very friendly towards Turkey. 3 days in Vienna were sufficient to tire me. To visit Europe after Paris is like tasting an inferior preparation after a sumptuous feast. That dress, and style of eating, that same fashion everywhere, throughout the land you meet with that same black suit, and the same queer hat disgusting. Besides, you have clouds above, and this swarm of people with black hats and black coats below one feels suffocated, as it were. All Europe is gradually taking up that same style of dress, and that same mode of living. It is a law of nature that such are the symptoms of death. By hundreds of years of drill, our ancestors have so fashioned us that we all clean our teeth, wash our face, eat our meals, and do everything in the same way, and the result is that we have gradually become mere automata. The life has gone out, and we are moving about, simply like so many machines. Machines never say yet or nay, never trouble their heads about anything, they move on in the way their forefathers have gone, and then rot and die. The Europeans too will share the same fate. The course of time is ever changing. If all people take to the same dress, same food, same manner of talking, and same everything, gradually they will become like so many machines, will gradually tread the path their forefathers have trod, and as an inevitable consequence of that they will rot and die. On the October 28th, at 9 p.m., we again took that Orient Express train, which reached Constantinople on the 30th. These 2 nights and 1 day the train ran through Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria. The people of Hungary are subjects of the Austrian Emperor, whose title, however, is Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary. The Hungarians and Turks are of the same race, akin to the Tibetans. The Hungarians entered Europe along the north of the Caspian Sea, while the Turks slowly occupied Europe through the western borders of Persia and through Asia Minor. The people of Hungary are Christians, and the Turks are Mohammedans, but the martial spirit characteristic of Tartar blood is noticeable in both. The Hungarians have fought again and again for separation from Austria and are now but nominally united. The Austrian Emperor is King of Hungary in name only. Their capital, Budapest, is a very neat and beautiful city. The Hungarians are a pleasure-loving race and fond of music, and you will find Hungarian bands all over Paris. Serbia, Bulgaria, and the rest were districts of Turkey and have become practically independent after the Russo-Turkish War, but the Sultan of Turkey is yet their emperor, and Serbia and Bulgaria have no right regarding foreign affairs. There are 3 civilized nations in Europe: the French, the Germans, and the English. The rest are almost as badly off as we are, and the majority of them are so uncivilized that you can find no race in Asia so degraded. Throughout Serbia and Bulgaria you find the same mud houses, and people dressed in tattered rags, and heaps of filth, and I was almost inclined to think I was back to India. Again, as they are Christians, they must have a number of hogs, and a single hog will make a place more dirty than 200 barbarous men will be able to do. Living in a mud house with mud roof, with tattered rags on his person, and surrounded by hogs, there you have your Serb or Bulgarian. After much bloodshed and many wars, they have thrown off the yoke of Turkey, but along with this they have got a serious disadvantage: they must construct their army after the European model, otherwise the existence of not one of them is safe for a day. Of course, sooner or later they will all one day be absorbed by Russia, but even this 2 days' existence is impossible without an army.
So they must have conscription. In an evil hour, did France suffer defeat from Germany. Through anger and fear she made every citizen a soldier. Every man must serve for some time in the army and learn the military science, there is no exemption for anybody. He must have to live in the barracks for 3 years and learn to fight, shouldering his gun, be he a millionaire by birth. The government will provide for his food and clothing, and the salary will be a centime, 1 pièce, a day. After this he must be always ready for active service for 2 years at his home, and another 15 years he must be ready to present himself for service at the first call. Germany set a lion to fury, so she too had to be ready. In other countries also conscription has been introduced in mutual dread of one another, so throughout Europe, excepting only England. England, being an island, is continually strengthening her navy, but who knows if the lessons of the Boer War will not force her to introduce conscription. Russia has the largest population of all, so she can amass the biggest army in Europe. Now, the titular states, like Serbia and Bulgaria, which the European powers are creating by dismembering Turkey, they, too, as soon as they are born, must have up-to-date trained and well-equipped armies and guns, etc. But ultimately who is to supply the funds? Consequently the peasants have had to put on tattered rags, while in the towns you will find soldiers dressed in gorgeous uniforms. Throughout Europe there is a craze for soldiers everywhere. Still, liberty is one thing and slavery another. Even best work loses its charm if one is forced to do it by another. Without the idea of personal responsibility, no one can achieve anything great. Freedom with but 1 meal a day and tattered rags on is 1,000,000 times better than slavery in gold chains. A slave suffers the miseries of hell both here and hereafter. The people of Europe joke about the Serbs and Bulgarians, etc., and taunt them with their mistakes and shortcomings. But can they attain proficiency all in a day, after so many years of servitude? Mistakes they are bound to commit by the hundreds, but they will learn through these mistakes and set them right when they have learnt. Give him responsibility and the weakest man will become strong, and the ignorant man sagacious. The train is traversing Hungary, Romania, and other countries. Among the races that inhabit the moribund Austrian Empire, the Hungarians yet possess vitality. All the races of Europe, except 1 or 2 small ones, belong to the great stock which European scholars term the Indo-European or Aryan race. The Hungarians are among the few races which do not speak a Sanskritic language. The Hungarians and Turks, as already stated, belong to the same race. In comparatively modern times this very powerful race established their sovereignty in Asia and Europe. The country now called Turkestan, lying to the north of the western Himalayas and the Hindu Kush range, was the original home of the Turks. The Turkish name for that country is Chagwa. The Mughal dynasty of Delhi, the present Persian royal line, the dynasty of the Turkish Sultan of Constantinople, and the Hungarians have all gradually extended their dominion from that country, beginning with India, and pushing right up to Europe, and even today these dynasties style themselves as Chagwas and speak a common language. Of course these Turks were uncivilized ages ago, and used to roam with herds of sheep, horses, and cattle, taking their wives and children and every earthly possession with them, and encamp for some time wherever they could find enough pasture for their beasts. And when grass and water ran short there, they used to remove somewhere else. Even now many families of this race lead nomadic lives in this way in Central Asia. They have got a perfect similarity with the races of Central Asia as regards language, but some difference in point of physiognomy. The Turk's face resembles that of the Mongolian in the shape of the head and in the prominence of the cheekbone, but the Turk's nose is not flat, but rather long, and the eyes are straight and large, though the space between the eyes of comparatively wide, as with the Mongolians. It appears that from a long time past Aryan and Semitic blood has found its way into this Turkish race. From time immemorial the Turks have been exceedingly fond of war. And the mixture with them of Sanskrit-speaking races and the people of Kandahar and Persia has produced the war-loving races such as the Afghans, Khilgis, Hazaras, Barakas, Yusufias, etc.,
to whom war is a passion and who have frequently oppressed India. In very ancient times this Turkish race repeatedly conquered the western provinces of India and founded extensive kingdoms. They were Buddhists, or would turn Buddhists after occupying Indian territory. In the ancient history of Kashmir there is mention of these famous Turkish emperors, Hushka, Yushka, and Kanishka. It was this Kanishka who founded the northern school of Buddhism called the Mahayana. Long after, the majority of them took to Mohammedanism and completely devastated the chief Buddhistic seats of Central Asia such as Kandahar and Kabul. Before their conversion to Mohammedanism they used to imbibe the learning and culture of the countries they conquered, and by assimilating the culture of other countries would try to propagate civilization. But ever since they became Mohammedans, they have only the instinct for war left in them, they have not got the least vestige of learning and culture. On the contrary, the countries that come under their sway gradually have their civilization extinguished. In many places of modern Afghanistan and Kandahar etc., there yet exist wonderful stupas, monasteries, temples, and gigantic statues built by their Buddhistic ancestors. As a result of Turkish admixture and their conversion to Mohammedanism, those temples etc. are almost in ruins, and the present Afghans and allied races have grown so uncivilized and illiterate that far from imitating those ancient works of architecture, they believe them to be the creation of supernatural spirits like the jinn etc., and are firmly convinced that such great undertakings are beyond the power of man to accomplish. The principal cause of the present degradation of Persia is that the royal line belongs to the powerful, uncivilized Turkish stock, whereas the subjects are the descendants of the highly civilized ancient Persians, who were Aryans. In this way the empire of Constantinople, the last political arena of the Greeks and Romans, the descendants of civilized Aryans, has been ruined under the blasting feet of powerful, barbarous Turkey. The Mughal emperors of India were the only exceptions to this rule, perhaps that was due to an admixture of Hindu ideas and Hindu blood. In the chronicles of Rajput bards and minstrels all the Mohammedan dynasties who conquered India are styled as Turks. This is a very correct appellation, for, or whatever races the conquering Mohammedan armies might be made up, the leadership was always vested in the Turks alone. What is called the Mohammedan invasion, conquest, or colonization of India means only this, that, under the leadership of Mohammedan Turks who were renegades from Buddhism, those sections of the Hindu race who continued in the faith of their ancestors were repeatedly conquered by the other section of that very race who also were renegades from Buddhism or the Vedic religion and served under the Turks, having been forcibly converted to Mohammedanism by their superior strength. Of course, the language of the Turks has, like their physiognomy, been considerably mixed up, specially those sections that have gone farthest from their native place Chagwa have got the most hybrid form of language. This year the Shah of Persia visited the Paris exhibition and returned to his country by rail via Constantinople. Despite the immense difference in time and place, the Sultan and the Shah talked with each other in their ancient Turkish mother tongue. But the Sultan's Turkish was mixed up with Persian, Arabic, and a few Greek words, while that of the Shah was comparatively pure. In ancient times these Chagwa Turks were divided into two sections, one was called the White Sheep, and the other, Black Sheep. But these sections started from their birthplace on the north of Kashmir, tending their flocks of sheep and ravaging countries, till they reached the shore of the Caspian Sea. The White Sheep penetrated into Europe along the north of the Caspian Sea and founded the Kingdom of Hungary, seizing a fragment of the Roman Empire then almost in ruins, while the Black Sheep, advancing along the south of the Caspian Sea, gradually occupied the western portion of Persia and, crossing the Caucasus, by degrees made themselves masters of Arabian territory such as Asia Minor and so forth. Gradually they seized the throne of the Caliph, and bit by bit annexed the small remnant of the Western Roman Empire. In very remote ages these Turks were great snake worshippers. Most probably it was these dynasties whom the ancient Hindus used to designate as Nagas and Takshakas. Later on they became Buddhists, and afterwards they very often used to embrace the religion of any particular country they might conquer at any particular time. In comparatively recent times, of the two sections we are speaking about, the White Sheep conquered the Christians and became converts to Christianity, while the black sheep conquered the Mohammedans and adopted their religion. But in their Christianity or Mohammedanism one may even now trace on research the strata of serpent worship and of Buddhism. The Hungarians, though Turks by race and language, are Christians Roman Catholics in religion. In the past, religious fanaticism had no respect for any tie, neither the tie of language, nor that of blood, nor that of country. The Hungarians are ever the deadly enemies of Turkey, and but for the Hungarians' aid Christian states, such as Austria etc., would not have been able to maintain their existence on many an occasion. In modern times, owing to the spread of education and the discovery of linguistics and ethnology, people are being more attracted to the kinship of language and blood, while religious solidarity is gradually slackening. So, among the educated Hungarians and Turks, there is growing up a feeling of racial unity. Though a part of the Austrian Empire, Hungary has repeatedly tried to cut off from her. The result of many revolutions and rebellions has been that Hungary is now only nominally a province of the Austrian Empire, but practically independent in all respects. The Austrian emperor is styled the Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary. Hungary manages all her internal affairs independently of Austria, and in these the subjects have full power. The Austrian emperor continues to be a titular leader here, but even this bit of relation, it appears, will not last long. Skill in war, magnanimity, and other characteristic virtues of the Turkish race are sufficiently present in the Hungarian also. Besides, not being converted to Mohammedanism, they do not consider such heavenly arts as music etc. as the devil's snare, and consequently the Hungarians are great adepts in music and are renowned for this all over Europe. Formerly I had the notion that people of cold climates did not take hot chilies, which was merely a bad habit of warm climate people. But the habit of taking chilies, which we observed to begin with Hungary and which reached its climax in Romania and Bulgaria etc., appeared to me to beat even your South Indians. Memoirs of European Travel. Addenda. These interesting jottings were found among Swamiji's papers ed. Translated from Bengali. The first view of Constantinople we had from the train. It is an ancient city, with big drains running across the walls, narrow and crooked lanes full of dirt, and wooden houses, etc., but in them there is a certain beauty owing to their novelty. At the station we had great trouble over our books. Mademoiselle Cave and Jules Poix tried much, in French, to reason with the octroi officers, which gradually led to a quarrel between the parties. The head of the officers was a Turk, and his dinner was ready, so the quarrel ended without further complications. They returned all the books with the exception of 2 which they held back. They promised to send them to the hotel immediately, which they never did. We went round the town and bazaar of Stamboul or Constantinople. Beyond the pont or creek is the para or foreigners' quarters, hotels, etc., whence we got into a carriage, saw the town, and then took some rest. In the evening we went to visit Woods Pasha, and the next day started on an excursion along the Bosphorus in a boat. It was extremely cold and there was a strong wind. So I and Miss MacLeod got down at the first station. It was decided that we would cross over to Scutari and see Père Hyacinth. Not knowing the language we engaged a boat by signs merely, crossed over, and hired a carriage. On the way we saw the seat of a Sufi fakir. These fakirs cure people's diseases, which they do in the following manner. First they read a portion of their scriptures, moving their body backward and forward, then they begin to dance and gradually get a sort of inspiration, after which they heal the disease by treading on the patient's body. We had a long talk with Père Hyacinth about the American colleges, after which we went to an Arab shop where we met a Turkish student. Then we returned from Scutari. We had found out a boat, but it failed to reach its exact destination. However, we took a tram from the place where we were landed and returned to our quarters at the hotel at Stamboul. The museum at Stamboul is situated where the ancient harem of the Greek emperors once stood. We saw some remarkable sarcophagi and other things, and had a charming view of the city from above Topkana. I enjoyed taking fried chickpeas here after such a long time, and had spiced rice and some other dishes,
prepared in the Turkish fashion. After visiting the cemetery of Scutari we went to see the ancient walls. Within the walls was the prison, a dreadful place. Next we met Woods Pasha and started for the Bosphorus. We had our dinner with the French charge d'affaires and met a Greek pasha and an Albanian gentleman. The police have prohibited Père Hyacinth's lectures, so I too cannot lecture. We saw Mr. Devanmal and Chobji, a Gujarati Brahmin. There are a good many Indians here, Hindus, Tanis, Musalmans, etc. We had a talk on Turkish philosophy and heard of Noor Bey, whose grandfather was a Frenchman. They say he is as handsome as a Kashmiri. The women here have got no purdah system and are very free. Prostitution is chiefly a Mohammedan practice. We heard of Kurd Pasha and the massacre of Armenians. The Armenians have really no country of their own, and those countries which they inhabit have generally a preponderating Mohammedan population. A particular tract called Armenia is unknown. The present Sultan is constructing a Hamidian cavalry out of the Kurds who will be trained in the manner of the Cossacks, and they will be exempted from conscription. The Sultan called the Armenian and Greek patriarchs and proposed to them conscription as an alternative for payment of taxes. They might thus serve to protect their motherland. They replied that if they went as soldiers to fight and died by the side of the Mohammedans, there would be some confusion about the interment of Christian soldiers. The Sultan's rejoinder to this was that it might be remedied by providing for both Mohammedan and Christian priests in each regiment, who would conduct the funeral service together when in the exigencies of battle the dead bodies of Christian and Mohammedan soldiers would have to be buried in a heap all together, and there could possibly be no harm if the souls of men of one religion heard in addition the funeral services meant for those of the other religion. But the Christians did not agree, so they continued to pay taxes. The surest reason of their not acquiescing in the proposal was their fear lest by living with the Mohammedans they might turn Mohammedan wholesale. The present Sultan of Istanbul is a very hard-working man, and he personally supervises everything, including even the arrangement of amusements, such as theatrical performances etc., in the palace. His predecessor, Murad, was really a most unfit man, but the present Sultan is very intelligent. The amount of improvement he has made in the condition of the state in which he found it at his accession is simply wonderful. The parliamentary system will not be successful in this country. At 10 in the morning we left Constantinople, passing a night and a day on the sea, which was perfectly placid. By degrees we reached the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmora. In one of the islands of the Marmora we saw a monastery of the Greek religion. Formerly there was ample opportunity for religious education here, for it was situated between Asia on one side and Europe on the other. While out in the morning on a visit of the Mediterranean archipelago we came across Professor Leiper, whose acquaintance I had already made in the Pachiappa College at Madras. In one of the islands we came upon the ruins of a temple, which had probably been dedicated to Neptune, judging from its position on the sea-shore. In the evening we reached Athens, and after passing a whole night under quarantine we obtained permission for landing in the morning. Port Piraeus is a small town, but very beautiful, having a European air about it in all respects, except that one meets now and then with one or two Greeks dressed in gowns. From there we drove 5 miles to have a look at the ancient walls of Athens which used to connect the city with the port. Then we went through the town, the Acropolis, the hotels, houses, and streets, and all were very neat and clean. The palace is a small one. The same day, again, we climbed the hillock and had a view of the Acropolis, the Temple of the Wingless Victory, and the Parthenon, etc. The temple is made of white marble. Some standing remains of columns also we saw. The next day we again went to see these with Mademoiselle Melcarvy, who explained to us various historical facts relating thereto. On the second day we visited the temple of Olympian Zeus, Theatre Dionysius etc., as far as the sea-shore. The third day we set out for Eleusis, which was the chief religious seat of the Greeks. Here it was that the famous Eleusinian mysteries used to be played. The ancient theatre of this place has been built anew by a rich Greek. The Olympian Games too have been revived in the present times. They are held at a place near Sparta,
the Americans carrying off the palm in them in many respects. But the Greeks won in the race from that place to this theatre of Athens. This year they gave undisputed proof of this trait of theirs in a competition with the Turks also. At 10 a.m. on the fourth day we got on board the Russian steamer, Tsar, bound for Egypt. After reaching the dock we came to learn that the steamer was to start at 4 a.m. Perhaps we were too early or there would be some extra delay in loading the cargo. So, having no other alternative, we went round and made a cursory acquaintance with the sculpture of Ageladas and his three pupils, Phidias, Myron, and Polycletus, who had flourished between 576 BC and 486 BC. Even here we began to feel the great heat. In a Russian ship the first class is over the screw, and the rest is only deck full of passengers, and cattle, and sheep. Besides, no ice was available in the steamer. From a visit to the Louvre Museum in Paris I came to understand the three stages of Greek art. First, there was the Mycenaean art, then Greek art proper. The Achaean kingdom had spread its sway over the neighboring islands and also mastered all the arts that flourished there, being imported from Asia. Thus did art first make its appearance in Greece. From the prehistoric times up to 776 BC was the age of the Mycenaean art. This art principally engaged itself in merely copying Asiatic art. Then from 776 BC to 146 BC was the age of Hellenic or true Greek art. After the destruction of the Achaean Empire by the Dorian race, the Greeks living on the continent and in the archipelago founded many colonies in Asia. This led to a close conflict between them and Babylon and Egypt, which first gave rise to Greek art. This art in course of time gave up its Asiatic tinge and applied itself to an exact imitation of nature. The difference between Greek art and the art of other countries consists in this, that the former faithfully delineates the living phenomena of natural life. From 776 BC to 475 BC is the age of archaic Greek art. The figures are yet stiff, not lifelike. The lips are slightly parted, as if always in smiles. In this respect they resemble the works of Egyptian artists. All the statues stand erect on their legs quite stiff. The hair and beard etc. and all carved in regular lines, and the clothes in the statues are all wrapped close round the body, in a jumble not like flowing dress. Next to archaic Greek art comes the age of classic Greek art from 475 BC to 323 BC, that is to say, from the hegemony of Athens up to the death of Alexander the Great. Peloponnesus and Attica were the states where the art of this period flourished most. Athens was the chief city of Attica. A learned French art critic has written, "Classic Greek art at its highest development freed itself completely from the fetters of all established canons and became independent. It then recognized the art regulations of no country, nor guided itself according to them." The more we study the 5th century BC, so brilliant in its art development, during which period all the perfect specimens of sculpture were turned out, the more is the idea brought home to our mind that Greek art owed its life and vigor to its cutting loose from the pale of stereotyped rules. This classic Greek art had two schools: first, the Attic, and second, the Peloponnesian. In the Attic school, again, there were two different types. The first was the outcome of the genius of the gifted sculptor, Phidias, which a French scholar has described in the following terms: a marvel of perfection in beauty and a glorious specimen of pure and sublime ideas, which will never lose their hold upon the human mind. The masters in the second type of the Attic school were Scopas and Praxiteles. The work of this school was to completely divorce art from religion and keep it restricted to the delineation of merely human life. The chief exponents of the second or Peloponnesian school of classic Greek art were Polycletus and Lysippus. One of these was born in the 5th century BC, and the other in the 4th century BC. They chiefly aimed at laying down the rule that the proportion of the human body must be faithfully reproduced in art. From 323 BC to 146 BC, that is, from the death of Alexander to the conquest of Attica by the Romans, is the period of decadence in Greek art. One notices in the Greek art of this period an undue attention to gorgeous embellishments,
and an attempt to make the statues unusually large in bulk. Then at the time of the Roman occupation of Greece, Greek art contented itself merely by copying the works of previous artists of that country, and the only novelty there was, consisted in reproducing exactly the face of some particular individual. On art. In art, interest must be centered on the principal theme. Drama is the most difficult of all arts. In it two things are to be satisfied: first, the ears, and second, the eyes. To paint a scene, if one thing be painted, it is easy enough, but to paint different things and yet to keep up the central interest is very difficult. Another difficult thing is stage management, that is, combining different things in such a manner as to keep the central interest intact. Mercenaries in Religion. Delivered in Minneapolis on November 26, 1893. Reported in the Minneapolis Journal. The Unitarian Church was crowded yesterday morning by an audience anxious to learn something of Eastern religious thought as outlined by Swami Vivekananda, a Brahmin priest, who was prominent in the Parliament of Religions at Chicago last summer. The distinguished representative of the Brahmin faith was brought to Minneapolis by the Peripatetic Club, and he addressed that body last Friday evening. He was induced to remain until this week, in order that he might deliver the address yesterday. Dr. H.M. Simmons, the pastor. Read from Paul's lesson of faith, hope and charity, and the greatest of these is charity, supplementing that reading by a selection from the Brahmin scripture which teaches the same lesson, and also a selection from the Muslim faith, and poems from the Hindu literature, all of which are in harmony with Paul's utterances. After a second hymn, Swami Vivekananda Sikh was introduced. He stepped to the edge of the platform and at once had his audience interested by the recital of a Hindu story. He said in excellent English, "I will tell you a story of 5 blind men. There was a procession in a village in India, and all the people turned out to see the procession, and specially the gaily caparisoned elephant. The people were delighted, and as the 5 blind men could not see, they determined to touch the elephant that they might acquaint themselves with its form. They were given the privilege, and after the procession had passed, they returned home together with the people, and they began to talk about the elephant. It was just like a wall, said one. No, it wasn't, said another, it was like a piece of rope. You are mistaken, said a third, I felt him and it was just a serpent. The discussion grew excited, and the fourth declared the elephant was like a pillow. The argument soon broke into more angry expressions, and the 5 blind men took to fighting. Along came a man with 2 eyes, and he said, "My friends, what is the matter?" The disputation was explained, whereupon the newcomer said, "Men, you are all right, the trouble is you touched the elephant at different points. The wall was the side, the rope was the tail, the serpent was the trunk, and the toes were the pillow. Stop your quarreling, you are all right, only you have been viewing the elephant from different standpoints." Religion, he said, had become involved in such a quarrel. The people of the West thought they had the only religion of God, and the people of the East held the same prejudice. Both were wrong, God was in every religion. There were many bright criticisms on Western thought. The Christians were characterized as having a shopkeeping religion. They were always begging of God, "Oh God, give me this and give me that, oh God, do this and do that." The Hindu couldn't understand this. He thought it wrong to be begging of God. Instead of begging, the religious man should give. The Hindu believed in giving to God, to his fellows, instead of asking God to give to them. He had observed that the people of the West, very many of them, thought a great deal of God, so long as they got along all right, but when the reverse came, then God was forgotten. Not so with the Hindu, who had come to look upon God as a being of love. The Hindu faith recognized the motherhood of God as well as the fatherhood, because the former was a better fulfillment of the idea of love. The Western Christian would work all the week for the dollar, and when he succeeded he would pray, "Oh God, we thank thee for giving us this benefit," and then he would put all the money into his pocket, the Hindu would make the money and then give it to God by helping the poor and the less fortunate. And so comparisons were made between the ideas of the West and the ideas of the East. In speaking of God, Vivekananda said in substance, "You people of the West think you have God. What is it to have God? If you have Him, why is it that so much criminality exists, that 9 out of 10 people are hypocrites? Hypocrisy cannot exist where God is. You have your palaces for the worship of God, and you attend them in part for a time once a week, but how few go to worship God? It is the fashion in the West to attend church, and many of you attend for no other reason. Have you then, you people of the West, any right to lay exclusive claim to the possession of God?" Here the speaker was interrupted by spontaneous applause. He proceeded, "We of the Hindu faith believe in worshipping God for love's sake, not for what He gives us, but because God is love, and no nation, no people, no religion has God until it is willing to worship Him for love's sake. You of the West are practical in business, practical in great inventions, but we of the East are practical in religion. You make commerce your business, we make religion our business. If you will come to India and talk with the workman in the field, you will find he has no opinion on politics. He knows nothing of politics. But you talk to him of religion, and the humblest knows about monotheism, deism, and all the isms of religion. You ask, 'What government do you live under?' and he will reply, 'I don't know. I pay my taxes, and that's all I know about it.' I have talked with your laborers, your farmers, and I find that in politics they are all posted. They are either Democrat or Republican, and they know whether they prefer free silver or a gold standard. But you talk to them of religion, they are like the Indian farmer, they don't know, they attend such a church, but they don't know what it believes, they just pay their pew rent, and that's all they know about it or God. The superstitions of India were admitted, but what nation doesn't have them?" he asked. In summing up, he held that the nations had been looking at God as a monopoly. All nations had God, and any impulse for good was God. The Western people, as well as the Eastern people, must learn to want God, and this want was compared to the man under water, struggling for air. He wanted it, he couldn't live without it. When the people of the West wanted God in that manner, then they would be welcome in India, because the missionaries would then come to them with God, not with the idea that India knows not God, but with love in their hearts and not dogma. Note: before leaving for the USA, Swamiji used to change his name very often. In earlier years he signed as Narendra or Narab, then for some time as Vivekananda or Satchidananda. But for the convenience of the readers, these volumes use the more familiar name Vivekananda. Publisher. Chronology. Addressee. I. Translated from Bengali. Glory to Raman Krishna. Badhyanath. December 25, 1889. Dear Sir, Shri Balaram Bose. I have been staying for the last few days at Badhyanath in Purna Babu's lodge. It is not so cold, and my health too is indifferent. I am suffering from indigestion, probably due to excess of iron in the water. I have found nothing agreeable here, neither the place, nor the season, nor the company. I leave for Varanasi tomorrow. Achyutananda stopped at Govinda Chaudhuri's place at Deoghar, and the latter, as soon as he got news of us, earnestly insisted on our becoming his guests. Finally, he met us once again and prevailed on us to accede to his request. The man is a great worker, but has a number of women with him, old women most of them, of the ordinary Vaishnava type. His clerks too revere us much, some of them are very much ill-disposed towards him, and they spoke of his misdeeds. Incidentally, I raised the topic of __. You have many wrong ideas or doubts about her, hence I write all this after particular investigation. Even the aged clerks of this establishment highly respect and revere her. She came to stop with __, while she was a mere child, and ever lived as his wife. Everyone admits in one voice that her character is spotless.
She was all along a perfectly chaste woman and never behaved with __ in any relation but that of wife to husband, and she was absolutely faithful. She came at too early an age to have incurred any moral taint. After she had separated from __ she wrote to him to say that she had never treated him as anything but her husband, but that it was impossible for her to live with a man with a loose character. His old office-bearers too believe him to be satanic in character, but they consider __ a devi, angel, and remark that it was following her departure that __ lost all sense of shame. My object in writing all this is that formerly I was not a believer in the tale of the lady's early life. The idea that there might be such purity in the midst of a relation which society does not recognize, I used to consider as romance. But after thorough investigation I have come to know that it is all right. She is very pure, pure from her infancy, I have not the least doubt about it. For entertaining those doubts, you and I and everyone are guilty to her. I make repeated salutations to her, and ask her pardon for my guilt. She is not a liar. I take this opportunity to record that such courage is impossible in a lying and unchanged caste woman. I have also been told that she had a lifelong ardent faith in religion also. Well, your disease is not yet improving. I don't think this is a place for patients unless one is ready to spend a good deal of money. Please think out some judicious course. Here every article will have to be procured from elsewhere. Yours sincerely, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 2. Translated from Bengali. Glory to Ramankrishna. Allahabad. December 30th, 1889. Dear Sir, Shri Balaram Bose. Gupta left a slip when coming, and the next day a letter from Yogananda gave me all the news, and I immediately started for Allahabad, which I reached the day after, to find that Yogananda had completely recovered. He had chicken pox, with 1 or 2 smallpox rashes also. The doctor is a noble soul, and they have got a brotherhood, who are all great pious men and highly devoted to the service of sadhus. They are particularly anxious that I pass the month of Mach here, but I am leaving for Varanasi. How are you? I pray to God for the welfare of yourself and your family. Please convey my compliments to Tulasiram, Chennai Babu, and the rest. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 3. Translated from Bengali. Ghazipur. January 30th, 1890. Revered Sir, Shri Balaram Bose. I am now stopping with Satish Babu at Ghazipur. Of the few places I have recently visited, this is the healthiest. The water of Badrinath is very bad, it leads to indigestion. Allahabad is very congested. The few days I passed at Varanasi, I suffered from fever day and night, the place is so malarious. Ghazipur has a very salubrious climate, especially the quarter I am living in. I have visited Paveri Baba's house. There are high walls all round, and it is fashioned like an English bungalow. There is a garden inside and big rooms and chimneys, etc. He allows nobody to enter. If he is so inclined, he comes up to the door and speaks from inside, that is all. One day I went and waited in the cold and had to return. I shall go to Varanasi on Sunday next. If the meeting with the Babaji takes place in the meantime, all right, otherwise I bid him goodbye. About Pramada Babu's place I shall write definitely from Varanasi. If Kali Bhattacharya is determined to come, let him do so after I leave for Varanasi on Sunday, but he should rather not. After a few days' stay at Varanasi, I shall start for Hrishikesh. Pramada Babu may accompany me. Please accept all of you my cordial greetings and blessing to Fakir, Ram, Krishnamai, etc. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. P.S. In my opinion, it will do you much good if you come and stay for some time at Ghazipur. Here Satish will be able to secure a bungalow for you, and there is a gentleman, Gagan Chandra Ray by name, who is the head of the opium office and is exceedingly courteous, philanthropic, and social. They will arrange for everything. The house rent is 15 to 20 rupees, rice is dear, and milk sells at 16 to 20 seers a rupee. All other things are very cheap. Besides, under the care of these gentlemen, there is no chance of any difficulty. But it is slightly expensive. It will cost over 40 to 50 rupees. Varanasi is horribly malarious. I have never lived in Pramada Babu's garden. He likes to have me always in his company. The garden is indeed very beautiful, richly laid out, spacious, and open. This time when I go, I shall live there and report to you. Chronology. Addressee. 3. Translated from Bengali. Ghazipur. January 30th, 1890. Revered Sir, Shri Balaram Bose. I am now stopping with Satish Babu at Ghazipur. Of the few places I have recently visited, this is the healthiest. The water of Badrinath is very bad. It leads to indigestion. Allahabad is very congested. The few days I passed at Varanasi, I suffered from fever day and night. The place is so malarious. Ghazipur has a very salubrious climate, especially the quarter I am living in. I have visited Paveri Baba's house. There are high walls all round, and it is fashioned like an English bungalow. There is a garden inside and big rooms and chimneys, etc. He allows nobody to enter. If he is so inclined, he comes up to the door and speaks from inside, that is all. One day I went and waited in the cold and had to return. I shall go to Varanasi on Sunday next. If the meeting with the Babaji takes place in the meantime, all right, otherwise I bid him goodbye. About Pramada Babu's place I shall write definitely from Varanasi. If Kali Bhattacharya is determined to come, let him do so after I leave for Varanasi on Sunday, but he should rather not. After a few days' stay at Varanasi, I shall start for Hrishikesh. Pramada Babu may accompany me. Please accept all of you my cordial greetings and blessing to Fakir, Ram, Krishnamai, etc. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. P.S. In my opinion, it will do you much good if you come and stay for some time at Ghazipur. Here Satish will be able to secure a bungalow for you, and there is a gentleman, Gagan Ray by name, who is the head of the opium office and is exceedingly courteous, philanthropic, and social. They will arrange for everything. The house rent is 15 to 20 rupees, rice is dear, and milk sells at 16 to 20 seers a rupee. All other things are very cheap. Besides, under the care of these gentlemen, there is no chance of any difficulty. But it is slightly expensive. It will cost over 40 to 50 rupees. Varanasi is horribly malarious. I have never lived in Pramada Babu's garden. He likes to have me always in his company. The garden is indeed very beautiful, richly laid out, spacious, and open. This time when I go, I shall live there and report to you. Chronology. V. Translated from Bengali. Ghazipur. 14th February 1890. My dear Gupta, Swami Sadananda. I hope you are doing well. Do your own spiritual exercises, and knowing yourself to be the humblest servant of all, serve them. Those with whom you are staying are such that even I am not worthy to call myself their humblest servant and take the dust of their feet. Knowing this, serve them and have devotion for them. Don't be angry even if they abuse or even hurt you grievously. Never mix with women. Try to be hardy little by little, and gradually accustom yourself to maintaining the body out of the proceeds of begging. Whoever takes the name of Raman Krishna, know him to be your guru. Everyone can play the role of a master, but it is very difficult to be a servant. Specially you should follow Shashi. Know it for certain that without steady devotion for the Guru and unflinching patience and perseverance, nothing is to be achieved. You must have strict morality. Deviate an inch from this, and you are gone forever. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 6.
Translated from Bengali. Glory to Raman Krishna. Ghazipur. March 15, 1890. Revered Sir, Shri Balaram Bose. Received your kind note yesterday. I am very sorry to learn that Suresh Babu's illness is extremely serious. What is destined will surely happen. It is a matter of great regret that you too have fallen ill. So long as egoism lasts, any shortcoming in adopting remedial measures is to be considered as idleness. It is a fault and a guilt. For one who has not that egoistic idea, the best course is to forbear. The dwelling place of the Jivatman, this body, is a veritable means of work, and he who converts this into an infernal den is guilty, and he who neglects it is also to blame. Please act according to circumstances as they present themselves, without the least hesitation. The highest duty consists in doing the little that lies in one's power, seeking neither death nor life, and biding one's time like a servant ready to do any behest. There is a dreadful outbreak of influenza at Varanasi and Pramada Babu has gone to Allahabad. Baburam has suddenly come here. He has got fever. He was wrong to start under such circumstances. I am leaving this place tomorrow. My countless salutations to Mother. You all bless me that I may have sameness of vision, that after avoiding the bondages which one is heir to by one's very birth, I may not again get stuck in self-imposed bondages. If there be any doer of good and if he have the power and the opportunity, may he vouchsafe the highest blessings unto you all. This is my constant prayer. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology 7. Translated from Bengali. Ghazipur. March 15, 1890. Dear Atul Babu, Atul Chandraghosh. I am extremely sorry to hear that you are passing through mental afflictions. Please do only what is agreeable to you. While there is birth there is death, and again entering the mother's womb. This is the manifest evil of transmigration. How, O man, dost thou want satisfaction in such a world? Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. P.S. I am leaving this place tomorrow. Let me see which way destiny leads. Chronology. Addressee. 8. Salem, USA. August 30, 1893. Dear Adhyapakji, Honorable Professor, Professor John Henry Wright. I am going off from here today. I hope you have received some reply from Chicago. I have received an invitation with full directions from Mr. Sanborn. So I am going to Saratoga on Monday. My respects to your wife. And my love to Austin and all the children. You are a real Mahatma, a great soul, and Mrs. Wright is nonpareil. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 9. Salem. Saturday, 4th September, 1893. Dear Adhyapakji, Professor John Henry Wright. I hasten to tender my heartfelt gratitude to you for your letters of introduction. I have received a letter from Mr. Thels of Chicago giving me the names of some of the delegates and other things about the Congress. Your professor of Sanskrit in his note to Miss Sanborn mistakes me for Purushottama Joshi and states that there is a Sanskrit library in Boston the like of which can scarcely be met with in India. I would be so happy to see it. Mr. Sanborn has written to me to come over to Saratoga on Monday and I am going accordingly. I would stop then at a boarding house called Sanatorium. If any news come from Chicago in the meanwhile I hope you will kindly send it over to the Sanatorium, Saratoga. You and your noble wife and sweet children have made an impression in my brain which is simply indelible, and I thought myself so much nearer to heaven when living with you. May He, the giver of all gifts, shower on your head His choicest blessings. Here are a few lines written as an attempt at poetry. Hoping your love will pardon this infliction. Ever your friend, Vivekananda. O'er hill and dale and mountain range. In temple, church, and mosque. In Vedas, Bible, Al-Quran. I had searched for thee in vain. Like a child in the wildest forest lost. I have cried and cried alone. Where art thou gone, my God, my love? The echo answered, gone. And days and nights and years then passed. A fire was in the brain. I knew not when day changed in night. The heart seemed rent in twain. I laid me down on Ganga's shore, exposed to sun and rain. With burning tears I laid the dust, and wailed with water's roar. I called on all the holy names, of every clime and creed. Show me the way, in mercy, yet, great ones who have reached the goal. Years then passed in bitter cry. Each moment seemed an age. Till one day midst my cries and groans, someone seemed calling me. A gentle, soft and soothing voice, that said, my son, my son. That seemed to thrill in unison with all the chords of my soul. I stood on my feet and tried to find the place the voice came from. I searched and turned to see. Round me, before, behind. Again it seemed to speak. The voice divine to me. In rapture all my soul was hushed. Entranced, enthralled in bliss. A flash illumined all my soul. The heart of my heart opened wide. O joy, O bliss, what do I find? My love, you are here. And you are here, my love, my all. And I was searching thee. From all eternity you were there, enthroned in majesty. From that day forth, where'er I roam, I feel him standing by. O'er hill and dale, high mount and vale, far, far away and high. The moon's soft light, the stars so bright, the glorious orb of day. He shines in them, his beauty might. Reflected lights are they. The majestic morn, the melting eve, the boundless billowy sea. In nature's beauty, songs of birds, I see through them it is he. When dire calamity seizes me, the heart seems weak and faint. All nature seems to crush me down, with laws that never bend. Meseems I hear thee whispering sweet, my love, I am near, I am near. My heart gets strong with thee, my love. 1,000 deaths no fear. Thou speakest in the mother's lay, that shuts the baby's eye. When innocent children laugh and play, I see thee standing by. When holy friendship shakes the hand, he stands between them two. He pours the nectar in mother's kiss, and the baby's sweet mama. Thou wert my God with prophets old. All creeds do come from thee. The Vedas, Bible, and Quran bold sing thee in harmony. Thou art the soul of souls, in the rushing stream of life. Om Tat Sat Om. Tat Sat means that only real existence. Swamiji's note. Thou art my God. My love, I am thine, I am thine. Chronology. Addressee. X. Chicago. October 2, 1893. Dear Adhyapakji, Professor John Henry Wright. I do not know what you are thinking of my long silence. In the first place, I dropped in on the Congress in the 11th hour, and quite unprepared, and that kept me very, very busy for some time. Secondly, I was speaking almost every day in the Congress and had no time to write, and last and greatest of all, my kind friend, I owe so much to you that it would have been an insult to your ahetuka, unselfish, friendship to have written you business-like letters in a hurry. The Congress is now over. Dear brother, I was so afraid to stand before that great assembly of fine speakers and thinkers from all over the world and speak, but the Lord gave me strength, and I almost every day heroically faced the platform and the audience. If I have done well, He gave me the strength for it. If I have miserably failed, I knew that beforehand, for I am hopelessly ignorant. Your friend Professor Bradley was very kind to me and he always cheered me on. And oh, everybody is so kind here to me who am nothing, that it is beyond my power of expression.
Glory unto him in the highest, in whose sight the poor ignorant monk from India is the same as the learned divines of this mighty land. And how the Lord is helping me every day of my life, brother. I sometimes wish for a life of a million ages to serve him through the work, dressed in rags and fed by charity. Oh, how I wished that you were here to see some of our sweet ones from India, the tender-hearted Buddhist Dharmapala, the orator Mazumdar, and realize that in that far-off and poor India there are hearts that beat in sympathy to yours, born and brought up in this mighty and great country. My eternal respects to your holy wife, and to your sweet children my eternal love and blessings. Col. Higginson, a very broad man, told me that your daughter had written to his daughter about me, and he was very sympathetic to me. I am going to Evanston tomorrow and hope to see Professor Bradley there. May he make us all more and more pure and holy, so that we may live a perfect spiritual life even before throwing off this earthly body. Vivekananda. The letter continues on a separate sheet of paper. I am now going to be reconciled to my life here. All my life I have been taking every circumstance as coming from him and calmly adapting myself to it. At first in America I was almost out of my water. I was afraid I would have to give up the accustomed way of being guided by the Lord and cater for myself, and what a horrid piece of mischief and ingratitude was that. I now clearly see that he who was guiding me on the snow tops of the Himalayas and the burning plains of India is here to help me and guide me. Glory unto him in the highest. So I have calmly fallen into my old ways. Somebody or other gives me a shelter and food, somebody or other comes to ask me to speak about him, and I know he sends them and mine is to obey. And then he is supplying my necessities, and his will be done. He who rests in me and gives up all other self-assertion and struggles, I carry to him whatever he needs, Gita. So it is in Asia. So in Europe. So in America. So in the deserts of India. So in the rush of business in America. For is he not here also? And if he does not, I only would take for granted that he wants that I should lay aside this 3 minutes body of clay and hope to lay it down gladly. We may or may not meet, brother. He knows. You are great, learned, and holy. I dare not preach to you or your wife, but to your children I quote these passages from the Vedas. The 4 Vedas, sciences, languages, philosophy, and all other learnings are only ornamental. The real learning, the true knowledge, is that which enables us to reach him who is unchangeable in his love. How real, how tangible, how visible is he through whom the skin touches, the eyes see, and the world gets its reality. Hearing him nothing remains to be heard. Seeing him nothing remains to be seen. Attaining him nothing remains to be attained. He is the eye of our eyes, the ear of our ears, the soul of our souls. He is nearer to you, my dears, than even your father and mother. You are innocent and pure as flowers. Remain so, and he will reveal himself unto you. Dear Austin, when you are playing, there is another playmate playing with you who loves you more than anybody else, and oh, he is so full of fun. He is always playing, sometimes with great big balls which we call the sun and earth, sometimes with little children like you, and laughing and playing with you. How funny it would be to see him and play with him. My dear, think of it. Dear Adhyapakji, I am moving about just now. Only when I come to Chicago, I always go to see Mr. and Mrs. Lyons, one of the noblest couples I have seen here. If you would be kind enough to write to me, kindly address it to the care of Mr. John B. Leon, 262 Michigan Avenue, Chicago. He who gets hold of the one in this world of many, the one constant existence in a world of flitting shadows, the one life in a world of death, he alone crosses the sea of misery and struggle. None else, Vedas. He who is the Brahman of the Vedantins, Ishvara of the Naiyakas, Purusha of the Sankhyas, cause of the Mimamsakas, law of the Buddhists, absolute zero of the atheists, and love infinite unto those that love, may he take us all under his merciful protection, Udayanacharya, a great philosopher of the Nyaya or dualistic school. And this is the benediction pronounced at the very beginning of his wonderful book Kusumanjali, a handful of flowers, in which he attempts to establish the existence of a personal creator and moral ruler of infinite love independently of revelation. Your ever grateful friend, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: 11. Chicago. October 10, 1893. Dear Mrs. Tanat Woods, I received your letter yesterday. Just now I am lecturing about Chicago and am doing as I think very well. It is ranging from $30 to $80 a lecture, and just now I have been so well advertised in Chicago gratis by the Parliament of Religions that it is not advisable to give up this field now. To which I am sure you will agree. However, I may come soon to Boston, but when I cannot say. Yesterday I returned from Streator where I got $87 for a lecture. I have engagements every day this week. And hope more will come by the end of the week. My love to Mr. Woods and compliments to all our friends. Yours truly, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: 12. C/O.J. Leon. 262 Michigan Avenue, Chicago. October 26, 1893. Dear Adhyapakji, Professor John Henry Wright. You would be glad to know that I am doing well here and that almost everybody has been very kind to me, except of course the very orthodox. Many of the men brought together here from far-off lands have got projects and ideas and missions to carry out, and America is the only place where there is a chance of success for everything. But I thought better and have given up speaking about my project entirely because I am sure now the heathen draws more than his project. So I want to go to work earnestly for my own project, only keeping the project in the background and working like any other lecturer. He who has brought me hither and has not left me yet will not leave me ever I am here. You will be glad to know that I am doing well and expect to do very well in the way of getting money. Of course I am too green in the business but would soon learn my trade. I am very popular in Chicago. So I want to stay here a little more and get money. Tomorrow I am going to lecture on Buddhism at the Ladies' Fortnightly Club, which is the most influential in the city. How to thank you, my kind friend, or him who brought you to me, for now I think the success of my project probable, and it is you who have made it so. May blessings and happiness attend every step of your progress in this world. My love and blessings to your children. Yours affectionately ever, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: 13. 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. November 19, 1893. Dear Mrs. Woods, excuse my delay in answering your letter. I do not know when I will be able to see you again. I am starting tomorrow for Madison and Minneapolis. The English gentleman you speak of is Dr. Momry of London. He is a well-known worker amongst the poor of London and is a very sweet man. You perhaps do not know that the English Church was the only religious denomination in the world who did not send to us a representative, and Dr. Momry came to the Parliament in spite of the Archbishop of Canterbury's denouncing of the Parliament of Religions. My love for you, my kind friend, and your noble son is all the same whether I write pretty often or not. Can you express my books and the cover all to the care of Mr. Hale? I am in need of them. The express will be paid here. The blessings of the Lord on you and yours. Ever your friend, Vivekananda. P.S. If you have the occasion to write to Miss Sanborn and others of our friends in the East, kindly give them my deepest respects. Yours truly, Vivekananda. Chronology. 14. Detroit. March 17, 1894. Dear Sister, Miss Harriet McKinley of Chicago. Got your package yesterday. Sorry that you send those stockings, I could have got some myself here. Glad that it shows your love. After all, the satchel has become more than a thoroughly stuffed sausage. I do not know how to carry it along. I have returned today to Mrs. Bagley's as she was sorry that I would remain so long with Mr. Palmer. Of course in Palmer's house there was real good time. He is a real jovial heart-whole fellow, and likes good time a little too much and his hot scotch. But he is right along innocent and childlike in his simplicity. He was very sorry that I came away, but I could not help. Here is a beautiful young girl. I saw her twice, I do not remember her name. So brainy, so beautiful, so spiritual, so unworldly. Lord bless her. She came this morning with Mrs. M. Duval and talked so beautifully and deep and spiritually that I was quite astounded. She knows everything about the yogis and is herself much advanced in practice. Thy ways are beyond searching out. Lord bless her, so innocent, holy, and pure. This is the grandest recompense in my terribly toilsome, miserable life, the finding of holy happy faces like you from time to time. The great Buddhist prayer is, I bow down to all holy men on earth. I feel the real meaning of this prayer whenever I see a face upon which the finger of the Lord has written in unmistakable letters mine. May you all be happy, blessed, good and pure as you are forever and ever. May your feet never touch the mud and dirt of this terrible world. May you live and pass away like flowers as you are born, is the constant prayer of your brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 13. 541, Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. November 19, 1893. Dear M.R.S. Woods. Excuse my delay in answering your letter. I do not know when I will be able to see you again. I am starting tomorrow for Madison and Minneapolis. The English gentleman you speak of is Dr. Momry of London. He is a well-known worker amongst the poor of London and is a very sweet man. You perhaps do not know that the English Church was the only religious denomination in the world who did not send to us a representative, and Dr. Momry came to the Parliament in spite of the Archbishop of Canterbury's denouncing of the Parliament of Religions. My love for you, my kind friend, and your noble son is all the same whether I write pretty often or not. Can you express my books and the cover all to the care of Mr. Hale? I am in need of them. The express will be paid here. The blessings of the Lord on you and yours. Ever your friend, Vivekananda. P.S. If you have the occasion to write to Miss Sanborn and others of our friends in the East, kindly give them my deepest respects. Yours truly. Vivekananda. Chronology. 15. Detroit. March 29, 1894. Dear Brother 1. Your letter just reached me here. I am in a hurry, so excuse a few points which I would take the liberty of correcting you in. In the first place, I have not one word to say against any religion or founder of religion in the world, whatever you may think of our religion. All religions are sacred to me. Secondly, it is a misstatement that I said that missionaries do not learn our vernaculars. I still stick to my statement that few, if any, of them pay any attention to Sanskrit, nor is it true that I said anything against any religious body, except that I do insist on my statement that India can never be converted to Christianity, and further I deny that the conditions of the lower classes are made any better by Christianity, and add that the majority of southern Indian Christians are not only Catholics, but what they call themselves, caste Christians, that is, they stick close to their castes, and I am thoroughly persuaded that if the Hindu society gives up its exclusive policy, 90% of them would rush back to Hinduism with all its defects. Lastly, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for calling me your fellow countryman. This is the first time any European foreigner, born in India though he be, has dared to call a detested native by that name, missionary or no missionary. Would you dare call me the same in India? Ask your missionaries, born in India, to do the same, and those not born, to treat them as fellow human beings. As to the rest, you yourself would call me a fool if I admit that my religion or society submits to be judged by strolling globe-trotters or story-writers' narratives. My brother, excuse me, what do you know of my society or religion, though born in India? It is absolutely impossible. The society is so closed, and over and above, everyone judges from his preconceived standard of race and religion, does he not? Lord bless you for calling me a fellow countryman. There may still come a brotherly love and fellowship between the East and West. Yours fraternally, Vivekananda. Reverend R.A. Hume, the director of a mission in India, who wrote to Swami Vivekananda from Auburndale, Massachusetts, on March 21, 1894, in an obvious attempt to draw him into a public debate. Mr. Hume was born in India and started his letter with Swami Vivekananda, my fellow countrymen from India. His thesis was that the missionaries were justified in what they did in India and how they spoke about her abroad, and that Swamiji was misrepresenting India and the Christian missionaries in Detroit and other places in the USA. Ed. Chronology. Addressee. 16. New York. April 25, 1894. Dear Professor, Professor John Henry Wright. I am very grateful for your invitation, and will come on May 7th. As for the bed, my friend, your love and noble heart can convert the stone into down. I am sorry I am not going to the author's breakfast at Salem. I am coming home by May 7th. Yours truly, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 18. New York. 2nd, actually 1st May, 1894. Dear Sister, Miss Isabel McKinley. I am afraid I cannot send you the pamphlet just now. But I got a little bit of a newspaper cutting from India yesterday which I send you up. After you have read it, kindly send it over to Mrs. Bagley. The editor of this paper is a relative of Mr. Mazumdar. I am now sorry for poor Mazumdar. The last 2 sentences were written crosswise on the left margin. I could not find the exact orange color of my coat here, so I have been obliged to satisfy myself with the next best, a cardinal red with more of yellow. The coat will be ready in a few days. Got about $70 the other day by lecturing at Waldorf. And hope to get some more by tomorrow's lecture. From 7th to 19th there are engagements in Boston, but they pay very little. Yesterday I bought a pipe for $13. Meerschaum, do not tell it to Father Pope. The coat will cost $30. I am all right getting food. And money enough. Hope very soon to put something in the bank after the coming lecture. In the evening I am going to speak in a vegetarian dinner. Well, I am a vegetarian. Because I prefer it when I can get it. I have another invitation to lunch with Lyman Abbott day after tomorrow. After all, I am having very nice time and hope to have very nice time in Boston, only that nasty lecturing disgusting. However, as soon as 19th is over, one leap from Boston to Chicago. And then I will have a long breath and rest for 2-3 weeks. I will simply sit down and talk and smoke. By the by, your New York people are very good, only more money than brains. I am going to speak to the students of the Harvard University. 3 lectures at Boston, 3 at Harvard, all arranged by Mrs. Breed. They are arranging something here too, so that I will, on my way to Chicago, come to New York once more, give them a few hard raps and pocket the boodle and fly to Chicago. If you want anything from New York or Boston which cannot be had at Chicago, write sharp. I have plenty of dollars now. I will send you over anything you want in a minute. Don't think it would be indelicate anyway, no humbug about me. If I am a brother, so I am. I hate only one thing in the world: hypocrisy. Chronology. Addressee. 17. New York. April 26, 1894. Dear Sister, Miss Isabel McKinley. Your letter reached me yesterday. You were perfectly right. I enjoyed the fun of the Lunatic Interior, Chicago Interior, a Presbyterian newspaper which opposed Swamiji. Ed. But the mail you sent yesterday from India was really, as Mother Church says in her letter, a good news after a long interval. There is a beautiful letter from Dewanji. The old man, Lord bless him, offers as usual to help me. Then there was a little pamphlet published in Calcutta about me, revealing that once at least in my life the Prophet has been honored in his own country. There are extracts from American and Indian papers and magazines about me.
The extracts printed from Calcutta papers were especially gratifying, although the strain is so fulsome that I refuse to send the pamphlet over to you. They call me illustrious, wonderful, and all sorts of nonsense, but they forward me the gratitude of the whole nation. Now I do not care what they even of my own people say about me except for one thing. I have an old mother. She has suffered much all her life, and in the midst of all she could bear to give me up for the service of God and man, but to have given up the most beloved of her children, her hope to live a beastly immoral life in a far distant country, as Mazumdar was telling in Calcutta, would have simply killed her. But the Lord is great, none can injure his children. The cat is out of the bag without my seeking at all. And who do you think is the editor of one of our leading papers which praise me so much and thank God that I came to America to represent Hinduism? Mazumdar's cousin. Poor Mazumdar, he has injured his cause by telling lies through jealousy. Lord knows I never attempted any defense. I read the article of Mr. Gandhi in the forum before this. If you have got the review of reviews of last month read to mother, the testimony about the Hindus in connection with the opium question in India by one of the highest officials of the English in India. He compares the English with the Hindus and lauds the Hindu to the skies. Sir Lepel Griffin was one of the bitterest enemies of our race. What made this change of front? I had a very good time in Boston at Mrs. Breed's and saw Professor Wright. I am going to Boston again. The tailor is making my new gown. I am going to speak at Cambridge University, Harvard, and would be the guest of Professor Wright there. They write grand welcomes to me in the Boston papers. I am tired of all this nonsense. Towards the latter part of May I will come back to Chicago, and after a few days' stay would come back to the East again. I spoke last night at the Waldorf Hotel. Mrs. Smith sold tickets at $2 each. I had a full hall, which by the way was a small one. I have not seen anything of the money yet. Hope to see in the course of the day. I made $100 at Lynn, which I do not send because I have to make my new gown and other nonsense. Do not expect to make any money at Boston. Still I must touch the brain of America and stir it up if I can. Your loving brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 19. New York. May 4, 1894. Dear Adhyapakji, Professor John Henry Wright. I have received your kind note just now. And it is unnecessary for me to say that I will be very happy to do as you say. I have also received Col. Higginson's letter. I will reply to him. I will be in Boston on Sunday, May 6. On Monday I lecture at the Women's Club of Mrs. Howe. Yours ever truly, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XX. 17, Beacon Street, Boston. May, 1894. Dear Adhyapakji, Professor John Henry Wright. By this time you have got the pamphlet and the letters. If you like, I would send you over from Chicago some letters from Indian princes and ministers. One of these ministers was one of the commissioners of the late Opium Commission that sat under Royal Commission in India. If you like, I will have them write to you to convince you of my not being a cheat. But, my brother, our ideal of life is to hide, to suppress, and to deny. We are to give up and not to take. Had I not the fad in my head, I would never have come over here. And it was with a hope that it would help my cause that I joined the Parliament of Religions, having always refused it when our people wanted to send me for it. I came over telling them that I may or may not join that assembly, and you may send me over if you like. They sent me over, leaving me quite free. You did the rest. I am morally bound to afford you every satisfaction, my kind friend, but for the rest of the world I do not care what they say. The sannyasin must not have self-defense. So I beg of you not to publish or show anybody anything in that pamphlet or the letters. I do not care for the attempts of the old missionary, but the fever of jealousy which attacked Mazumdar gave me a terrible shock, and I pray that he would know better, for he is a great and good man who has tried all his life to do good. But this proves one of my master's sayings,
living in a room covered with black soot. However careful you may be, some spots must stick to your clothes. So, however one may try to be good and holy, so long he is in the world, some part of his nature must gravitate downwards. The way to God is the opposite to that of the world. And to few, very few, are given to have God and mammon at the same time. I was never a missionary, nor ever would be one. My place is in the Himalayas. I have satisfied myself so far that I can with a full conscience say, my God, I saw terrible misery amongst my brethren, I searched and discovered the way out of it, tried my best to apply the remedy, but failed. So thy will be done. May his blessings be on you and yours forever and ever. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. I go to Chicago tomorrow or day after. Yours. V. Chronology. Addressee. XXI. 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. May 24, 1894. Dear Adhyapakji, Professor John Henry Wright. Herewith I forward to you a letter from one of our ruling princes of Rajputana, His Highness the Maharaja of Khetri, and another from the Opium Commissioner, late Minister of Junagadh, one of the largest states in India, and a man who is called the Gladstone of India. These I hope would convince you of my being no fraud. One thing I forgot to tell you. I never identified myself anyway with Mr. Mazumdar's party chief. Evidently, Keshav Chandra Sr., if he says so, he does not speak the truth. I hope, after your perusal, you will kindly send the letters over to me, except the pamphlet which I do not care for. I am bound, my dear friend, to give you every satisfaction of my being a genuine sannyasin, but to you alone. I do not care what the rabble say or think about me. Some would call you a saint, some a chandala, some a lunatic, others a demon. Go on then straight to thy work without heeding either. Thus saith one of our great sannyasins, an old emperor of India, King Bhartrihari, who joined the order in old times. May the Lord bless you forever and ever. My love to all your children and my respects to your noble wife. I remain ever your friend, Vivekananda. P.S. I had connection with Pandit Shivanath Shastri's party but only on points of social reform. Mazumdar and Chandra Sen I always considered as not sincere, and I have no reason to change my opinion even now. Of course in religious matters even with my friend Panditji I differed much, the chief being, I thinking sannyasa or, giving up the world, the highest ideal, and he, a sin. So the Brahmosamajists consider becoming a monk a sin. Yours. V. The Brahmosamaj, like Christian Science in your country, spread in Calcutta for a certain time and then died out. I am not sorry, neither glad that it died. It has done its work, viz. Social reform. Its religion was not worth a cent, and so it must die out. If Mazumdar thinks I was one of the causes of its death, he errs. I am even now a great sympathizer of its reforms, but the booby religion could not hold its own against the old Vedanta. What shall I do? Is that my fault? Mazumdar has become childish in his old age and takes to tactics not a whit better than some of your Christian missionaries. Lord bless him and show him better ways. Yours. Vivekananda. When are you going to Annisquam? My love to Austin and Bime. My respects to your wife, and for you my love and gratitude is too deep for expression. Yours ever affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXII. 541 Dearborn Avenue, June 18, 1894. Dear Adhyapakji, Professor John Henry Wright. Excuse my delay in sending the other letters, I could not find them earlier. I am going to New York in a week. I do not know whether I will come to Annisquam or not. The letters need not be sent over to me until I write you again. Mrs. Bagley seems to be unsettled by that article in the Boston paper against me. 1 She sent me over a copy from Detroit and has ceased correspondence with me. Lord bless her. She has been very kind to me. Stout hearts like yours are not common, my brother. This is a queer place, this world of ours. On the whole, I am very, very thankful to the Lord for the amount of kindness I have received at the hands of the people of this country. I, a complete stranger here without even credentials. Everything works for the best. Yours ever in gratitude, Vivekananda. P.S. The East India stamps are for your children if they like. Her silence subsequent to sending Swamiji the article in the Boston paper was surely misconstrued by him, but the fact remained that, beleaguered on all sides, he thought that Mrs. Bagley had lost faith in him, and this must surely have hurt him deeply. Ed. Chronology. Addressee. XXIV. Translated from Bengali. USA. November. 1894. Dear Kali Abhidananda. Thanks for all that I come to know from your letter. I had no news of the telegram in question having appeared in the Tribune. It is 6 months since I left Chicago, and I have not been yet free to return. So I could not keep myself well posted. You have taken great pains indeed. And for this how can I thank you adequately? You have all evinced a wonderful capacity for work. And how can Sri Ramakrishna's words prove false? You have got wonderful spirit in you. About Shashi Sanyal, I have already written. Nothing remains undetected, through the grace of Sri Ramakrishna. But let him found a sect or whatever he will, what harm? May blessings attend your path. Secondly, I could not catch the drift of your letter. I shall collect my own funds to build a monastery for ourselves, and if people criticize me for it, I see nothing in this to affect us either way. You have your minds pitched high and steady, it will do you no harm. May you have exceeding love for one another among yourselves, and it would be enough to have an attitude of indifference towards public criticisms. Kali Krishna Babu has deep love for the cause and is a great man. Please convey my special love to him. So long as there is no feeling of disunion amongst you, through the grace of the Lord, I assure you, there is no danger for you, be it in battle, in the forest, or on the top of mountains. All noble undertakings are fraught with obstacles. It is quite in the nature of things. Keep up the deepest mental poise. Take not even the slightest notice of what puerile creatures may be saying against you. Indifference, indifference, indifference. I have already written to Shashi, Ramakrishnananda, in detail. Please do not send newspapers and tracts any more. Take the husking hammer to heaven, and there it will do its husking, as the Bengali saying goes. The same trudging about here as it was in India, only with the carrying of others' loads added. How can I procure customers for people's books in this land? I am only one amongst the many here and nothing more. Whatever the papers and things of that sort in this country write about me, I make an offering of to the fire god. You also do the same. That is the proper course. A bit of public demonstration was necessary for Guru Maharaj's work. It is done, and so far so good. Now you must on no account pay any heed to what the rabble may be prattling about us. Whether I make my pile or do whatever else I am reported to, shall the opinions of the riffraff stand in the way of his work? My dear brother, you are yet a boy, while I am growing grey. What regard I have for the pronouncements and opinions of such people, you should guess from this. So long as you gird up your loins and rally behind me, there is no fear even if the whole world combine against us. This much I understand, that I shall have to take up a very lofty attitude. I should not, I think, write to anyone except to you. By the by, where is Gunandi? Try to find him out and bring him to the math with all kindness. He is a very sincere man and highly learned. You must try your best to secure 2 plots of land, let people say what they will. Let anyone write anything for or against me in the papers, you shouldn't take the slightest notice. And my dear brother, I beseech you repeatedly not to send me any more newspapers by the basketful. How can you talk of rest now?
We shall have rest a while only when we give up this body. Just do once get up the celebration, brother, in that spirit, so that all the country around may burn with enthusiasm. Bravo! Capital indeed. The whole band of scoffers will be swept away by the tidal wave of love. You are elephants, forsooth, what do you fear from an ant bite? The address presented by the citizens of Calcutta who gathered at a meeting at the town hall on September 5, 1894, under the presidentship of Raja Pyari Mohan Mukherjee, you sent me reached me long ago, and the reply to it has also been dispatched to Pyari Babu, November 18, 1894. Bear in mind the eyes are two in number and so the ears, but the mouth is but one. Indifference, indifference, indifference. The doer of good deeds never comes to grief, my dear. Ah! To fear. And whom are we going to fear, brother? Here the missionaries and their ilk have howled themselves into silence, and the whole world will but do likewise. Whether people skilled in policy praise or blame, whether the goddess of fortune favors or goes her way, whether death befalls today or after hundreds of years, persons of steady mind never swerve from the path of righteousness. Bhartrihari, Nidishtaka. You need not even mix with the humdrum people, nor beg of them either. The Lord is supplying everything and will do so in future. What fear, my brother? All great undertakings are achieved through mighty obstacles. You valiant one, put forth your manly efforts. Wretched people under the grip of lust and gold deserve to be looked upon with indifference. Now I have got a firm footing in this country, and therefore need no assistance. But my one prayer to you all is that you should apply to the service of the Lord that active impulse of manliness which your eagerness to help me through brotherly love has brought out in you. Do not open out your mind, unless you feel it will be positively beneficial. Use agreeable and wholesome language towards even the greatest enemy. The desire for fame, for riches, for enjoyment is quite natural to every mortal, dear brother, and if that agrees well with serving both ways, i.e. serving both God and mammon, why, all men would exhibit great zeal. It is only the great saint who can work, making a mountain of an atom of virtue in others and cherishing no desire but that of the good of the world, etc. Bhartrihari, Nidishtaka, 70. Therefore let dullards whose intellect is steeped in ignorance and who look upon the non-self as all in all, play out their boyish pranks. They will of themselves leave off the moment they find it too hot. Let them try to spit upon the moon, it will but recoil upon themselves. Godspeed to them. If they have got anything substantial in them, who can bar their success? But if it be only empty swagger due to jealousy, then all will be in vain. Haramohan has sent rosaries. All right. But you should know that religion of the type that obtains in our country does not go here. You must suit it to the taste of the people. If you ask them to become Hindus, they will all give you a wide berth and hate you, as we do the Christian missionaries. They like some of the ideas of the Hindu scriptures, that is all. Nothing more than that, you should know. The men, most of them, do not trouble about religion and all that. The women are a little interested, that is all, but no large doses of it. A few thousands of people have faith in the Advaita doctrine. But they will give you the go-by if you talk obscure mannerisms about sacred writings, caste, or women. Everything proceeds slowly, by degrees. Patience, purity, perseverance. Yours, etc. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXV. Translated from Bengali. USA. 1894. Dear Brother Shivananda. Your letter just reached me. Perhaps by this time you have received my other letters and learned that it is not necessary to send anything to America anymore. Too much of everything is bad. This newspaper booming has given me popularity, no doubt, but its effect is more in India than here. Here, on the other hand, constant booming creates a distaste in the minds of the higher class people, so enough. Now try to organize yourselves in India on the lines of these meetings. You need not send anything more in this country. As to money, I have determined first to build some place for Mother, Holy Mother, Sri Sarada Devi, for women require it first. I can send nearly 7,000 rupees for a place for Mother. If the place is first secured, then I do not care for anything else. I hope to be able to get 1,600 rupees a year from this country even when I am gone. That sum I will make over to the support of the women's place, and then it will grow. I have written to you already to secure a place. I would have, before this, returned to India, but India has no money. Thousands honor Ramakrishna Paramahansa, but nobody will give a cent, that is India. In the meanwhile live in harmony at any price. The world cares little for principles. They care for persons. They will hear with patience the words of a man they like, however nonsense, and will not listen to anyone they do not like. Think of this and modify your conduct accordingly. Everything will come all right. Be the servant if you will rule. That is the real secret. Your love will tell even if your words be harsh. Instinctively men feel the love clothed in whatever language. These 2 paragraphs and the last half of the 4th were written in English. My dear brother, that Ramakrishna Paramahansa was God incarnate, I have not the least doubt, but then you must let people find out for themselves what he used to teach. You cannot thrust these things upon them. This is my only objection. Let people speak out their own opinions. Why should we object? Without studying Ramakrishna Paramahansa first, one can never understand the real import of the Vedas, the Vedanta, of the Bhagavata and the other Puranas. His life is a searchlight of infinite power thrown upon the whole mass of Indian religious thought. He was the living commentary to the Vedas and to their aim. He had lived in one life the whole cycle of the national religious existence in India. Whether Bhagwan Sri Krishna was born at all we are not sure, and avatars like Buddha and Chaitanya are monotonous. Ramakrishna Paramahansa is the latest and the most perfect, the concentrated embodiment of knowledge, love, renunciation, Catholicity, and the desire to serve mankind. So where is anyone to compare with him? He must have been born in vain who cannot appreciate him. My supreme good fortune is that I am his servant through life after life. A single word of his is to me far weightier than the Vedas and the Vedanta. Oh, I am the servant of the servants of his servants. But narrow bigotry militates against his principles, and this makes me cross. Rather let his name be drowned in oblivion, and his teachings bear fruit instead. Why, was he a slave to fame? Certain fishermen and illiterate people called Jesus Christ a god, but the literate people killed him. Buddha was honored in his lifetime by a number of merchants and cowherds. But Ramakrishna has been worshipped in his lifetime towards the end of this 19th century by the demons and giants of the university as God incarnate. Only a few things have been jotted down in the books about them: Krishna, Buddha, Christ, etc. One must be a wonderful housekeeper with whom we have never yet lived. So the Bengali proverb goes. But here is a man in whose company we have been day and night and yet consider him to be a far greater personality than any of them. Can you understand this phenomenon? You have not yet understood the wonderful significance of Mother's life, none of you. But gradually you will know. Without Shakti, power, there is no regeneration for the world. Why is it that our country is the weakest and the most backward of all countries? Because Shakti is held in Dasianur there. Mother has been born to revive that wonderful Shakti in India, and making her the nucleus, once more will Garjas and Matrayis be born into the world. Dear brother, you understand little now, but by degrees you will come to know it all. Hence it is her math that I want first. Without the grace of Shakti nothing is to be accomplished. What do I find in America and Europe? The worship of Shakti, the worship of power. Yet they worship her ignorantly through sense gratification. Imagine, then, what a lot of good they will achieve who will worship her with all purity, in a sattvika spirit, looking upon her as their mother. I am coming to understand things clearer every day, my insight is opening out more and more. Hence we must first build a math for mother. First mother and mother's daughters, then father and father's sons. Can you understand this? To me, Mother's grace is 100,000 times more valuable than father's. Mother's grace, mother's blessings are all paramount to me. Please pardon me. I am a little bigoted there, as regards mother. If but mother orders, her demons can work anything. Brother, before proceeding to America I wrote to mother to bless me. Her blessings came, and at one bound I cleared the ocean. There, you see. In this terrible winter I am lecturing from place to place and fighting against odds, so that funds may be collected for mother's math. Baburam's mother must have lost her sense owing to old age, and that is why she is about to worship Durga in the earthen image, ignoring the living one. Viz. Holy Mother Sri Sarada Devi. Brother, faith is very difficult to achieve. Brother, I shall show how to worship the living Durga, and then only shall I be worthy of my name. I shall be relieved when you will have purchased a plot of land and established there the living Durga, the mother. Till then I am not returning to my native land. As soon as you can do that, I shall have a sigh of relief after sending the money. Do you accomplish this festival of Durga of mine by making all the necessary arrangements. Girish Ghosh is adoring the mother splendidly, blessed is he, and blessed are his followers. Brother, often enough, when I am reminded of the mother, I ejaculate, what after all is Rama? Brother, that is where my fanaticism lies, I tell you. Of Ramankrishna, you may aver, my brother, that he was an incarnation or whatever else you may like, but fie on him who has no devotion for the mother. Niranjan has a militant disposition, but he has great devotion for mother, and all his vagaries I can easily put up with. He is now doing the most marvelous work. I am keeping myself well posted. And you too have done excellently in cooperating with the madrasas. Dear brother, I expect much from you. You should organize all for conj ointment work. As soon as you have secured the land for mother, I go to India straight. It must be a big plot, let there be a mud house to begin with, in due course I shall erect a decent building, don't be afraid. The chief cause of malaria lies in water. Why do you not construct 2 or 3 filters? If you first boil the water and then filter it, it will be harmless. Please buy 2 big Pasteur's bacteria-proof filters. Let the cooking be done in that water and use it for drinking purposes also, and you will never hear of malaria anymore. On and on, work, 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 this is only the beginning. Yours ever, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXVI. Translated from Bengali. Salutation to Bhagwan Ramankrishna. 1894. Dear and beloved, Swami Brahmananda. Well, do you think there is any religion left in India? The paths of knowledge, devotion, and yoga all have gone, and now there remains only that of don't toucheism, don't touch me. Don't touch me. The whole world is impure, and I alone am pure. Lucid Brahmajanana. Bravo. Great God. Nowadays Brahman is neither in the recesses of the heart, nor in the highest heaven, nor in all beings, now he is in the cooking pot. Formerly the characteristic of a noble-minded man was pleasing the whole universe by one's numerous acts of service, but now it is I am pure and the whole world is impure, go and get money and set it at my feet. Tell the sapient sage who writes to me to finish my preaching work here and return home. That this country is more my home. What is there in Hindus then? Who appreciates religion? Who appreciates learning? To return home. Where is the home? I do not care for liberation, or for devotion, I would rather go to 100,000 hells, doing good to others, silently, like the spring. This is my religion. I do not want to have any connection with lazy, hard-hearted, cruel, and selfish men. He whose good fortune it is, may help in this great cause. Please convey to all my love, I want the help of everyone. Neither money pays, nor name, nor fame, nor learning, it is character that can cleave through adamantine walls of difficulties. Bear this in mind. Ever yours in love. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee.
XXVII 1895. Dear Alasinga, we have no organization, nor want to build any. Each one is quite independent to teach, quite free to preach whatever he or she likes. If you have the spirit within, you will never fail to attract others. Theosophists' method can never be ours, for the very simple reason that they are an organized sect, we are not. Individuality is my motto. I have no ambition beyond training individuals up. I know very little, that little I teach without reserve, where I am ignorant, I confess it as such, and never am I so glad as when I find people being helped by Theosophists, Christians, Mohammedans, or anybody in the world. I am a sannyasin, as such I consider myself as a servant, not as a master in the world. If people love me, they are welcome, if they hate, they are also welcome. Each one will have to save himself, each one to do his own work. I seek no help, I reject none. Nor have I any right in the world to be helped. Whosoever has helped me or will help, it will be their mercy to me, not my right, and as such I am eternally grateful. When I became a sannyasin, I consciously took the step, knowing that this body would have to die of starvation. What of that, I am a beggar. My friends are poor, I love the poor, I welcome poverty. I am glad that I sometimes have to starve. I ask help of none. What is the use? Truth will preach itself, it will not die for the want of the helping hands of me. Making happiness and misery the same, making success and failure the same, fight thou on, Jita. It is that eternal love, unruffled equanimity under all circumstances, and perfect freedom from jealousy or animosity that will tell. That will tell, nothing else. Yours. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXVII 54W33 New York. April 25, 1895. Dear Brother, to Dr. I. Janes. I was away in the Catskill Mountains and it was almost impossible to get a letter regularly posted from where I was, so accept my apology for the delay in offering you my most heartfelt thanks for your letter in the Eagle. It was so scholarly, truthful, and noble, and withal so permeated with your natural universal love for the good and true everywhere. It is a great work to bring this world into a spirit of sympathy with each other, but it should be done no doubt when such brave souls as you still hold your own. Lord help you ever and ever, my brother, and may you live long to carry on the mighty work you and your society has undertaken. With my gratitude and love to you and to the members of the Ethical Society. I remain yours ever truly. Vivekananda. Chronology. XXIX 54W33 New York. May, 1895. Dear__. Since writing to you, my pupils have come round me with help, and the classes will go on nicely now, no doubt. I was so glad at it because teaching has become a part of my life, as necessary to my life as eating or breathing. Yours. Vivekananda. P.S. I saw a lot of things about ___ in an English paper, The Borderland. __ is doing good work in India, making the Hindus, very much to appreciate their own religion. I do not find any scholarship in __'s writing. Nor do I find any spirituality whatever. However, Godspeed to anyone who wants to do good to the world. How easily this world can be duped by humbugs, and what a mass of fraud has gathered over the devoted head of poor humanity since the dawn of civilization. Chronology. Addressee. XXX. Translated from Bengali. 19 West 38th Street. New York, August, 1895. Beloved Rockall. I am now in New York City. The city is hot in summer, exactly like Calcutta. You perspire profusely, and there is not a breath of air. I made a tour in the north for a couple of months. Please answer this letter by return of post to England, for which I shall start before this will have reached you. Yours affectionately. Vivekananda.
Chronology. Addressee: XXXI. USA. March, 1896. Dear Alasinga, last week I wrote you about the Brahmavatan. I forgot to write about the Bhakti lectures. They ought to be published in a book altogether. A few hundreds may be sent to America to Goodyear in New York. Within 20 days I sail for England. I have other big books on Karma, Jnana, and Raja Yogas. The Karma is out already, the Raja will be a very big book and is already in the press. The Jnana will have to be published, I think, in England. A letter you published from Kripananda in the Brahmavatan was rather unfortunate. Kripananda is smarting under the blows the Christians have given him, and that sort of letter is vulgar, pitching into everybody. It is not in accord with the tone of the Brahmavatan. So in future when Kripananda writes, tone down everything that is an attack upon any sect, however cranky or crude. Nothing which is against any sect, good or bad, should get into the Brahmavatan. Of course, we must not show active sympathy with frauds. Again, let me remind you that the paper is too technical to find any subscriber here. The average Western neither knows nor cares to know all about jaw-breaking Sanskrit terms and technicalities. The paper is well fitted for India, that I see. Every word of special pleading should be eliminated from the editorials, and you must always remember that you are addressing the whole world, not India alone, and that the same world is entirely ignorant of what you have got to tell them. Use the translation of every Sanskrit term carefully and make things as easy as possible. Before this reaches you I will be in England. So address me C/OET Sturdy, ESQ, Highview, Caversham, Eng. Yours etc. Vivekananda. Chronology. XXXII. Translated from Bengali. Highview, Caversham. Reading: April 27, 1896. Dear members of the Alam Bazaar Math, let me write something for you all. It is not for gaining personal authority that I do this, but for your good and for fulfilling the purpose for which the Lord came. He gave me the charge of you all, and you shall contribute to the great well-being of the world, though most of you are not yet aware of it. This is the special reason of my writing to you. It will be a great pity if any feeling of jealousy or egotism gain ground amongst you. Is it possible for those to establish cordial relations on earth who cannot cordially live with one another for any length of time? No doubt it is an evil to be bound by laws, but it is necessary at the immature stage to be guided by rules, in other words, as the master used to say, that the sapling must be hedged round, and so on. Secondly, it is quite natural for idle minds to indulge in gossip, and faction-mongering, and so forth. Hence I jot down the following hints. If you follow them, you will undoubtedly prosper, but if you don't do so, then there is a danger of all our labors coming to naught. First, let me write about the management of the math. 1. For the purposes of the math, please hire a commodious house or garden, where everyone may have a small room to himself. There must be a spacious hall where the books may be kept, and a smaller room for meeting the visitors. If possible, there should be another big hall in the house where study of the scriptures and religious discourses will be held every day for the public. 2. Anyone wishing to visit anybody in the math should see him only and depart, without troubling others. 3. By turns someone should be present in the hall for a few hours every day for the public, so that they may get satisfactory replies to what they come to ask. 4. Everyone must keep to his room, and except on special business must not go to others' rooms. Anyone who wishes may go to the library and read, but it should be strictly forbidden to smoke there or talk with others. The reading should be silent. 5. It shall be wholly forbidden to huddle together in a room and chat the whole day away, with any number of outsiders coming and joining in the hubbub. 6. Only those that are seekers after religion may come and peacefully wait in the visitors' hall, and when they have seen the particular persons they want, they should depart. Or, if they have any general question to ask, they should refer to the person in charge of that function for the day and leave. 7. Tale-bearing, caballing,
or reporting scandals about others should be altogether eschewed. 8. A small room should serve as the office. The secretary should live in that room, which should contain paper, ink, and other materials for letter writing. He should keep an account of the income and expenditure. All correspondence should come to him, and he should deliver all letters unopened to their addressees. Books and pamphlets should be sent to the library. 9. There will be a small room for smoking, which should not be indulged in outside this room. 10. He who wants to indulge in invectives or show temper must do so outside the boundaries of the math. This should not be deviated from even by an inch. The governing body. 1. Every year a president should be elected by a majority of votes. The next year, another, and so on. 2. For this year make Brahmananda the president and likewise make another the secretary, and elect a third man for superintending the worship etc., as well as the arrangement of food. 3. The secretary shall have another function, viz. To keep watch over the general health. Regarding this I have 3 instructions to give. In every room for each man there shall be a nair charpoy, mattress, etc. Everyone must keep his room clean. 2. All arrangements must be made to provide clear and pure water for drinking and cooking purposes, for it is a deadly sin to cook sacramental food in impure or unclean water. 3. Give everyone 2 ochre cloaks of the type that you have made for Saradananda, and see that clothing is kept clean. 4. Anyone wishing to be a sannyasin should be admitted as a brahmacharin first. He should live 1 year at the math and 1 year outside, after which he may be initiated into sannyasa. 5. Make overcharge of the worship to one of these brahmacharins, and change them now and then. Departments. There shall be the following departments in the math. I study. 2. Propaganda. 3. Religious practice. I study. The object of this department is to provide books and teachers for those who want to study. Every morning and evening the teachers should be ready for them. 2. Propaganda within the math, and abroad. The preachers in the math should teach the inquirers by reading out scriptures to them and by means of question classes. The preachers abroad will preach from village to village and try to start maths like the above in different places. 3. Religious practice. This department will try to provide those who want to practice with the requisites for this. But it should not be allowed that because one has taken to religious practice he will prevent others from study or preaching. Anyone infringing this rule shall be immediately asked to clear out, and this is imperative. The preachers at home should give lessons on devotion, knowledge, yoga, and work by turns. For this, the days and hours should be fixed, and the routine hung up at the door of the classroom. That is to say, a seeker after devotion may not present himself on the day fixed for knowledge and feel wounded thereby, and so on. None of you are fit for the Vimachara form of practice. Therefore this should on no account be practiced at the math. Anyone demurring to this must step out of this order. This form of practice must never even be mentioned in the math. Ruin shall seize the wicked man, both here and hereafter, who would introduce vile Vamachara into his fold. Some general remarks. 1. If any woman comes to have a talk with a sannyasin, she should do it in the visitors' hall. No woman shall be allowed to enter any other room except the worship room. 2. No sannyasin shall be allowed to reside in the women's math. Anyone refusing to obey this rule shall be expelled from the math. Better an empty fold than a wicked herd. 3. Men of evil character shall be rigorously kept out. On no pretense shall their shadow even cross the threshold of my room. If anyone amongst you become wicked, turn him out at once, whoever he be. We want no black sheep. The Lord will bring lots of good people. 4. Any woman can come to the classroom, or preaching hall, during class time or preaching hour, but must leave the place directly when that period is over. 5. Never show temper, or harbor jealousy, or backbite another in secret. It would be the height of cruelty and hard-heartedness to take note of others' shortcoming instead of rectifying one's own. 6. There should be fixed hours of meals. Everyone must have a seat and a low dining table. He will sit on the former and put his plate on the latter, as is the custom in Rajputana.
The office bearers. All the office bearers you should elect by ballot, as was the mandate of Lord Buddha. That is to say, one should propose that such and such should be the president this year, and all should write on bits of paper yes or no and put them in a pitcher. If the yes have a majority, he should be elected president, and so on. Though you should elect office bearers in this way, yet I suggest that this year Brahmananda should be president, Nirmalananda secretary and treasurer, Sudananda librarian, and Ramakrishnananda, Abhedananda, Turiyananda, and Trigunatitananda should take charge of the teaching and preaching work by turns, and so on. It is no doubt a good idea that Trigunatita has of starting a magazine. But I shall consent to it if only you can work jointly. About doctrines and so forth I have to say only this, that if anyone accepts Paramahansadeva as Avatara etc., it is all right, if he doesn't do so, it is just the same. The truth about it is that in point of character, Paramahansadeva beats all previous records, and as regards teaching, he was more liberal, more original, and more progressive than all his predecessors. In other words, the older teachers were rather one-sided, while the teaching of this new incarnation or teacher is that the best point of yoga, devotion, knowledge and work must be combined now so as to form a new society. The older ones were no doubt good, but this is the new religion of this age, the synthesis of yoga, knowledge, devotion and work, the propagation of knowledge and devotion to all, down to the very lowest, without distinction of age or sex. The previous incarnations were all right, but they have been synthesized in the person of Ramakrishna. For the ordinary man and the beginner, steady devotion, nishtha, to an ideal is of paramount importance. That is to say, teach them that all great personalities should be duly honored, but homage should be paid now to Ramakrishna. There can be no vigor without steady devotion. Without it one cannot preach with the intensity of a Mahavira, Hanuman. Besides, the previous ones have become rather old. Now we have a new India, with its new God, new religion, and new Vedas. When, O Lord, shall our land be free from this eternal dwelling upon the past? Well, a little bigotry also is a necessity. But we must harbor no antagonistic feelings towards others. If you consider it wise to be guided by my ideas and if you follow these rules, then I shall supply on all necessary funds. Moreover, please show this letter to Gorma, Yoganma, and others, and through them establish a women's math. Let Gorma be the president there for 1 year, and so on. But none of you shall be allowed to visit the place. They will manage their own affairs. They will not have to work at your dictation. I shall supply all necessary expenses for that work also. May the Lord guide you in the right direction. 2 persons went to see the Lord Jagannatha. One of them beheld the deity while the other saw some trash that was haunting his mind. My friends, many have no doubt served the Master, but whenever anyone would be disposed to consider himself an extraordinary personage, he should think that although he was associated with Sri Ramakrishna, he has seen only the trash that was uppermost in his mind. Were it not so, he would manifest the results. The Master himself used to quote, "They would sing and dance in the name of the Lord but come to grief in the end." The root of that degeneration is egotism, to think that one is just as great as any other. Indeed, he used to love me too. One would plead. Alas, Nick Bottom, would you then be thus translated? Would such a man envy or quarrel with another and degrade himself? Bear in mind that through his grace lots of men will be turned out with the nobility of God's eye, wherever his mercy would drop. Obedience is the first duty. Well, just do with alacrity what I ask you to. Let me see how you carry out these few small things. Then gradually great things will come to pass. Yours, Vivekananda. P.S. Please read the contents of this letter to all, and let me know whether you consider the suggestions worth carrying out. Please tell Brahmananda that he who is the servant of all is their true master. He never becomes a leader in whose love there is a consideration of high or low. He whose love knows no end, and never stops to consider high or low, has the whole world lying at his feet.
v. Chronology. Addressee. XXXIII. 63 St. George's Road, London. May, 1896. Dear Sister. In London once more. The climate now in England is nice and cool. We have fire in the grate. We have a whole house to ourselves, you know, this time. It is small but convenient, and in London they do not cost so much as in America. Don't you know what I was thinking about your mother? I just wrote her a letter and duly posted it to her, care of Monroe & Co., 7 Rue Scribe, Paris. Some old friends are here, and Miss MacLeod came over from the continent. She is good as gold, and as kind as ever. We have a nice little family, in the house, with another monk from India. Poor man. A typical Hindu with nothing of that pluck and go which I have, he is always dreamy and gentle and sweet. That won't do. I will try to put a little activity into him. I have had 2 classes already. They will go on for 4 or 5 months, and after that to India I go. But it is to America there where the heart is. I love the Yankee land. I like to see new things. I do not care a fig to loaf about old ruins and mope a life out about old histories and keep sighing about the ancients. I have too much vigor in my blood for that. In America is the place, the people, the opportunity for everything. I have become horribly radical. I am just going to India to see what I can do in that awful mass of conservative jellyfish, and start a new thing, entirely new, simple, strong, new, and fresh as the first-born baby. The eternal, the infinite, the omnipresent, the omniscient is a principle, not a person. You, I, and everyone are but embodiments of that principle, and the more of this infinite principle is embodied in a person, the greater is he, and all in the end will be the perfect embodiment of that, and thus all will be one as they are now essentially. This is all there is of religion, and the practice is through this feeling of oneness that is love. All old foggy forms are mere old superstitions. Now, why struggle to keep them alive? Why give thirsty people ditch water to drink whilst the river of life and truth flows by? This is only human selfishness, nothing else. Life is short, time is flying. That place and people where one's ideas work best should be the country and the people for everyone. I, for a dozen bold hearts, large, noble, and sincere. I am very well indeed and enjoying life immensely. Yours ever with love. V. Chronology. Addressee. Thirsiv. Translated from Bengali. C/OET Sturdy, ESQ. High View, Caversham, Reading. May. 1896. Dear Shashi, Ramakrishnananda. This city of London is a sea of human heads, 10 or 15 Calcuttas put together. One is apt to be lost in the mazes unless he arranges for somebody to meet him on arrival. However, let Kali start at once. If he be late in starting like Sharad, better let no one come. It won't do to loiter and procrastinate like that. It is a task that requires the height of rajas, activity. Our whole country is steeped in tamas, and nothing but that. We want rajas first, and sattva will come afterwards, a thing far, far removed. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXXV. 63 St. George's Road, London, SW. May 16, 1896. Dear Adhyapakji, Professor John Henry Wright. The letter was written on the death of his daughter, aged 16. Last mail brought the very, very sad news of the blow that has fallen on you. This is the world, my brother, this illusion of Maya, the Lord alone is true. The forms are evanescent, but the spirit, being in the Lord and of the Lord, is immortal and omnipresent. All that we ever had are round us this minute, for the spirit can neither come nor go, it only changes its plane of manifestation. You are strong and pure, and so is Mrs. Wright, and I am sure that the divine in you has arisen and thrown away the lie and delusion that there can be death for anyone. He who sees in this world of manifoldness that one support of everything, in the midst of a world of unconsciousness that one eternal consciousness, in this evanescent world that one eternal and unchangeable, unto him belongs eternal peace. May the peace of the Lord descend upon you and yours in abundance is the prayer of your ever-loving friend, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: 30. 63 St. George's Road, London. June 7, 1896. Dear Miss Noble, my ideal indeed can be put into a few words, and that is, to preach unto mankind their divinity, and how to make it manifest in every movement of life. This world is in chain of superstition. I pity the oppressed, whether man or woman, and I pity more the oppressors. One idea that I see clear as daylight is that misery is caused by ignorance and nothing else. Who will give the world light? Sacrifice in the past has been the law, it will be, alas, for ages to come. The earth's bravest and best will have to sacrifice themselves for the good of many, for the welfare of all. Buddhas by the hundred are necessary with eternal love and pity. Religions of the world have become lifeless mockeries. What the world wants is character. The world is in need of those whose life is one burning love, selfless. That love will make every word tell like thunderbolt. It is no superstition with you, I am sure, you have the making in you of a world mover, and others will also come. Bold words and bolder deeds are what we want. Awake, awake, great ones. The world is burning with misery. Can you sleep? Let us call and call till the sleeping gods awake, till the God within answers to the call. What more is in life? What greater work? The details come to me as I go. I never make plans. Plans grow and work themselves. I only say, awake, awake. May all blessings attend you forever. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: XXXVII. 63 St. George's Road, London, SW. July 6, 1896. Dear friend and brother, to Dr. Louis I. Janes. Yours of the June 25 has duly reached and gave me great pleasure. I am so glad to see the noble work progressing. I had learnt with the greatest delight from Mrs. Bull of the work that is going to be done in Cambridge this winter, and no better person could have been selected to direct it as yourself. May all power attend you. I will be only too glad to write for the magazine from time to time, and my first installment was to be in a few weeks, when I hope to get some leisure. Certainly it goes without saying that no one of the types we call religious ought to die. They, like races, require fresh infusion of blood in the form of ideas. It is wonderful to be able to sympathize with others from their standpoints of view. By this time Goodwin and the other swami must have reached America. They, I trust, will be of help to you in your noble work. Godspeed to all good work and infinite blessings on all workers for good. Yours ever in the truth, Vivekananda. Translated from Sanskrit. Darjeeling, March 19, 1897. Salutation to Bhagwan Ramankrishna. May you prosper. May this letter conveying blessings and cordial embrace make you happy. Nowadays this fleshy tabernacle of mine is comparatively well. Meseems, the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas, the chief among mountains, bring even the moribund back to life. And the fatigue of the journeys also seems to have somewhat abated. I have already felt that yearning for freedom potent enough to put the heart into turmoil which your letter suggests you are experiencing. It is this yearning that gradually brings on a concentration of the mind on the eternal Brahman. There is no other way to go by. May this desire blaze up more and more in you, until all your past karma and future tendencies are absolutely annihilated. Close upon the heels of that will follow, all on a sudden, the manifestation of Brahman, and with it the destruction of all craving for the sense world.
That this freedom in life is approaching for your welfare is easily to be inferred from the strength of your fervour. Now I pray to that world teacher, Sri Ramakrishna, the preacher of the gospel of universal synthesis, to manifest himself in the region of your heart, so that, having attained the consummation of your desires, you may with an undaunted heart try your best to deliver others from this dreadful ocean of infatuation. May you be ever possessed of valor. It is the hero alone, not the coward, who has liberation within his easy reach. Gird up your loins, ye heroes, for before you are your enemies the dire army of infatuation. It is undoubtedly true that all great achievements are fraught with numerous impediments, still you should exert your utmost for your end. Behold, how men are already in the jaws of the shark of infatuation. Oh, listen to their piteous heart-rending wails. Advance, forward, O ye brave souls, to set free those that are in fetters, to lessen the burden of woe of the miserable, and to illumine the abysmal darkness of ignorant hearts. Look, how the Vedanta proclaims by beat of drums, be fearless. May that solemn sound remove the heart's knot of all denizens of the earth. Ever your well-wisher, Vivekananda. May 5, 1897. Dear Mrs. Bull. I have been to Darjeeling for a month to recuperate my shattered health. I am very much better now. The disease disappeared altogether in Darjeeling. I am going tomorrow to Almora, another hill station, to perfect this improvement. Things are looking not very hopeful here, as I have already written you, though the whole nation has risen as one man to honor me and people went almost mad over me. The practical part cannot be had in India. Again, the price of the land has gone up very much near Calcutta. My idea at present is to start 3 centers at 3 capitals. These would be my normal schools, from thence I want to invade India. India is already Ramakrishna's whether I live a few years more or not. I have a very kind letter from Professor Janes in which he points out my remarks about degraded Buddhism. You also write that Dharmapala is very wroth about it. Mr. Dharmapala is a good man, and I love him, but it would be entirely wrong for him to go into fits over things Indian. I am perfectly convinced that what they call modern Hinduism with all its ugliness is only stranded Buddhism. Let the Hindus understand this clearly, and then it would be easier for them to reject it without murmur. As for the ancient form which the Buddha preached, I have the greatest respect for it, as well as for his person. And you well know that we Hindus worship him as an incarnation. Neither is the Buddhism of Ceylon any good. My visit to Ceylon has entirely disillusioned me, and the only living people there are the Hindus. The Buddhists are all much Europeanized. Even Mr. Dharmapala and his father had European names, which they have since changed. The only respect the Buddhists pay to their great tenet of non-killing is by opening butcher stalls in every place. And the priests encourage this. The real Buddhism, I once thought, would yet do much good. But I have given up the idea entirely, and I clearly see the reason why Buddhism was driven out of India, and we will only be too glad if the Ceylonese carry off the remnant of this religion with its hideous idols and licentious rites. About the Theosophists, you must remember first that in India Theosophists and Buddhists are non-entities. They publish a few papers and make a lot of splash and try to catch Occidental ears. I was one man in America and another here. Here the whole nation is looking upon me as their authority, there I was a much reviled preacher. Here princes draw my carriage, there I would not be admitted to a decent hotel. My utterances here, therefore, must be for the good of the race, my people however unpleasant they might appear to a few. Acceptance, love, toleration for everything sincere and honest, but never for hypocrisy. The Theosophists tried to fawn upon and flatter me as I am the authority now in India, and therefore it was necessary for me to stop my work giving any sanction to their humbugs, by a few bold, decisive words, and the thing is done. I am very glad. If my health had permitted, I would have cleared India by this time of these upstart humbugs, at least tried my best. Let me tell you that India is already Ramakrishna's, and for a purified Hinduism I have organized my work here a bit. Yours, Vivekananda.
Chronology. Addressee: Almora. July 11, 1897. My dear Shadananda, I was very glad to receive your last report. I have very little criticism to make except that you ought to write a bit more legibly. I am quite satisfied with the work done so far, but it must be pushed forward. I have not learned as yet of the suggestion I made before as to getting a set of chemical and physical apparatus and starting classes in elementary and experimental chemistry and physics, especially in physiology. What about the other suggestion of buying sets of all the scientific books that have been translated into Bengali? It now seems to me that there must at least be 3 Mahantas, heads, elected at a time, one to direct the business part, one the experimental, the other the intellectual part. The difficulty is to get the director of education. Brahmananda and Turiyananda may well fill the other 2. Of visitors, I am sorry to learn that you are only getting babus from Calcutta. They are no good. What we want are brave young men who will work, not tomfools. Ask Brahmananda to write to both Abhedananda and Saradananda to send weekly reports to the Math without fail, also to send Bengali articles and notes for the would-be paper. Is G.C. Ghosh getting up things for the paper? Work on with a will and be ready. Akhandananda is working wonderfully at Mahula, but the system is not good. It seems they are frittering away their energies in one little village, and that only doling out rice. I do not hear that any preaching has been done along with this helping. All the wealth of the world cannot help one little Indian village if the people are not taught to help themselves. Our work should be mainly educational, both moral and intellectual. I have not learned anything about it, only so many beggars are helped. Ask Brahmananda to open centers in different districts so as to cover the largest space with our small means. And then, so far it seems to have been ineffectual, for they have not succeeded in rousing the people of the place to start societies to educate the people, so that they may learn to be self-reliant, frugal, and not given to marrying, and thus save themselves from future famine. Charity opens the heart, but work on through that wedge. The easiest way is to take a hut, make it a temple of Guru Maharaj. Let the poor come here to be helped, also to worship. Let there be katha, Puranic recitals, morning and evening there, through that you may teach all you want to teach the people. By degrees the people will be interested. They will keep up the temple themselves. Maybe the hut temple will evolve into a great institution in a few years. Let those that go to relief work first select a central spot in each district and start such a hut temple, from which all our little work is to proceed. Even the greatest fool can accomplish a task if it be after his heart. But the intelligent man is he who can convert every work into one that suits his taste. No work is petty. Everything in this world is like a banyan seed, which, though appearing tiny as a mustard seed, has yet the gigantic banyan tree latent within it. He indeed is intelligent who notices this and succeeds in making all work truly great. This paragraph only is translated from Bengali. Moreover, they have to see that cheats do not get the food of the deserving. India is full of lazy rogues, and curious, they never die of hunger, they always get something. Ask Brahmananda to write this to everyone in relief work. They must not be allowed to spend money to no good. We want the greatest possible good work, permanent from the least outlay. Now you see, you must try to think out original ideas, else, as soon as I die, the whole thing will tumble to pieces. For example, you hold a meeting to consider how we can reap the best permanent results out of the small means at our disposal. Let all have notice a few days before, and let each suggest something and discuss all the suggestions, criticizing them, and then send me a report. Lastly, you must remember I expect more from my children than from my brethren. I want each one of my children to be 100 times greater than I could ever be. Every one of you must be a giant, that is my word. Obedience, readiness, and love for the cause. If you have these 3, nothing can hold you back. With love and blessings. Vivekananda. Almora. July 23, 1897. My dear Miss Noble. Excuse these few lines. I shall write more fully as soon as I reach some place. I am on my way from the hills to the plains. I do not understand what you mean by frankness without familiarity. I for one will give anything to get rid of the last lingering bit of oriental formality in me and speak out like a child of nature. Oh, to live even for a day in the full light of freedom, to breathe the free air of simplicity. Is not that the highest purity? In this world we work through fear of others, we talk through fear, we think through fear, alas. We are born in a land of enemies. Who is there who has been able to get rid of this feeling of fear, as if everyone is a spy set specially to watch him? And woe unto the man who pushes himself forward. Will it ever be a land of friends? Who knows? We can only try. The work has already begun, and at present famine relief is the thing next to hand. Several centers have been opened and the work goes on, famine relief, preaching, and a little teaching. As yet of course it is very insignificant, the boys in training are being taken out as opportunity is offering itself. The sphere of action at present is Madras and Calcutta. Mr. Goodwin working in Madras. Also one has gone to Colombo. From the next week a monthly report of the whole work will be forwarded to you if it has not already reached you. I am away from the center of work, so things go a little slow, you see, but the work is satisfactory on the whole. You can do more work for us from England than by coming here. Lord bless you for your great self-sacrifice for the poor Indians. I entirely agree with you that the work in England will look up when I am there. But all the same it is not proper to leave India before the machine is moving at some rate, and I am sure that there are many to guide it in my absence. That will be done in a few months. God willing, as the Mussulmans say. One of my best workers is now in England, the Raja of Khetri. I expect him soon in India, and he will be of great service to me no doubt. With everlasting love and blessings. Yours. Vivekananda. Almora. July 29, 1897. My dear Miss Noble. A letter from Sturdy reached me yesterday, informing me that you are determined to come to India and see things with your own eyes. I replied to that yesterday, but what I learned from Miss Muller about your plans makes this further note necessary, and it is better that it should be direct. Let me tell you frankly that I am now convinced that you have a great future in the work for India. What was wanted was not a man, but a woman, a real lioness to work for the Indians, women specially. India cannot yet produce great women, she must borrow them from other nations. Your education, sincerity, purity, immense love, determination, and above all, the Celtic blood make you just the woman wanted. Yet the difficulties are many. You cannot form any idea of misery, the superstition, and the slavery that are here. You will be in the midst of a mass of half-naked men and women with quaint ideas of caste and isolation, shunning the white skin through fear or hatred and hated by them intensely. On the other hand, you will be looked upon by the white as a crank, and every one of your movements will be watched with suspicion. Then the climate is fearfully hot, our winter in most places being like your summer, and in the south it is always blazing. Not one European comfort is to be had in places out of the cities. If in spite of all this, you dare venture into the work, you are welcome, 100 times welcome. As for me, I am nobody here as elsewhere, but what little influence I have shall be devoted to your service. You must think well before you plunge in, and after work, if you fail in this or get disgusted, on my part I promise you, I will stand by you unto death whether you work for India or not, whether you give up Vedanta or remain in it. The tusks of the elephant come out, but never go back, so are the words of a man never retracted. I promise you that. Again, I must give you a bit of warning. You must stand on your own feet and not be under the wings of Miss Muller or anybody else. Miss Muller is a good lady in her own way, but unfortunately it got into her head, when she was a girl, that she was a born leader and that no other qualifications were necessary to move world but money. This idea is coming on the surface again and again in spite of herself, and you will find it impossible to pull on with her in a few days. She now intends to take a house in Calcutta for herself and yourself and other European or American friends who may come. It is very kind and good of her, but her Lady Abbess plan will never be carried out for two reasons: her violent temper and overbearing conduct, and her awfully vacillating mind. Friendship with many is best at a distance, and everything goes well with the person who stands on his own feet. Mrs. Severe is a jewel of a lady, so good, so kind. The Severes are the only English people who do not hate the natives, Sturdy not excepted. Mr. and Mrs. Severe are the only persons who did not come to patronize us, but they have no fixed plans yet. When you come, you may get them to work with you, and that will be really helpful to them and to you. But after all, it is absolutely necessary to stand on one's own feet. I learned from America that two friends of mine, Mrs. Oldbull of Boston and Miss MacLeod, are coming on a visit to India this autumn. Miss MacLeod you already know in London, that Paris-dressed young American lady. Mrs. Oldbull is about 50 and has been a kind friend to me in America. I may suggest that your joining the party may while away the tedium of the journey, as they also are coming by way of Europe. I am glad to receive a note at least from Sturdy after long. But it was so stiff and cold. It seems he is disappointed at the collapse of the London work. With everlasting love. Yours ever in the Lord, Vivekananda. Belurmath. April 16, 1899. Dear Madam, Srimati Sarala Gosal, B.A. Very glad to receive your kind note. If by the sacrifice of some specially cherished object of either myself or my brother disciples many pure and genuinely patriotic souls come forward to help our cause, rest assured, we will not hesitate in the least to make that sacrifice nor shed a teardrop. You will see this verified in action. But up till now I have seen nobody coming forward to assist in this way. Only some have wished to put their own hobby in place of ours, that is all. If it really help our country or humanity, not to speak of giving up Guru worship, believe me, we are prepared to commit any dire iniquity and suffer the eternal damnation of the Christians. But my hairs have turned grey since I began the study of man. This world is a most trying place, and it is long since I have taken to wandering with the lantern of the Grecian philosopher in hand. A popular song my master often used to sing comes to my mind. He who's a man after one's heart betrays himself by his very looks. Rare indeed is such a one. He's a man of aesthetic perceptions, who treads a path contrary to others. This much from my side. Please know that not one word of it is exaggerated, which you will find to be actually the case. But then I have some doubts about those patriotic souls who can join with us if only we give up the worship of the Guru. Well, if, as they pose, they are indeed panting and struggling so much almost to the point of dissolution from their body to serve the country, how can the single accident of Guru worship stop everything? This impetuous river with rolling waves which bade fair to sweep away whole hills and mountains was a bit of Guru worship sufficient to turn it back to the Himalayas. I put it to you, do you think anything great will come of such patriotism, or any substantial good proceed from such assistance? It is for you to say. I can make nothing out of it. For a thirsty man to weigh so much the merits of water, or for a man about to die of hunger to cogitate so much and turn up his nose at the food presented. Well, people have strange ways of thinking. I, for one, am inclined to think that those people were best in a glass case. The more they keep away from actual work, the better. Love stops not for questions of birth, nor the hungry man for stale food. This is what I know. But I may be wholly mistaken. Well, if this trifle of Guru worship sticks in one's throat to choke one to death, we had better extricate him from this predicament. However, I have a great longing to talk over these points with you in detail. For talking these things over, affliction and death have given me leave till now, and I hope they will do so yet. May all your wishes be fulfilled in this new year. Yours sincerely, Vivekananda. C/OFH Leggett. 21 West 34th Street, New York. November, 1899. My dear Sturdy.
This is not to defend my conduct. Words cannot wipe off the evils I have done, nor any censor stop from working the good deeds, if any. For the last few months I have been hearing so much of the luxuries I was given to enjoy by the people of the West, luxuries which the hypocrite myself has been enjoying, although preaching renunciation all the while, luxuries, the enjoyment of which has been the great stumbling block in my way, in England at least. I nearly hypnotized myself into the belief that there has at least been a little oasis in the dreary desert of my life, a little spot of light in one whole life of misery and gloom, one moment of relaxation in a life of hard work and harder curses. Even that oasis, that spot, that moment was only one of sense enjoyment. I was glad, I blessed 100 times a day those that had helped me to get it, when, lo, your last letter comes like a thunderclap, and the dream is vanished. I begin to disbelieve your criticisms have little faith left in all this talk of luxuries and enjoyments and other visions memory calls up. These I state. Hope you will send it round to friends, if you think fit, and correct me where I am wrong. I remember your place at reading, where I was fed with boiled cabbage and potatoes and boiled rice and boiled lentils, 3 times a day, with your wife's curses for sauce all the time. I do not remember your giving me any cigar to smoke, shilling or penny ones. Nor do I remember myself as complaining of either the food or your wife's incessant curses, though I lived as a thief, shaking through fear all the time, and working every day for you. The next memory is of the house on St. George's Road, you and Miss Muller at the head. My poor brother was ill there and Miss Muller drove him away. There too I don't remember to have had any luxuries as to food or drink or bed or even the room given to me. The next was Miss Muller's place. Though she has been very kind to me, I was living on nuts and fruits. The next memory is that of the Black Hole of London, where I had to work almost day and night and cook the meals oft times for 5 or 6, and most nights with a bite of bread and butter. I remember Mrs. Sturdy giving me a dinner and a night's lodging in her place, and then the next day criticizing the black savage so dirty and smoking all over the house. With the exception of Captain and Mrs. Severe, I do not remember even one piece of rag as big as a handkerchief I got from England. On the other hand, the incessant demand on my body and mind in England is the cause of my breakdown in health. This was all you English people gave me, whilst working me to death, and now I am cursed for the luxuries I lived in. Whosoever of you have given me a coat? Whosoever a cigar? Whosoever a bit of fish or flesh? Whosoever of you dare say I asked food or drink or smoke or dress or money from you? Ask, Sturdy, ask for God's sake, ask your friends, and first ask your own God within, who never sleeps. You have given me money for my work. Every penny of it is there. Before your eyes I sent my brother away, perhaps to his death, and I would not give him a farthing of the money which was not my private property. On the other hand, I remember in England Captain and Mrs. Severe, who have clad me when I was cold, nursed me better than my own mother would have, borne with me in my weakness, my trials, and they have nothing but blessings for me. And that Mrs. Severe, because she did not care for honors, has the worship of thousands today, and when she is dead millions will remember her as one of the great benefactresses of the poor Indians. And they never cursed me for my luxuries, though they are ready to give me luxuries, if I need or wish. I need not tell you of Mrs. Bull, Miss MacLeod, Mr. and Mrs. Leggett. You know their love and kindness for me, and Mrs. Bull and Miss MacLeod have been to our country, moved and lived with us as no foreigner ever did, roughing it all, and they do not ever curse me and my luxuries either. They will be only too glad to have me eat well and smoke dollar cigars if I wish. And their Leggets and Bulls were the people whose bread, whose money bought my smokes and several times paid my rent, whilst I was killing myself for your people, when you were taking my pound of flesh for the dirty hole and starvation and reserving all this accusation of luxury. The clouds of autumn make great noise but send no rain. The clouds of the rainy season without a word flood the earth. See Sturdy, those that have helped or are still helping have no criticism, no curses, it is only those who do nothing, who only come to grind their own axes, that curse, that criticize. That such worthless, heartless, selfish, rubbish criticize, is the greatest blessing that can come to me. I want nothing so much in life as to be miles off from these extremely selfish axe grinders. Talking of luxuries. Take these critics up one after the other. It is all flesh, and no spirit anywhere. Thank God, they come out sooner or later in their true colors. And you advise me to regulate my conduct, my work, according to the desires of such heartless, selfish persons, and are at your wits' end because I do not. As to my gurubhais, brother disciples, they do nothing but what I insist on their doing. If they have shown any selfishness anywhere, that is because of my ordering them, not what they would do themselves. Would you like your children put into that dark hole you got for me in London, made to work to death, and almost starved all the time? Would Mrs. Sturdy like that? They are sannyasins, and that means, no sannyasin should unnecessarily throw away his life or undertake unnecessary hardship. In undergoing all this hardship in the West we have been only breaking the rules of sannyasa. They are my brothers, my children. I do not want them to die in holes for my sake. I don't, by all that is good and true I don't, want them starved and worked and cursed for all their pains. A word more. I shall be very glad if you can point out to me where I have preached torturing the flesh. As for the Shastras, scriptures, I shall be only too glad if a Shastri, Pundit, dares oppose us with the rules of life laid down for sannyasins and paramahamsas. Well, Sturdy, my heart aches. I understand it all. I know what you are in the clutches of people who want to use you. I don't mean your wife. She is too simple to be dangerous. But, my poor boy, you have got the flesh smell. A little money and vultures are around. Such is life. You said a lot about ancient India. That India still lives, Sturdy, is not dead, and that living India dares even today to deliver her message without fear or favor of the rich, without fear of anybody's opinion, either in the land where her feet are in chains or in the very face of those who hold the end of the chain, her rulers. That India still lives, Sturdy, India of undying love, of everlasting faithfulness, the unchangeable, not only in manners and customs, but also in love, in faith, in friendship. And I, the least of that India's children, love you, Sturdy, with Indian love, and would any day give up 1,000 bodies to help you out of this delusion. Ever yours. Vivekananda. Chicago. November 30th, 1899. My dear mother, Mrs. Leggett. Nothing new except Madame Cav's visit. She is a great woman. I wish I saw more of her. It is a grand sight to see a giant pine struggling against a cyclone. Is it not? I leave here tonight. These lines in haste as A__ is waiting. Mrs. Adams is kind as usual. Margot doing splendidly. Will write more from California. With all love to Frank Incense. Ever your son. Vivekananda. Chicago. November 26, 1899. My dear Mrs. Leggett. Many, many thanks for all your kindness and especially the kind note. I am going to start from Chicago on Thursday next, and got the ticket and berth ready for that day. Miss Noble is doing very well here, and working her way out. I saw Alberta the other day. She is enjoying every minute of her stay here and is very happy. Miss Adams, Jane Adams, as ever is an angel. I shall wire to Jojo before I start and read all night. With all love to Mr. Leggett and yourself. Ever yours affectionately. Vivekananda. San Francisco. March 17, 1900. My dear mother, Mrs. Leggett. So glad to get your nice letter. Well, you may be sure I am keeping in touch with my friends. Yet a delay may sometimes cause nervousness. Dr. and Mrs. Hiller returned to the city, much benefited, as they declare, by Mrs. Melton's rubbings. As for me, I have got several huge red patches on my chest.
What materializes later on as to complete recovery, I will let you know. Of course, my case is such that it will take time to come round by itself. So thankful to you and to Mrs. Adams for the kindness. I will surely go and call on them in Chicago. How are things going on with you? I have been following the put up or shut up plan here, and so far it has not proved bad. Mrs. Hansborough, the second of the three sisters, is here, and she is working to help me. Lord bless their hearts. The three sisters are three angels, are they not? Seeing such souls here and there repays for all the nonsense of this life. Well, all blessings to you forever is my prayer. You are one of the angels also, say I. With love to Miss Kate. Ever your son, Vivekananda. P.S. How is the mother's child? How is Miss Spencer? All love to her. You know already I am a very bad correspondent, but the heart never fails. Tell this to Miss Spencer. V. Lii. Paros Gyrek. Bertagny. September 22, 1900. To Miss Alberta Sturgis. On her 23rd birthday. The mother's heart, the hero's will. The softest flowers sweetest feel. The charm and force that ever sway. The altar fire's flaming play. The strength that leads, in love obeys. Far-reaching dreams, and patient ways. Eternal faith in self, in all. The sight divine in great in small. All these, and more than I could see. Today may Mother grant to thee. Ever yours with love and blessings. Vivekananda. Dear Alberta. This little poem is for your birthday. It is not good, but it has all my love. I am sure, therefore, you will like it. Will you kindly send a copy each of the pamphlets there to Madame Besnard, Clairvoyant, Bresse-Compiègne, Oise, and oblige. Your well-wisher, Vivekananda.